Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Phrasing.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
That never occurred to me.
Interesting.
Just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
It's science.
Don't be creepy.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
You supercalifragilistic bitch.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
What?
I made a huge tiny mistake.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Jesus, I said
He looks good, and he looks hard.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Well, here we are again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. It's been a little while since we've seen each other, which means we got a hell of a lot to talk about tonight. So I guess we better get right to it. As always, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, space fams, as these journeys through the unknown are often dangerous and fraught with peril. Happy 1-year anniversary, everyone. So good to see you all. Glad we can celebrate this together. By the way, I don't think Galactic membership gifting is working, so I don't know what to do about that, but I'll tell you to not gift memberships for now. Get yourself a membership, but for now, please, just don't gift memberships. I have reported it to YouTube, have heard nothing back from them, and so I don't know what's happening. Gonna do some shoutouts here. Sue Fairy Dust B, Moanoap, and Aaron W123 in the YouTube chat. Dirk Gently, a close fourth. Charlie Jinmir with a fifth, as well as 5 gifted Galactic memberships, but it looks like it only gave 1 to Latino Mafune. I'm sure Latino will appreciate it, but we gotta do something about that situation. Let's see who else is here. Atticus Among Us, Morbius Dragon, Scared Crow, B-Cat. Who else is here? Epi Mew, Jojo, Tracy Eva, Schmegley, May Wormy, Midas Kevin Anderson, Look Swine, Bob Carmody, Aaron W with a gifted Galactic membership that went to no one. It's gonna make me cry. Thank you for trying, Aaron. Joe47771 is here. We're gonna start in America, but I also have to finish these shoutouts. So many people to shout out. PB, Narwhal by Nature. Do them in silence. Oh, my memory is faltering. I think I got you. May Wormy with a $25 super chat. Happy anniversary. Well, that certainly gets the anniversary started off great. It's feeling much happier suddenly. Epi Mew with a super sticker. Little Doggy Dog. Little Foxy Fox. Number 1. Is that me? I'm number 1? I appreciate you. I think that's everybody. I think I got you all. If I didn't, I apologize. I try my best. I'm trying my best. I appreciate you all. Now, things are going to be a little bit weird here today because it's the, 1-year anniversary. I'm planning on making the stream go for quite some time. I was planning on starting a goal already. Didn't do that. Should have done that. But we have a unprecedented amount of content today. Almost 150 videos worth of stuff. We did take two days off in a row, I think. Tuesday and Wednesday didn't stream. Which means we got a lot to do today. Also, there's one other thing I have to say before we get ahead of anything here, before we get started with the content. Unfortunately, January was not our best month on record by any means. And bills are coming due March, and unfortunately anything that I get on YouTube right now I won't see until the end of March, the 3rd or 4th week of March. So I do have to ask some people here, if you have them, PayPal or Cash App, if you can help the Galactic Fund out, I would really appreciate it. We got links in the YouTube and Twitch bio sections if you need a link for that. But just going to throw that out. I'm still obviously very appreciative of the super chats. They will eventually make it to me. So not complaining about it, just pointing out that March may be a very difficult month for us here coming up. So if you can reach deep down, keep the Galactic News Network alive. Okay, now let's get to the content. Like I mentioned, we haven't streamed for 2 whole days, which galactically speaking feels like a year. The amount of news that has come out of the old news hydrant is vast. And that barely begins to describe just how how much stuff we have to do today. So let's just get going. Let's see how Americans are feeling right now as Donald Trump and Elon Musk attempt to shut down the federal government. How are people feeling?
So the latest Reuters Ipsos poll shows 44% of Americans approving of Donald Trump's job performance in his first weeks in office. That's down marginally from our findings in the past month, but doesn't show really significant change. What we have seen is a little bit of hardening on the other side of the ledger. The percentage of Americans who disapprove of his job performance is up to 51%, and that's a 10 percentage point increase over the past month, past few weeks. And
wow.
What that suggests is people who maybe early on thought, well, this is the new president, let's give him the benefit.
And technically, that's a 25% increase. Oh my god, the audio is low. Take 2, thank you, PB. Thank you, PB, for reminding me that the audio is low. Take 2. Take 2.
So our latest Reuters Ipsos poll shows 44% of Americans approving of Donald Trump's job performance in his first weeks in office. That's down marginally from our findings in the past month, but doesn't show really significant change. What we have seen is a little bit of hardening on the other side of the ledger. The percentage of Americans who disapprove of his job performance is up to 51%, and that's a 10 percentage point increase over the past month, past few weeks. And what that suggests.
Well, and yeah, if it's a 10 percentage point increase from 41 to 51, it also represents a 25% increase of that number, right? Which is pretty significant when you think about it. It seems like a lot. Well, it's clearly a majority of the country disapproves now, and yeah, that moved quickly.
Is people who maybe early on thought, well, this is the new president, let's give him the benefit of the doubt for a little while, are starting to form opinions, and those opinions may be negative. As we know, Trump campaigned, really focused on the economy, really focused on fighting inflation. That was a major part of his promise. And
I completely missed it. You're right, Aaron W.
Phrasing?
A little bit of hardening.
A what now?
Well played. Well played. Whoopsies. What did I just do? Ahem. How about we just... Yeah, how about that? There we go.
And our polling is showing that Americans are worried about the economy. Overall, the portion of respondents who approve of Trump's stewardship of the economy is 39%. That's down marginally from 43% last month. But the share of Americans who think that the economy is on the wrong track rose to 53%. That's a 10 percentage point rise from January. And that does show...
Wow, seems like the country is, not having a lot of faith in Donald Trump in this moment. It seems like Donald and his supposed making America great again plans are making America worse than it already was. And that's not me saying, that's people saying it. That's the people talking.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Moon lasers. Yes, we will be working on moon lasers at some point. Once we start a moon commune at some point. It's in the cards. It's in the plans. Got a concept of a plan. Alright. Now, let's get to talking more broadly. Or more less broadly and more specifically about what Donald Trump has been doing here. I mean, it's such a long list of stuff. The U.S. half, quote unquote, is going to take us like 3-4 hours at least, if not more. It's out of control. All right, let's go here first. This is a place we don't go that often, but we're going to go there today. Let's get all legally over here. What do you say? Little lawyering. Talk about something that might be worse than Watergate.
What?
You're right. You heard me. You heard me correct. Worse than Watergate.
This is arguably worse than Nixon's Saturday Night Massacre. Open corruption is on full display at the Department of Justice. Because acting Deputy Attorney General Emil Beauvais III appears to have brokered a backroom deal with New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Help push Trump's immigration agenda, and the feds will kill the corruption case against you. A classic quid pro quo. But when Beauvais ordered U.S. Attorney Danielle Sassoon to file a motion to dismiss, she refused and instead resigned. Her letter to Attorney General Pam Bondi set off a mass exodus that will probably be remembered as the Thursday Night Massacre. And when Sassoon quit, Beauvais demanded some other attorney do his dirty work. No one stepped up. And one by one, they chose the door instead. As one said in his resignation letter, quote, "I expect you'll find someone foolish or cowardly enough to file your motion, but it was never going to be me." As the time of this recording, at least 7 prosecutors have resigned in protest. Desperate, Beauvais and Bondi forced the remaining members of the Public Integrity Unit, or PIN, into a room, Squid Game style, and gave them 1 hour to pick who would eventually carry out the order, or they would all be fired en masse. This is so much worse than Nixon's Saturday Night Massacre. Now, why do I say that? Well, because we've been here before. On October 20th, 1973, President Richard Nixon tried to fire Special Prosecutor Archibald Cox, who was investigating the Watergate affair. Cox had subpoenaed Nixon's secret Oval Office recordings, which contained crucial evidence of White House misconduct. Nixon refused to comply and instead offered a compromise. A summary of the tapes prepared by Democratic Senator John Stennis, a Nixon ally who was basically deaf. Cox rejected that offer, insisting on the full tapes instead. In response, Nixon ordered Attorney General Elliot Richardson to fire Cox. Richardson refused and resigned in protest. Nixon then ordered Deputy Attorney General William Ruckelshaus to fire Cox, but he too refused and resigned. And finally, Solicitor General Robert Bork, who had then become the acting Attorney General, complied with Nixon's demand and fired Cox. Now, that was only a few months before Nixon resigned. And at the time, this was a historic presidency-ending scandal. But what a difference 50 years makes. Now, as we talked about last year, a federal grand jury indicted New York City Mayor Eric Adams for accepting bribes, wire fraud, soliciting campaign contributions from foreign nationals, and conspiracy. The indictment alleges that Adams and his staff received hundreds of thousands of dollars in free flights and hotels from the Turkish government, and alleges that Adams used straw donors to bypass federal campaign finance laws and misused the New York City public matching fund system to receive over $10 million in public funds for his 2021 mayoral campaign. The government alleges that in return, Adams gave political favors, such as overruling the New York City Fire Department's determination that the new Turkish consular building was unsafe. The FDNY found 60 violations that needed to be handled before the skyscraper could open to the public. And according to the indictment, Adams intervened, and the FDNY officer who made the recommendations was told he would be fired if he didn't acquiesce, and the, quote, skyscraper opened as requested by the Turkish official. And in December, prosecutors notified the court that they discovered more illegal conduct by Adams, including destruction of evidence, and that they would probably file a superseding indictment to that effect. Now, reporting indicates that Acting Attorney General Beauvais didn't care about any of this. He set out to make a deal with Adams that would please Trump and sought to use the criminal allegations to their advantage. Note that Beauvais worked diligently on the January 6 prosecutions before leaving the DOJ and defending Trump. Now, Mayor Adams did not resign when he was indicted, and it seems that he determined that his best chance of political and personal survival was to cozy up to Trump. And to that effect, Adams' lawyers are William Burke and Alex Spiro. Spiro also represents Elon Musk, and Burke recently became an ethics advisor to Trump's private companies.
This part of it is absolutely insane. One of these guys is a lawyer for Trump, the other one is a lawyer for Elon Musk. The level of sort of intermingling here, the sort of interconnectedness of all of this corruption is wild, and it's all out in the open.
Illegal.
Spiro also represents Elon Musk, and Burke recently became an ethics advisor to Trump's private companies. Now, shortly after Trump took office, lawyers for Adams apparently asked Trump to pardon the mayor. But instead of a pardon, they got a call from Emile Beauvais. And until recently, Beauvais was one of Trump's many criminal defense lawyers. Trump nominated Beauvais as the Principal Assistant Deputy Attorney General, or PADG, which does not require Senate confirmation. He is currently acting Deputy Attorney General, while Trump's other personal attorney, Todd Blanche, goes through the confirmation process. For 2 years, it's reported Beauvais was one of 2 chiefs of the Terrorism and International Narcotics Unit in the Manhattan U.S. Attorney's Office. His tenure was reputedly a disaster. A judge slammed Beauvais for, quote, grave derelictions of prosecutorial responsibility and identified, quote, systemic prosecutorial misconduct in a case involving alleged evasion of sanctions. The judge said the prosecution was, quote, marred by repeated failures to disclose exculpatory evidence. As we've talked about before, the failure to disclose exculpatory evidence, generally known as a Brady violation, is a serious ethical breach and can result in convictions being overturned. And that's what happened when Beauvais and the team of prosecutors he supervised prosecuted a defendant who had been convicted on several counts of evading sanctions against Iran. Prosecutors asked the court to vacate the jury verdict. Then District Court Judge Allison Nathan blamed the co-chief, saying, quote, the supervising unit chiefs appear to have offered little in the way of supervision. And Beauvais left the Justice Department shortly after the case went sideways. But in stunning allegations here, the New York Times reported that Beauvais essentially coached the mayor's defense team on what talking points to use ahead of time and got them on board with the unorthodox immigration policies for no prosecution plan. That led to...
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
What is happening?
Between Beauvais, the defense team, and acting U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Danielle Sassoon, the prosecutor who had inherited the case. Now, during that meeting, Beauvais allegedly steered the conversation to how the changes hurt the mayor's ability to fight illegal immigration in New York City. Beauvais also wanted to know whether it hurt the mayor's re-election prospects, which, yes, it should hurt one's re-election prospects if you are alleged to have engaged in abject criminality. But as we'll discuss in a second, U.S. Attorney Sassoon summarized what went down here. Quote, I attended a meeting on January 31st, 2025 with Mr. Beauvais, Adams' counsel, and members of my office. Adams' attorneys repeatedly urged what amounted to a quid pro quo, indicating that Adams would be in a position to assist with the department's enforcement priorities only if the indictment were dismissed. Mr. Beauvais admonished a member of my team who took notes during that meeting and directed the collection of those notes at the meeting's conclusion. Now, admittedly, it's not usually the lawyers who engage in the Stringer Bell defense.
Is you taking notes on a criminal fucking conspiracy?
Now, Beauvais has subsequently admitted that he told someone to confiscate the notes, but said it was in the name of preventing leaks. Which is weird because the existence of notes have no bearing on whether someone leaks the content of a meeting or not. Notes are merely a record of what happened.
Is you taking notes on a criminal fucking conspiracy?
I guess the answer was yes. And a few days after that meeting, Beauvais ordered acting U.S. Attorney Sassoon to drop all charges against New York City Mayor Eric Adams and issued a public memorandum to that effect. Now, amazingly, Beauvais' memorandum explaining his rationale says it has absolutely nothing to do with the, quote, strength of the evidence or the legal theories on which the case is based, which are issues on which we defer to the U.S. Attorney's Office at this time. That alone was basically unprecedented and stunning. But at the time, Beauvais had no criticism of Sassoon or her staff. In fact, he told her, quote, this directive in no way calls into question the integrity and efforts of the line prosecutors responsible for the case or your efforts in leading those prosecutors in connection with a matter you inherited. So why on earth would Beauvais want to dismiss this case? Well, facially...
Yeah, it's weird. There's no... a problem with the evidence or the case itself or the conduct of the prosecutors, then what could it be? It's a great question. We must know the answer.
Question the actions of former U.S. Attorney Damian Williams, which Beauvais said, quote, threaten the integrity of the proceedings, including by increasing the prejudicial pretrial publicity that risks impacting potential witnesses and the jury pool. Now, we'll talk about those allegations in a second. And according to Beauvais, quote, it cannot be ignored that Mayor Adams criticized the prior administration's immigration policies before the charges were filed. Now, Beauvais' memorandum explicitly says it doesn't question that the prosecutors had enough evidence to bring these charges before a grand jury or that there was enough evidence to win the case. And the memo also doesn't mention the other 3 criminal cases filed against Adams' aides, which rely on much of the same evidence cited in the Adams indictment. Additionally, Beauvais' second reason for seeking dismissal is that the, quote, pending prosecution has unduly restricted Mayor Adams' ability to devote full attention and resources to the illegal immigration and violent crime that escalated under the policies of the prior administration.
Is that what it is? Being under indictment for corruption is getting in the way of him helping Donald Trump enact his immigration policy. Oh, that is too much. That's too much.
That's too much, man!
Lock it up. That's it. That's it. We're calling it. Hilarious. And I mean, we could go even deeper into the legal eagle wormhole, but we're not. We don't need to do that. But it is certainly. I think that's certainly enough for us to understand the basis of all this. Had nothing to do with the strength of the case against Eric Adams, and only had to do with the desires of the Trump regime. Trumpy wanted it, so it must happen. Needs to happen right now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, let's see what else has developed since that legal eagle breakdown dropped, as there has been more somehow since then. I think should start here. Eyewitness News ABC 7 from yesterday. Governor Kathy Hochul holding high-level meetings as she weighs something. What could she be weighing? That is the question. Let's find out.
The biggest U.S. city tonight in something of a quagmire. Tomorrow, a federal judge holds court to figure out whether to do a criminal trial for New York Mayor Adams. President Trump's Justice Department tried to drop the case, but protests by federal attorneys has, for now, stopped that. And Governor Hochul today, meeting with local figures to discuss the mayor's future. So what happens now to all this? Sonia Racon is here with the very latest. Sonia.
Bill, some of the key leaders the governor met with today are the very same people who would serve on a committee that could remove the mayor if the governor does not and if he doesn't resign. But all involved are waiting to see what happens after that federal court hearing tomorrow in response to the Justice Department's request that caused the uproar leading to mass resignations of federal prosecutors and deputy mayors. While the calls for Governor Hochul to remove Mayor Adams grow louder, the governor quietly considers the options. At her Manhattan office today, Hochul met with Council Speaker Adrienne Adams, who declined to discuss what was said, with Queens Borough President Donovan Richards via video call, who called it a clear-eyed and frank discussion, and with Comptroller Brad Lander, who, despite running in the mayoral primary, can, as comptroller, convene the Mayoral Inability Committee, setting up a different process to remove the mayor.
We acknowledge both of them are relatively.
I've never heard anybody
untested
say the word comptroller like she's saying. It's really putting me off.
We acknowledge both of them are relatively untested processes with a lot of questions around them.
That committee of 5 would include Lander, Speaker Adams, Richards because he's the most senior of the 5 borough presidents, plus a deputy mayor to be determined, and the city's corporation counsel, Muriel Good-Trufant. 4 out of 5 would have to vote to remove the mayor.
The inability committee, everybody kicks in after we see what the judge says. The first thing is he still under indictment?
The governor also met with Reverend Al Sharpton, who says he's not recommending anything until a judge decides whether to drop Adams's bribery charges, as requested by the Trump Department of Justice. The judge hears arguments tomorrow.
The court case and what happens coming out of it is obviously one factor. The way that Emil Bova and the Justice Department did this created a sword of Damocles that is, if it goes through as they've asked for, turns the mayor into an agent of Donald Trump.
Adams continues to deny any quid pro quo, but his meetings with Trump border czar Tom Homan and agreement to allow federal agents to detain undocumented suspects in crimes has sparked fear and concern that it could lead to deportations of other undocumented New Yorkers in this sanctuary city.
I'm very concerned that Mr. Homan came in here and acted like he could make Adams do what he wants or he'd be up his butt. I can't believe someone would say that on national television. I'm very concerned.
We should all be concerned by what we witnessed on Fox News the other day. It was it was disturbing. The Reverend is right. It was very strange to witness the mayor of New York City be threatened live on television by part of an administration that's being accused of a quid pro quo and bribery and all this other sorts of stuff in regards to this one thing, let alone everything else that's been going on. But if you didn't quite catch what was going on there, Kathy Hochul is essentially putting together concepts of a plan, if you will, on removing Eric Adams from office and replacing him with a deputy mayor due to all of this apparent corruption going on in the mayor's office. Now, you want to know what I found most fascinating recently? I mean, that's fascinating as it is, and I love it. Not a huge fan of Kathy. Some things she does, I question strongly. Some things she does are good, and this happens to be top list, near top of the list right now with Kathy and me. What I found fascinating is this story from yesterday, PBS NewsHour. According to them, the judge overseeing Eric Adams' corruption case is now asking the DOJ why it's dropping the charges.
Would you drum up?
Yeah, it's very confusing, Willis. I don't have a good answer.
The federal judge overseeing the corruption case against New York City Mayor Eric Adams held a hearing today about the Trump Justice Department's sudden decision to drop the case. That reversal prompted 7 federal prosecutors to resign in protest last week and has further plunged the mayor's administration into turmoil. Our William Brangham was in the courtroom today and joins us now. So, William, what was the judge trying to determine today?
Jeff, it was this incredibly striking scene for a federal courthouse. On one side of the room, you had the prosecutors, in this case, the U.S. Department of Justice. And on the other side, at the defendant's table, was the mayor of New York City. And in this case, they both wanted the exact same thing, which is for this very serious corruption case against the mayor to simply go away. And the judge, in this case, Judge Dale Ho, wanted to know why. And so he peppered a series of questions to the Deputy Attorney General, Emil Bovee, about why he drops the case. And Bovee made the argument that he's made in the past, that this was not about the merits of the case. Instead, he argued that this case was brought for political reasons, because Adams once criticized President Biden, and that this case impinged on Adams' ability to do his job, specifically to enforce immigration laws. And it was that argument that set off this revolt that you mentioned and all these resignations. In fact, one of those...
What's strange is that directly contradicts what he said previously in regards to his ability to execute Donald Trump's immigration policy. So which one is it? Was it a political witch hunt? Or was it to assist the president? And are either of those valid reasons to drop a case? I don't think so. Not to my knowledge.
Set off this revolt that you mentioned and all these resignations. In fact, one of those resigned prosecutors alleged that there was a quid pro quo here, that Adams had been told, we'll drop this case if you get on board with Trump's immigration crackdown. So that's what happened today.
Did the judge get into the substance of that quid pro quo allegation?
He did. He put the mayor under oath and asked him very specifically, were you offered anything in exchange for this case going away? Were you threatened at all? The mayor said he was not. What the judge...
Was he threatened? I mean, we all watched the threat, okay? We literally watched him get threatened on TV after the fact by Tom Homan. In which he was apparently, if I recall correctly, that Tom Homan quote on Fox News was him recalling on Fox News a discussion that was had previously, I would assume before this all ever even came to fruition. So I think we can all say pretty succinctly, pretty clearly, that there was a threat. Some kind of some butt stuff was threatened, at least.
does with that information is unclear. The judge was very clear that he only has a pretty narrow lane here. I mean, the prosecutors have said, we don't want this case to go forward. It seems hard to understand how the judge could force them to prosecute this case. So the judge said, look, he wasn't going to shoot from the hip. He did not issue a ruling on this today. He asked for some patience going forward.
So even if this case goes away, William, there are still questions about Mayor Adams' political future. Isn't that right?
That's exactly right. The governor of New York, Democrat Kathy Hochul, has said she has the power to remove him, and she's debating whether or not to do that. She had meetings all day.
Okay, there we go. Now, I just found it amazing. Oh shit, a raid from, who is that? Lucy Hayes. Thank you for the raid, Lucy Hayes. Hope your stream was good. Appreciate you bringing your community here to mine on our 1-year anniversary of all things. All right. But you know, what was I saying? Yeah, I just found it fascinating that even the judge is like, wait, so what are we doing here?
A what now?
Why are we dropping the case again? Because, I mean, this guy presumably has been presiding over these these hearings this whole time, and has probably heard a litany of evidence and other allegations up to this point, and I can kind of put myself in the shoes of this judge and be like, all right, so how are we actually? I'm supposed to be the arbiter of justice right now. Why are we dropping this again?
Come on!
So stupid. Oh my god. All right, let's see what CBS had to say on this situation.
Now to the turmoil within the Justice Department. At a hearing today, a federal judge said he'd need more time to decide whether to accept the department's request to drop the case against New York Mayor Eric Adams so that the mayor can devote his attention to carrying out President Trump's immigration policies. 7 prosecutors have resigned in protest. CBS's Scott MacFarlane was in the courtroom and joins us. Scott, just to remind us a little bit more about what was going on at this hearing today.
We have an absolute cliffhanger, and this hearing was not resolving the cliffhanger. Here's the bottom line. The mayor of America's largest city is facing this public corruption case, trading his office for gifts and travel. He's pleaded not guilty, and here we are. The Department of Justice under new leadership wants to dismiss the case, clear him of it. The prosecutors argued in court today to help free up Mayor Adams to run the city and help the president enact immigration reform. That is not the traditional reason to drop a case.
Usually drop the case because there are no facts to support it, but the prosecutors involved had said there were facts, which is why they resigned. What did the judge say, tell, or can you get any clue from the questioning he did today?
So the judge acknowledged this is different. This is unprecedented. It's going to take some time for him to figure out what to do. You got both parties there saying they want the case dropped, but there's nobody in the courtroom standing up for the citizens, for the alleged victims, for the taxpayers of New York. But the judge pressed.
Yeah, well, that's supposed to be the DOJ. They are the prosecutors in this case, but they're no longer here for the people. They're here for one guy and one guy only.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
We all noted. He asked multiple times to both sides, are you saying that Department of Justice, you can bring this case back when you want to? You can indict him again and prosecute him for the same charges down the road? The Department of Justice said yes. Eric Adams acknowledged yes. There's the concern.
Yeah.
That's combustible. That means the mayor could be under the thumb of the White House for years. Step out of line, this case comes back.
And the reason there was nobody there representing the people of New York is because the person who would have done it has resigned, right?
There we go. Oh yes, I was gonna set a goal. That's right. I was gonna do that. You also deserve emotional support characters. That's probably true. How many are we at now? I think I saw 30. I think I saw 30 likes in chat some point back, and I totally ignored you. It's very rude.
How rude. How rude.
Where's the dice? Ah, there it is. Okay. Yeah, so, I mean, it would appear that Eric Adams, so long as this case is actually dismissed, which it isn't actually yet, technically, this judge is holding it up right now, just trying to get, some sort of valid legal reasoning, it would seem, from the Department of Justice for dropping the case. And they seem to be lacking that at this moment. Yeah, let's move away from Eric Adams for now. I think that might be it for today on Eric Adams, actually. Right? Yeah. But we got plenty of other things to talk about. Figure we'll go to here. PBS NewsHour from 3 days ago. How the start of Trump's second term looks like some autocracies.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Yes, how does it look like autocracies?
President Trump's social media post over the weekend, "He who saves his country does not violate any law," implying that he is above the law, triggered alarm bells from experts who were already concerned about the legal and constitutional boundaries tested in President Trump's first few weeks in office. Kim Lane Shepley is the Lawrence S. Rockefeller Professor of Sociology and International Affairs at Princeton University. She studies the rise and fall of democratic governments. Amna spoke with her earlier as part of our new series on democracy.
Kim Lane Shepley, welcome back to the NewsHour. Thanks for being here.
Very nice to be here.
So many of President Trump's actions we've seen so far that are already being challenged on the basis of their legality or constitutionality, these are things he promised to do, said he would do as president. He would say now this is what voters want him to do, and so he's doing it as fast as he can through executive orders. How do you see it?
Well, it's true. A lot of these are things he promised, but democracy isn't just about getting elected and meeting promises. You have to fulfill the promises if you're going to do them in the proper legal way. So what he's just been doing is signing a lot of executive orders, and a lot of these executive orders directly conflict laws passed by Congress. They directly conflict with constitutional provisions, and that's not the way that you can do it.
This is also a president who has praised strongmen in other countries, authoritarian leaders in other nations, people like Vladimir Putin in Russia, Jair Bolsonaro in Brazil, Viktor Orban in Hungary. As someone who has lived in both Russia and Hungary, are you seeing patterns here that mirror what you saw there?
Yeah, absolutely. So the thing about these strongmen leaders is that what makes them strong is that they've managed to escape legal constraints on their power. So they've neutralized their parliaments so that they don't talk back to them. They've captured their courts so that they don't override them. They've altered the election law so that no one can get rid of them. And that seems to be the model that Trump is really finding very attractive. And so what he admires about them is that they have been able to govern essentially in an unconstitutional way. And you see him now really going after the constraints on his own executive power.
We've also seen the targeting of very specific groups like immigrants and transgender people. Is that something you've seen before?
Absolutely. Picking scapegoats is partly a way of generating public approval for people who don't like the scapegoats. But it's also a way of saying to people who might challenge this government, this could happen to you. So if you step out of line, you can see what happens. You fall into this abyss of arbitrary treatment where the law cannot protect you and where we are going to come after you. So it's really a way of generating fear, not only in the targeted categories, but beyond the targeted categories to people who are not on board with the president's program.
And Kim, as someone who looks at how leaders govern and lead in these ways, are you seeing something markedly different in Trump's second administration compared to his first?
Trump 1.0, he just flailed around. He had a lot of ideas, but he didn't entrench himself. He didn't attack the institutions. So he sort of dropped government on the floor, but he didn't try to completely change the way it operated. Second time he comes back and he's got lawyers. Everything is legal. That's why you see the flurry of executive orders. You see these memos going out saying the president has commanded this in law. And so he's going after the civil service, for example, and civil servants who work from one government to another, from Republican to a Democratic administrations and back again, are used to having somebody say, this is now the law, you follow it. And so this is where he's trying to get the civil service to completely change the way the state is organizing itself. And those people who are not willing to do that, he's offering that they be displaced, fired, put on this kind of imaginary leave, and so on. And so he's trying to really control the bureaucracy, doing it by law. So he's got lawyers this time. That means he can do way more damage than he could do the first time.
In the countries that you've lived and studied strongmen and authoritarian leaders, what have you seen in the way of a public response to some of those actions? And did it shift anything? Was it able to sort of slow the decline in democracy or reverse it?
People who experience this have to know what they're seeing. And so in Hungary, for example, which was one of the first countries where it was just this blitz of everything everywhere all at once, people were so disoriented. And everybody was being hit in different ways. You saw everyone just trying to protect themselves, their own group. They didn't really unify. They didn't know what they were experiencing. So when it happened a few years later in Poland, then the Poles knew, aha, this is how the Hungarians did it. And you saw them rise up. You saw them try to defend the independence of the judiciary when it was being attacked. There was way more civil sector mobilization because they understood what was coming. So the problem we have in the US is that Americans haven't seen this before. So they don't know what it means. They don't know what it adds up to. They think it's Trump 1.0, but Trump 1.0 didn't do as much lasting damage as Trump 2.0 has already done in the first few weeks.
Okay, I think it's a good place to stop it. I just thought we would get a historical sort of perspective, comparison, if you will, to what's happening right now in the United States with Donald Trump's administration. Just genuinely feeling more like a regime day by day. And at least one thing that she said, it was helpful in stopping authoritarian takeover in Poland, was people getting together and fighting back against these dismantlings of our institutions. Something that we are hopefully going to be doing more and more of, something we saw on Monday. A great deal of people coming out and protesting on Not My President's Day. I figured we would go to this. I think this was from the stream earlier today, which I did not catch, because I was totally passed out in the space station trying to get ready for all of this today / sleep, which I seem to do at just random times. But let's go here and talk about the buyouts which were offered to federal workers in an attempt to push out career federal employees. But the majority report has some advice for federal employees. They had Ben Dixon on earlier. Let's go here.
We are back, and we are joined once again by our friend. It's been a while. Benjamin Dixon, host of the Benjamin Dixon Show on YouTube. Ben, thanks so much for coming on today.
Thank you so much for having me. It's always a pleasure. It's good to be back with the Majority Report.
Yeah, it's great to see you. Sorry, Sam's sick today. Otherwise, we would have it would have been the three of us. But we have plenty to talk about, just us. You put this out on social media, and I just think this is exactly the right call to action right now, urging federal workers not to resign, and not to take this like fake buyout deal that Musk and DOGE, I mean, I hate even saying it every time, it's so stupid, that they've been offering to folks. Explain why you just think this is so important that federal workers don't take him up on this.
Right. It's so important because just think about the levers and the pulleys that are necessary for this empire, call it for what it is, for it to function, for it to work, just for this machine to operate and for for federal workers to essentially take the buyout, because MAGA understands unless they buy out, unless they resign and take the severance package, they cannot forcibly remove all of those federal employees without a mountain of litigation. And so our biggest and our strongest defense against MAGA right now is for federal workers to not resign. Do not step down. Stay in your position. Document everything. Document their incompetence. We know that they're not qualified. MAGA is not qualified to do the job. They won't be able to get the mail delivered on time. They won't be able to, your tax refunds won't come on time. Let's be real. The real functioning and mechanisms of the federal agencies are in the hands of professionals, civil servants. And if they resign, then it's open season for MAGA's fascism.
And exactly, right? Like, I mean, it's a different situation than when, say, people in the State Department were resigning to protest the Biden administration's genocide in Gaza. And that was because it was clear that they could no longer do anything really internally, as they'd been working on those internal mechanisms and raising the alarm. Yes. But for this government, this Project 2025 far-right attempt to dismantle our administrative state and really the functioning of our government, just having bodies in those positions is an act of resistance.
Absolutely. Emma, you couldn't have said it better. Having bodies in those positions, number one, prevents them from putting an incompetent MAGA Trump loyalist in that position. And really, I'm sharing this with your audience because we're the ones that we have to spread the word, right? We really need audience members to participate, to spread this word to every federal employee. Listen, they already know their jobs are important. We need to reaffirm that your federal job as a civil servant is critical. And if it is an empty seat, then that gives MAGA the opportunity to put, one, someone incompetent in there, but then two, someone who will expedite and facilitate fascism even quicker.
And the report, we just went through this Wall Street Journal report about that DOGE worker who's basically a 4chan Nazi poster, just digging through the Treasury system.
No.
That has all of our social security numbers, our medical information.
Is it gonna do it? Oh no. Gifted out 1. What the fuck? Oh, it makes me so upset. Gifted memberships are not working. Oh god, I need like I need a way to like alert everyone that they are not working. Only 1 went through of the 5. That is so frustrating. And I don't think I'm getting paid for them. I've been looking through it. I don't think I am. I can't tell. But I also don't... There doesn't seem to be a way for me to stop them from going through. Like to stop people from like purchasing gifted memberships. But those are not working. I feel terrible. Oh god. It breaks my heart every time that happens now. At least one person got one, I guess. I wish I could just dole them out myself. Somebody mentioned that there might be a way for me to do that. I have not seen a way to do it. But thank you for trying, Sasha. Oh boy. What was I doing? Crying about YouTube being an asshole to us. That's what I was doing. Everything's fine. Just being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Also, thank you, Sue Fairy Dust B. Congrats on a year. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Can't believe it's been a whole year already.
Home addresses.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I can think of the hypocrisy of the conservatives saying that they're against these unelected bureaucrats making decisions.
Right.
And then using a billionaire.
Obama's ours.
Right. Like the richest man on earth. Exactly. And his little Groyper buddies to just go within the first few weeks and attack our federal government. I mean, of course, the way that they talk about bureaucrats is so bad faith. It's just like a way to not look up at the billionaires, look at government employees as if that's
right.
the real problem. But this is what it really means to have unelected people with no accountability, basically trying to corrupt our government for their own ends.
Absolutely, Emma. Absolutely. And I think this is another opportunity. If there are people in our audiences, in our chats right now, who can file lawsuits of any type regarding this specific issue, because this is a class action lawsuit waiting to happen. Even if we don't have jurisdiction, even if it gets turned down, it is the process itself. We need everyone to complain at every level that they can complain. And if you have the capacity to actually file a lawsuit, if you represent any type of law firm, any type of litigation agency, organization, this is the perfect place to strike, because they should not have access to our critical information. Number one, unqualified.
Illegal.
Number two, unselected by the American people. And number three, did they even get security clearances? And number four, did they take an oath to the Constitution, or are they there on behalf of Elon Musk?
Yeah, and it seems like the latter is the case. I mean, from everything I can tell, they are Elon Musk employees, not government workers. Yes, Narwhal, boo on YouTube. Thank you for the super chat. Boo. Why is YouTube repressing us? I don't know. It's very frustrating.
Exactly. We're actually getting some IMs right now from federal workers. Coop writes in, federal worker here. All unions are in solidarity telling employees not to take the deal. The only possible scenario where it may make sense is for people who are going to retire this year anyway. Mortified Penguin says, love you, Ben. Really appreciate you looking out for all of us federal workers. I will add, federal workers should download all employment files called OPF and print or send them to a personal device. Hold the line. Don't resign. What's your reaction to that?
I love it. Hold the line. Don't resign. Hold the line. Don't resign. I need everyone, and Emma's forgive me for kind of like nudging. It's majority reports audience. I don't want to respect that, but every platform that I'm speaking to today, I'm speaking directly to the audience. We need you to go to social media with this message. Hold the line. Hashtag hold the line. Don't resign.
It's a great rhyme. I see why Ben is sort of struck on that one. Hold the line, everyone. Don't resign. Also, thank you to May Wormy. It makes us mad only because you want to support me and the channel. As long as I get the funds, we should be happy. Well, I appreciate that, but that's why I'm saying don't use the gift for membership. I also want people to get the benefits of the gifts, right? It's not just the money, and of course the YouTube money comes to me much slower than some of the other places like Patreon or Cash App or PayPal. And I would much rather people receive that Galactic membership. You know, that's hugely important to me. I don't know. I don't talk about it that, like, you know, but it's like, you know, there's like multiple reasons for why I think that those memberships are so great. People get a bunch of emotes to start off with and a feeling of galacticness, content and stuff like that. But then also the, you know, I feel like it also makes people want to be here more if they're members, stuff like that. And when it doesn't work, it makes it sad, makes me sad. And I'm also not sure if I'm even getting the money. I can't tell. I'm still trying to figure it out. I don't think I am, but it's either way. It's just better if we do super chats, super stickers right now. What was I doing? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Exactly. Members get more Gary. It's just so many good reasons to be a member. So yeah, if you want memberships, sign up for one yourself. Don't give them for now. Spread the word. Until we know for certain they're going to work, I think we got to stop gifting. And they were working perfectly fine when we first started. I don't know what changed. I've been trying to figure it out. I probably need to put even more effort into figuring out what the hell is happening here. I tried reaching out to YouTube, but they are not super responsive on the matter. All right, let's quickly go to this horrifying press conference Donald Trump did at Mar-a-Lago a couple days ago. I think this was right after him and Elon did that interview with Hannity.
Number two, if you know of a federal
There we go.
I want to thank some of the great people from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. They're here to take photographs, and it's my honor to do so. Also, the fire department, the great firefighters. So they're here throughout the room, and I want to thank you very much for being here. I'll be with you in a little while. We'll do some great photos. We have plenty of time. Policemen, policewomen, and firemen, firewomen, they're here, and we appreciate it very much. You've done a fantastic job. I think it's very important to state that incredible things are happening in our country. I think we've made more progress in 3 weeks than they've made in 4 years.
You know, Sarah, that is what I was thinking. I was thinking this for a while, actually. I was thinking that it was just the eligible subscribers that were getting memberships, and that we had run out of them. But it doesn't check out. Unfortunately, we keep, like, for instance, who was the last person to receive one? I think it was, where is it? Lookswine. Lookswine has been a subscriber for a super long time, and like a bunch of other people who've recently received them when they've worked have been subscribers of this channel for a long, long time. We've been watching for a long, long time, or at least for long enough that it just doesn't make any sense. That's the reason. It just doesn't, like, you know? It just, I honestly don't know what the hell is the problem. I wish I knew. All right, back to this.
Especially with respect to the reputation of our country. And people are respecting us again as a country and as a powerful country, and maybe a smart country, but maybe not so smart, because when you look at some of the waste, fraud, and abuse that's being uncovered by DOGE and the people at DOGE, these are young, often young, but super brilliant people, incredible computer scientists and other things, and they're finding levels of fraud and waste and abuse like I think nobody ever thought possible. But before we do that, I just want to ask Will to come over. I've just finished signing some executive orders, and if we could start with that, Will, you might want to come up here and just explain what we did. Thank you.
Good afternoon, y'all. A short while ago, President Trump signed three items. The first is an executive order relating to the affordability and availability of in vitro fertilization and other
Hold on. We're not here for this dick to talk.
General can speak for the United States when stating an opinion as to what the law is.
Thank you very much, Will. That was the primary purpose of this conference, to explain that they're all very important in their own way. Fertilization, I've been saying that we're going to do what we have to do, and I think the women and families, husbands,
women and the
are very
families,
appreciative of it. But that was it. I do want to say while I'm up here, I've been contacted by some of the biggest companies in the world, and because of what we're doing economically and through tariffs and taxes and incentives, they want to come back into the United States, and we'll be announcing various very large companies, the biggest actually, and they'll be coming back, having to do with chips and having to do also with cars and lots of other things. We're going to be announcing some very, very big very big, momentous decisions are being made by companies all around the world, the biggest, and they want to come back into the U.S. Car plants are being canceled in other locations now because they want to build them here. And you read about a couple, not that I want to mention names or anything, but you read about a couple of big ones in Mexico just got canceled because they're going to be building them in the United States. And that's very simply because of what we're doing with respect to taxes, tariffs, and incentives. And I think it's a very important thing. And you'll be seeing this over the next, probably over the next 2 years, to be honest. But you're going to see a lot of it over the next couple of weeks. A lot of big ones are going to be announcing. And so while we're here, I guess we can take a couple of quick questions. Go ahead, please. Please.
Specifically what the auto tariff rate should be?
Yeah, I probably will tell you that on April 2nd. But
have you decided what the rate will be? Yeah, I will probably tell you a month from now. That doesn't sound like he's decided.
It'll be in the neighborhood of 25%.
Okay. Neighborhood.
Pharmaceuticals?
It'll be 25% and higher, and it'll go very substantially higher over a course of a year.
Very substantially.
But we want to give them time to come in because, as you know, when they come into the United States and they have their plant or factory here, there is no tariff. So we want to give them a little bit of a...
How long does it take to build an auto manufacturing facility?
Yes, thank you.
The EU, I'm sorry, Andrea Shalal, the EU representative is going to be here in Washington next week. I'm sorry, tomorrow. He's going to be meeting with Hassett and Greer and Letnick. What can the EU do to sort of avoid the reciprocal tariffs that you've talked about? And, you know, you've talked a lot about the VAT. Do you expect them to reduce that?
Well, they did already, as I understand it, reduce their car tariff all the way down to what we have. And a lot of that will take place, and I think some won't do it and some will do it. But the EU had a 10% tax on cars, and now they have a 2.5% tax, which is the exact same as us. So already we've saved a tremendous amount. That would be great if everybody would.
So Donald Trump thinks that he can get the EU to cancel VAT, something that goes throughout the entire union. Something that isn't even, it's not even specifically targeted against foreign imports. Like, imports do have to pay VAT, but so do all transactions in the EU. You buy anything and you have to pay the VAT on it. Doesn't matter if it was made in the country you're in or if it came from across the world. But Donald Trump thinks it's unfair, targeting America.
Illegal.
Just get rid of it.
Do that, then we'd all be on the same playing field. Because essentially what we're doing with the tariffs is, you know, they charge us, we charge them, same amount. And it's called reciprocal, actually. And whatever they charge us, we're charging them. And so the EU is, you know, I appreciate that they did this, but, you know, the EU has been very unfair to us. We have a deficit of $350 billion. They don't take our cars.
Oh, my God.
They don't take our farm products. They don't take almost anything. They take very little. And we're going to have to straighten that out, and we will.
So Europeans have to start buying American cars. Otherwise, Donald Trump is going to tariff you too. If there's a trade deficit, if we buy more stuff from Europe, I mean, he might as well mandate that all Americans stop buying foreign goods. Like, what's the difference here? It's insane. This is utter insanity. And it goes on for a full 40 minutes of Donald Trump rambling and responding to these questions. It's insane. And this is what we're going to have to deal with day in, day out. Okay? It's been a while since we had this sort of just unhinged... you know, it feels like it was so long ago that Donald Trump was last president. And I forgot what it was like, but it was the daily in and out ramblings of a madman with little understanding of the things that he is talking about. Impeccable living. Thank you for the super chat. You love my voice and it makes you feel things. That makes me feel things. I appreciate you. I appreciate you a lot. And we're only one super chat away from completing the goal, which has been up for like 30 minutes, crushing it, thanks to all of you. That'll be out of the way, I assume, pretty quickly. Let's move on though. Let's move on from this insane press conference Donald Trump held. There's going to be a few clips of it that we're going to watch, so there's no reason for us to pour through the whole thing right now. I just wanted to give us vibes. It was just vibes based. All right, now let's get into some of the specifics of what's been happening in Donald Trump's administration just in the last few days of sort of news. Let's go here. Talk about the FBI. See what's been happening in the Senate as it relates to Kash Patel's nomination for FBI director.
Nomination, Department of Justice, Kash Patel of Nevada to be director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Clerk will report.
The undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22, the standing rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Kash Patel of Nevada to be director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Waived. Is there objection? Without objection.
Madam President, I ask the Senate execute the order of February 13th in relation to the Lutnick nomination.
Now, there wasn't enough votes here, it would seem. I'm doing the math right. 48 to 45. It would seem like some number of senators did not vote. But according to this, 7 hours ago now, apparently another vote was had, which unfortunately confirmed Kash Patel as Trump's new FBI director, who will be immediately, if not sooner, weaponizing the justice system. The, politicized lawfare is going to begin very shortly, I'm sure. How exciting for everyone.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
The Senate has confirmed Kash Patel to be the next director of the FBI. The vote in the Republican-controlled Senate came despite Democratic concerns about Patel's relative lack of management experience compared to his predecessors, as well as concerns that he might look to operate as a Donald Trump loyalist and use the powers of the FBI to go after adversaries of the president. Illegal. Republicans, for their part, see Patel as the right person at the right time for this job, and they say that his leadership is needed to reform the FBI. It's worth noting that Patel would inherit an FBI that's really been gripped by turmoil. There have been several senior executives who were ousted within the last month in the Trump administration. The Justice Department in the Trump administration has also demanded a list of thousands of agents who participated in the January 6th investigations to see if any personnel action is merited. There's a lot of angst inside the FBI about what kind of changes Patel might look to bring. He's talked about reducing the footprint. Patel has sought to assuage any of those concerns by saying he doesn't have an enemies list, he's not interested in retribution, and he's simply trying to push the FBI forward.
Yeah, thanks, AP. Now, of course, he may have said that in the Senate, but if you watched the stream earlier this year, or was it this year? Yeah, I think it was this year. Might have been last year. Directly after,
we're going to turn now to the topic of book banning in the United States. With the news earlier this week that a
This is very rude. I'm in the middle of talking. Can't you tell? What was I saying? Oh shit, impeccable living, becoming a galactic individual. Great choice. That's a great life choice right there, is what that is. Appreciate you. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, we talked about Kash last year, I think after he was announced by Donald Trump or whomever it was that announced it as being the intended nominee for FBI director, he went on all sorts of random ass fucking right-wing podcasts, Ryan, including, not limited to, the Sean Ryan show, which is, I guess, not random. The thing is huge. But in every single one of these podcasts, he talked about how Republicans basically needed to weaponize the system of justice against their political rivals, right? And to use it to go after anybody who essentially, did anything that Donald Trump didn't like, not limited to, but including people who were involved in the investigation against the multiple investigations against Donald Trump's illicit activity. Oh no, a gifted Galactic membership that didn't go through. Another one. We got to stop, everybody. No gifted memberships. They are not going through. People are not getting them. And I don't think I'm even getting the money for the gifted memberships. So YouTube is just pocketing the money from what I can tell right now. I don't know why they've decided to do that. But that seems to be what's been going on recently, because I don't know who's going to get that membership right now. It's going to make me real sad. So please, everyone, stop doing that. Please don't do that. Oh, do you think it'll be doled out later? Oh God, I keep hoping for that. But we have so many that are like in the queue now. Like, if I'm not wrong, there's got to be like oh my God, close to like a dozen gifted memberships that I have not seen members appear for yet. Very annoying. I need a Chiron that says that. That's an interesting idea. That's a smart idea. That's a smart idea. I like that. That's a good idea. I'll try and put something together. All right. I'll probably just put up a poll. I'll put up a poll in chat saying please do not gift memberships. Instead, please direct your funds to one of the myriad other ways that we have to contribute to the stream. Cash App and PayPal and Patreon right now looking real good places to do it, especially because I get those funds immediately. We still got to figure out how we're paying the bills around here on the space station in March. All right. All right, yeah, let's keep talking about stuff that's been going on in the Trump administration. Not just putting loyalists into the position of director of FBI or doing quid pro quos with mayors of U.S. cities to get their agenda done. Bribing or pressuring federal employees out of the government. They're doing a bunch of other stuff as well. Disturbing and concerning things. Stuff like this that I honestly don't even understand why this happened. Not making a ton of sense. Oh shit. Wait a second. Look at that. Chef Bongi just got that gifted Galactic membership by Impeccable Living. That one worked. I don't know why. What is happening? Is YouTube listening right now? We have more that they need to give us if you're listening. Oh, look at that. You hope, well, looks like I'm going to get the money for that one. It went through. So yay. And Chef Bongi's kind of a new one. That's the other thing that's making no sense. Some people who are newer to the stream are getting memberships before people who've been around here forever. Still sitting without membies. Either way, thank you for all of your sweet, sweet contributions. Impeccable Living and everyone else. And with that, I'm gonna end the goal. PB jumping in with the super sticker. Sweet, sweet, citrusy love and music. I can hear those trumpets from here. They're beautiful. They are beautiful. All right, I'm ending the goal. We've got it. You're getting all the content. It's all coming. Okay. Goal disabled because we did it. We completed it. Thanks to all of you. Okay. Okay, let's see. What do we do next? Yeah, I'm gonna start a poll just that says don't give Galactic memberships. Instead, go here. All right, let's talk about this one. Because, yeah, like I was saying, this one is very confusing to me. But apparently, Donald Trump's administration has banned a book in the United States by executive order. Written by Julianne Moore, the actress of Screen and others. But yeah, apparently she wrote a book. I think it has to do with her childhood, and her own acceptance of herself, I guess. Haven't read it yet, but this story is insane.
We're going to turn now to the topic of book banning in the United States, with the news earlier this week that a children's picture story by the actress Julianne Moore is on a list of library books suspended for a compliance review after that executive order by President Trump. Emerald Maxwell is here with us now to talk more about it. Emerald, I understand that this book is about a little girl who learns to accept her freckles. Why is it attracting the ire of the Trump administration?
Well, that is a very good question, Erin. It's hard to know what is so controversial or subversive about Julianne Moore's picture book about a little girl who dislikes her freckles but learns to live with them. But it was among the books that were caught up in a compliance review by the Pentagon for their schools which serve U.S. military families, according to a list obtained by The Guardian. In a statement, the Department of Defense Education Activity confirmed that it was carrying out a review of these books to ensure they were aligned with two of Trump's recent executive orders. Those are defending women from gender ideology extremism and ending radical indoctrination in schools. It's not known whether the book passed the test, and they haven't commented on any individual titles. But in any case, Julianne Moore reacted on Instagram, writing, "I'm truly saddened and never thought I would see this in a country where freedom of speech and expression is a constitutional right. It's a book I wrote for my children and for other kids to remind them that we all struggle but are united by our humanity and our community." Erin.
This is surprisingly, again, like Julianne Moore says, in the country of free speech, this is only the latest effort to take books off shelves in schools and libraries in the United States.
Yeah, it may recall Nazi-era book burnings in Germany, but book bans have really become part of the landscape in the United States. Attempts to ban or censor books have always been around, but the efforts to do so have soared in recent years as part of the country's larger culture wars over racial and gender identity. One of America's largest nonprofits dedicated to protecting freedom of expression, PEN America, counted more than 10,000 book bans in public schools in the 2023-2024 school year, a nearly 200% rise on the year before. And this has been led by Republican-controlled states, as we see on this map. Leading the pack is Florida, with more than 4,500 books banned from school libraries.
Jesus Christ. Only one book we need, just the Bible. By the way, this is Julianne Moore, right? And I'm so confused why this is a problem book for the Trump administration. Is it just because she's a woman? Or what is it? What is the problem? Like, I know they hate DEI, but she's a white woman. So it's just being a woman, I guess. It's honestly very confusing to me. But of course, we love free speech so much that we're banning books. By the thousands.
By Iowa with 3,600 and Texas with more than 500. PEN America says the books being targeted the most are by authors of color, LGBTQ writers, and women. And they explore topics like racism and sexuality and so on. Titles including the likes of Margaret Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale, which I personally studied at school and was of course turned into a hit TV series. It has also become one of the most banned books in America. It tells a story of a dystopian society which is a manifestation of far-right ideology, and including controlling women's bodies. Other examples include lots of books by Toni Morrison, like The Bluest Eye, due to its exploration of themes of racial identity, racism and slavery, among others. Or we have All Boys Aren't Blue by George Matthew Johnson, which is about growing up black and queer. Erin.
Unimaginable, because I too, like you, Emerald, studied a lot of those books in school
all
as
good
well.
books.
So why do you think that this censorship has picked up in the past few years?
Well, the Trump administration has distanced itself from such restrictions, which supporters say curtail age-inappropriate content. On the 24th of January, the Education Department said that books are not being banned, but school districts, in consultation with parents, have established common sense processes by which to evaluate and remove age-inappropriate content. Much of the efforts are being organized by conservative groups.
It's a very long-winded way of trying to, obfuscate that you're banning books. You can add as many words, and it's almost a book in itself, the explanation of what's actually happening. Maybe we should ban that instead.
Such as
banning books. Hashtag ban books.
for Liberty, which aims to censor books that they deem run counter to their conservative values. This group describes itself as nonpartisan, but it was founded in 2021 by the wife of the then chairman of the Republican Party of Florida. And their method for achieving their goals and pushing through these bans is by taking over the boards of education that run the schools in the districts. And more generally, Republican states like Florida under Governor Ron DeSantis have jumped on Trump-era legislation and his so-called war on woke in order to push for bans in their states. There has been, though, some pushback by Democratic-led states such as Minnesota, Washington, and Illinois, which have banned the book ban, implementing restrictions on banning books from public libraries, including those in schools and colleges.
It'll be interesting to see if this holds up to legal scrutiny. Emerald Maxwell, thank you very much.
Okay, well, there we go. Just a quick discussion of free speech in America, something which is apparently not that free.
Senator Hassan.
Hey.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
I'm not ready for you yet. Thank you very much. I'm in the middle of talking again. Very rude.
How rude.
Don't worry too much about the book bans. It won't be long before kids can't read them anyway. Yeah. Well, maybe we could get kids more interested in reading if we, allowed them to read things that actually interested them, spoke to them, maybe on a personal level, right? Rather than getting rid of some of that stuff that might be important or relevant to what's going on right now in our country. Maybe we could do something about literacy. Maybe instead of putting the Bible and the 10 Commandments in schools, we could put, more literature of interest to the students. Encourage learning. Let's be real. Nobody wants to read the Bible. Okay? Even Christians. It's fucking boring. And preachy. Okay, what was I doing now? All right, yes. Let's talk about this. Not only did Donald Trump's DOJ's attempts so far to drop charges in a case against Mayor Eric Adams cause multiple DOJ officials and what do you call them? Federal prosecutors to quit, or not quit, judges to quit. Wasn't it? It was judges, right? Oh my God, my brain just broke. Either way, multiple SDNY officials to quit. They've also just directly gone in and fired a large number of inspectors general who are supposed to weed out corruption and fraud in the government. Let's see what Maggie Hassan had to say here at the Senate Homeland Security Committee about all that.
Senator Hassan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you and the ranking member. For years, I have worked on a bipartisan basis to reduce waste, fraud, and abuse within the federal government, including on bills with you, Mr. Chair. These efforts are critical to ensure that taxpayer dollars are being spent efficiently. If this committee and President Trump, though, actually wanted to reduce waste and fraud, they would work together to support and bolster inspectors general. Inspectors general are indispensable watchdogs who identify multi-million-dollar overpayments to big corporations, exactly what Elon Musk claims he wants to root out. To use just the Inspector General of the Department of Health and Human Services as an example, last year the HHS Inspector General exposed $35 million in improper Medicare payments after equipment companies charged the government for thousands of catheters for patients who didn't need them. Additionally, last year, 2 pharmacy owners went to jail after the HHS Inspector General helped uncover that they had fraudulently submitted at least $20 million in false Medicare claims for cancer medication. All told, the HHS Inspector General identified $7 billion last year in waste, fraud, and abuse within the department. But did President Trump and Elon Musk support and empower inspectors general? No, they did not. Instead, just days into his administration, President Trump illegally fired at least 17 inspectors general in a move to silence those who would provide accountability and oversight over his administration.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Wait, so you're telling me the inspectors general are supposed to be the people to stop waste, fraud, and abuse? And they've been doing that up till now, and now the administration, which is so intent on getting rid of supposed fraud, waste, and abuse, or getting rid of them. Not making a lot of sense.
That's too much, man!
I do see that we are owed more support characters, so we're going to have to take a quick break here, go to the Galactic Cantina, reach into our bag of GCU characters, see who we come up with. No, we already have Sam. That's that's Captain Planet. 17. I don't know. We don't have that one yet. How many 18s am I gonna roll? Huh? Is this a joke? There we go. Okay, we did it. Only took 5 dice rolls. You know, let's listen to a little bit more of what she had to say. Why not?
And since their firing, we are growing to get a better picture of why they were fired. Just yesterday, we found out that the State Department is planning to buy $400 million in armored vehicles from Elon Musk's Tesla company. Elon Musk spent $250 million to get President Trump elected, and now President Trump is returning the favor. After clearing out the watchdogs, the president decided to unleash chaos and confusion on Granite Staters and Americans through an illegal order to cut off nearly all federal grants. These are grants that fire departments count on to upgrade their equipment, police departments use to hire officers to protect our streets, and shelters need to provide homeless veterans a place to sleep. While federal courts have temporarily halted the president's funding cutoff, I continue to hear from organizations that are unable to access the federal funding that they have been awarded, that we appropriate.
Yep. All right, let's continue talking about the inspectors general. Even though she did start talking about the funding freeze, wasn't quite what I wanted out of that one. I went too far. But yeah, let's keep going and talking about the inspectors general who were fired by Donald Trump and his administration. It's weird that they don't want people there who are explicitly intended to stop fraud, waste, and abuse when that's their expressed goal. It makes me very confused. My brain hurts. Trump can put out any fire. He controls the valve. They tell me, sir, you've got the biggest valve anyone has ever seen. You can turn it off and on. You can end it right now.
Within days of taking office, President Trump fired more than 17 inspectors general across the federal government. It's already resulted in a lawsuit challenging the legality of the dismissals and continued protests outside federal agency buildings, like outside the Department of Health and Human Services today. Our White House correspondent, Laura Barone-Lopez, has more.
Jeff, 8 of those fired inspectors general are now suing the Trump administration, seeking to be reinstated to their positions. These independent government watchdogs are a key check on waste, fraud, and abuse. To discuss the impact, I'm joined by 2 of the top watchdogs fired by the president. Christy Grimm, former Inspector General for the Department of Health and Human Services, and Robert Storch, former Inspector General for the Department of Defense. Thank you both for being here with me today. You were both fired on a Friday night, and the White House said that it was terminating you and other IGs due to changing priorities. Rob, did that language stick out to you?
It did. It's a great question because, you know, administrations come and go, right? And they all have their own priorities, and that's fine. Elections have consequences. IGs, however, are nonpartisan, independent watchdogs. So whatever the priorities of the administration may be, we do independent oversight to look for waste, fraud, and abuse, and to ensure that the programs and operations of the departments we oversee are economical, that they're efficient, that they're effective. So that stuck out from the very beginning.
Christy, your and Rob's inspectors general offices are 2 of the largest across the federal government. But when it comes to health and human services, what are some of the examples of abuse and fraud that you investigated over the last few years? And how does your work impact the public?
We would oversee programs run out of the FDA, the Center for Disease Control, National Institutes of Health, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, and some of the waste, fraud, abuse work that we've done. We do work looking at abuse, neglect in nursing homes. So the work we did is protecting a family member that you might have living in a nursing home. One case is coming to mind in Tennessee, where we investigated a nursing home chain, a large nursing home chain, and we found that the services they were providing were worthless, and they were nursing home residents were incurring harm, medication errors, not turning for bed ulcers, not providing the wound care that is necessary. Some of these residents were found in beds soaked with urine. So it touches every American. The HHS programs that we oversee and the work we did really did protect people and programs.
Rob, last year at the Department of Defense, you found that $1 billion worth of equipment like shoulder-fired missiles, kamikaze drones, and more that were sent to Ukraine were not properly tracked. That's just one example, but what are others that your office investigated?
So in the Ukraine area, for instance, we did something more than 4 dozen reports, programmatic oversight, looking at all aspects of U.S. security assistance to Ukraine. The example you mentioned is a great one because those are amongst the most sensitive items that the United States gave to Ukraine. And we made significant findings that the department had real challenges in tracking that stuff appropriately. We made recommendations to help them to improve. And then in our later reporting, we found they had improved. And the critical point is
Oh my God. This is insane. So this guy was one of the people overseeing the appropriation of military funds for improper reasons, or being utilized improperly, or going to improper places. Was succeeding in oversight on this, and yet they get rid of him while they're also talking about wanting to cut down on supposed military spending. This is making no sense to me at all.
A what now?
Yeah, no, it's not making any sense. How did we lose 2 subscribers since we started this stream? That's very hurtful. Very, very hurtful. Who would do such a thing? On our 1-year anniversary, unsubscribe from the channel. It's incredibly rude.
How rude.
Tell your family, tell your friends. Tell the guy on the subway. Watch the Galactic News Network. Become a subscriber. Good God. Highly offended. But yeah, this is kind of crazy. How is this all possible? This is what we're talking about here. Getting rid of the people who are attempting to... whose job it is to stop fraudulent spending in our government. Utterly despicable. I cannot understand. I mean, I can. It's ineptitude, right? It's a lack of merit and competence from the Trump administration. You know, Elon Musk using the richest man on the planet to deal with stuff that, you know, career bureaucrats, people whose job it is, and who have gone to school for this, who have spent their lives working on this very thing. And yet, they're being replaced by Elon Musk, one man, with unclear authority. Very unclear. Even Donald Trump, I can't remember when it was, but he multiple times has been unable to even clarify what kind of employee, if at all, Elon Musk is, what kind of agency dodgy DOGE falls under. It all is really, really weird. All right. Keeping it going. Let's talk about Social Security a little bit. How's that sound? Okay.
Let's talk more DOGE. Let's get to Megan Casella. She's in D.C. for us because it is coming up so often. And then we'll get back to our discussion, Megan, here about AI and everything else. But tell us the latest about DOGE and sort of the developments there.
A lot of developments, David. For the Trump team, this long weekend was all about DOGE. And the biggest developing story you guys have already hit on this morning is the Social Security Administration. Late yesterday, the top official there, that's Acting Administrator Michelle King, stepped down from her position after refusing to allow employees affiliated with DOGE to access sensitive information. So think things like Social Security numbers, bank information, earnings records. King was replaced by a lower-ranking career employee, one who had been outwardly supportive of DOGE online, and then she chose to resign. And that's not the only standoff over sensitive personal data that's taking place this morning, because a DOGE employee is also expected to soon access a highly guarded data system at the IRS. That's one that houses sensitive taxpayer information, and it's alarming officials at that agency. And both of these moves, guys, an escalation of DOGE's attempts to access sensitive or classified information across the government. The White House says, though, that direct access to these systems and these files, that it is required in order to root out the types of waste, fraud, and abuse that they're looking for. And I should say,
I wonder how Elon Musk's competitors feel about all this. You know, this guy getting access to all of their companies and or their personal tax receipts and other vital information. You know, I wonder how, you know, like the CEO of Ford feels, or Jeff Bezos feels about Elon Musk getting access to all this. It's fascinating. You know, you would think some people would be taking more offense to this or more objection on this issue publicly. You know, where is Jeffy Bezos?
There are attempts in place to use the courts to stop DOGE's access to these types of systems and to slow down the mass firings that we also saw over the weekend starting on Friday. But those attempts have hit a roadblock. A federal judge in D.C. on Monday saying she found DOGE's actions concerning and troubling, but that she needed to see more evidence of imminent harm before she granted a request for a temporary restraining order. So more to watch on that front, likely to see some developments in the next 24 hours or so there. And in the meantime, DOGE moves forward for now. Guys?
Megan, is there an expectation at some point that DOGE is going to start to give us more specific data in terms of where it's finding fraud and things that it's actually, able to identify?
Yep, that's the question that all of us want the most, right? We want to know exactly what they're talking about when they say there are so many examples of fraud. They're talking in very broad generalities for now about things that seem a little unlikely, things like folks that are 150 years old getting mass payments from Social Security and that kind of thing, things that Social Security audits don't turn up. So there is a DOGE website now, and they're slowly adding more and more to it. You hear DOGE saying over and over, and Elon Musk saying over and over, we are going to be massively transparent. Everything that we're doing is out there. For now, when we ask for examples, we're not getting the types of specifics that we're looking for.
Yeah, no kidding. And they're using Elon Musk's own private social media platform to disseminate information. They're using a non-governmental website that looks more like a cryptocurrency fan page with all sorts of Doge merch being sold on it and cryptocurrency price tickers at the bottom. It has almost zero information on what they're actually doing. Maybe they post a meme about what's been going on. It's not transparency. Memes are not transparency. Sorry, everyone. Sorry to break it to you. It's CNBC. What do you expect? The reporting, it's going to be CNBC reporting. Okay, it's going to be bad. We can always expect that most of CNBC's reporting is aimed at a very specific audience. People who own enough shares on the stock market or are involved in finance enough to watch CNBC on the regular. That's who their audience is, not us. They're hoping we don't watch it all, actually. Honestly. And sometimes I watch them during the day, like the actual live stream of CNBC, which they don't post to YouTube. They do not do that. You have to go through sort of meandering means, if you will, perhaps questionable means, to get it without having cable and or satellite. And it's like 10 times more horrifying, maybe even 100 times more horrifying. Okay. Oh God, be glad that I don't clip it. I honestly should be clipping it more, because the clips that they put out are hilarious in comparison to if you compare what they clip and put on on their YouTube channel versus what is actually done on it's night and day. It is night and day. I know you're thinking, well, how can it be much worse than what they're doing here? Believe me. Imagine 4 or 5 paid CNBC anchors licking the boots of people like Larry Ellison for 30 minutes at a time and switching out the billionaire for another billionaire or hedge fund manager. That's what CNBC is. It's a bunch of paid anchors asking the billionaires what they think the best moves are for stocks in the market and for government. What should the government do? What should the government do today? CEO of BlackRock. No, actually, we should probably cancel all jobs today. Put people in slave camps. All right, it doesn't go that far, but it's as it really does someday feel like that's just basically the whole conversation. How can we make the workers work harder but get paid the same or less? All right, let's talk more about this top Social Security official having stepped down in the wake of its clash with DOGE, whatever it's called. Here, ABC Philadelphia, sorry. My bad. Excuse me. Go web go.
1 month into his second term, today President Trump is moving ahead with his agenda, signing new executive orders. From coast to coast and north to south, recently fired federal workers and other protesters are condemning DOGE's actions as an
raid.
overreach of power.
Who raided us?
People gathered outside of a federal building in Chicago today. It's not.
We just got a raid from Dan from the internet? Is that a Dan from the internet raid? Hey. Welcome, Dan from the internet and Dan from the internet viewers. Hope you're all having a good evening. And or day, depending wherever you are. Hope the stream was good. Please consider subscribing to the Galactic News Network so you can get all the latest galactic happenings.
Workers who are your enemy. It is people who put profits over workers.
And in Austin on President's Day.
I think they're calling programs that they don't like fraudulent, and they're not fraudulent, they just don't like them.
Those protesting Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency are pushing back against DOGE's sweeping cuts to the workforce and the potential access it's gaining along the way. The Social Security Administration's top official resigned, clashing with DOGE employees over access to records that include the earnings, benefits, even medical records of millions of Americans. The White House says DOGE's moves are to make good on Trump's campaign promise of slashing government spending.
When you look at some of the waste, fraud, and abuse that's being uncovered by DOGE, they're finding levels of fraud and waste and abuse
no one has ever seen before.
I think nobody ever thought possible.
It's unclear what DOGE has found at the Social Security Administration and what its employees ultimately got access to. Several lawsuits are challenging DOGE's actions, and among the questions the courts will answer, what authority does Musk have? The White House.
Yeah, what authority does he have? It's a great question we don't have a clear answer to yet. Right now, it seems like he has no authority because this is the thing I've been thinking to myself is since Donald Trump refuses to clarify what kind of employee Elon even is, federal employee or is he a contractor? He's trying to sit in the gray area. He's both. He's both. He's like an employee. He's like a, he's whatever you want him to be. That's what he is. It kind of puts him in this sort of limbo state where he is nothing at all, which I think gives him even less authority, if I'm not mistaken. He's just some unelected individual running roughshod over our entire government. Charlie Jin Mir with the super sweet super sticker. Little lemon musical action happening in the chat. Appreciate you. Okay, what next? Moving on from Social Security for now. We're going to go back to talking about Social Security once we get to a certain place. But right now, we're just kind of breezing through some of the hot topics. We're going to get deeper into some things here later on. Oh my God, we're almost at 2 hours. This might be a good time to break, I'm afraid. Gotta do it. Otherwise, who knows how long I will go until I remember again to take the break. Well, I hope everybody is enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Both very, very important to me and to the stream. While you're doing those two things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network by one of the myriad ways we have available for you to do just that. As we are completely funded by viewers like you, so many great ways to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, becoming a member, but not gifting members as we're having some glitches with that in YouTube right now. Other great ways to do that. Twitch, bits and subscriptions. Use your Prime sub that you get with your Amazon Prime membership. Free every month. You take that money from Jeff Bezos. It's just sitting there. not doing anything. You just give it directly to me. StreamLord. But there's other great ways to contribute, of course. Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. Three things that I am highly recommending people to do today, because March is looking like a potentially calamitous galactic month for us, as January was kind of a rough one. So do show your support in one of those many ways. I recommend, if you've never done anything here, becoming a Patreon member first. So many awesome benefits there. Go onto our website, click the link in the chat or in my bio on YouTube and Twitch, and read through all of these sweet benefits available to our galactic patrons. Only $3 US a month. Help keep the Galactic News Network alive. All right, chat. Enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back with the galactic content. Also, I just want to remind any new Patreon subscribers to remember to respond to my questionnaire. Hold on, let me turn the volume on that now. Remember to respond to my questionnaire that I send out to all our new patrons. Otherwise, I won't know what to put down on your shout out or be able to make you a sweet, sweet galactic avatar for one of these scenes here. Leaving many of your galactic benefits going unused. So check your mail on Patreon. All right, everybody. I'm back. You know what that sound means. It's time for you to get back to your seats, otherwise you're going to miss the upcoming Galactic content. Okay, what's on the docket? What's on the docket next? I'm seeing some new chatters in here. Welcome, new chatters. Jet. Jet just woke up in the Adult Swim universe, apparently. Yes, kind of, I guess. In a way. In a way, yes. Also saw some new Patreon members. Oh, and also Lieutenant Aldo Rain. A bunch of new chatters I'm seeing. Awesome. Good to have everyone here. But yeah, I also saw some new Patreon members. Make sure to respond to my questionnaire once I send it to you, which I'm going to be trying to do during the stream, as well as everything else. So I don't forget. Also, if you're becoming a new Patreon member, do it through the website. Like I was saying, don't do it through the Apple App Store. Otherwise, YouTube has been doing some weird shit with funds. Their monopoly power against basically everyone. Complicating things. But yes, I'll try and send out those welcome messages so we can get your galactic benefits happening. Alright, back to the galactic content. Hopefully everybody's back in their seats. Let's move on from Social Security and look at some other effects of Donald Trump's return to power. Let's talk about how it's affecting people who have any relations. Any relationships, former incidents, things like that. With all of those pardons Donald Trump did the first day.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It seems quiet. Oh, I know why. Because I turned down for the music. There we go. But yeah, let's see how this one victim of a Jan 6 defendant, past crime, now fears for her safety after these pardons happened. Yeah, I can imagine this would put people into a very anxious state, especially if you had negative run-ins with any of these people in the past.
Before he took office, President Trump said there could be some exceptions to his campaign promise to pardon January 6th rioters. In the end, there were none, not even for at least 169 who pleaded guilty to assaulting police officers.
Everyone was pardoned, and those in prison were released. Jim Axelrod has a story of a woman who is now living in fear.
When Donald Trump freed hundreds of people convicted for their roles on January 6th, Chantel Holton's fears turned back to this man.
I'm just afraid that I'm going to come home from work one night and he's going to be right there. He's going to be right there sitting on my porch.
His name is Peter Schwartz, and a jury convicted him of assaulting police officers on January 6th. That's him with pepper spray and a baton.
He found an opportunity to go and be violent.
On January 6th?
Yes.
Holton, a factory worker who doesn't want to reveal where she's living, dated Schwartz back in 2019. That's when she says Schwartz beat her.
That man thrives on violence. He thrives on people fearing him.
In Holton's case, Schwartz was charged after making threats to kill her. One of 38 prior criminal convictions, including assaulting and threatening police.
Wow.
He racked up prior to January 6th.
38 prior criminal convictions. Wait a second. Haven't Republicans been screaming at the top of their lungs for like the last 4 years about how the Biden justice system is just letting all the criminals back on the streets? You know, what's it called? What do they keep saying? Catch and release, catch and release. Catch and release, making America unsafe. And now we got a guy here completely completely devoid. If we just remove what happened on January 6th, a career criminal, right? This dude is a textbook recidivist. 38 prior criminal convictions, not arrests, convictions, right? Like a jury 38 times. Put this guy in jail for one or another thing, or at least was convicted for something. Not necessarily. They were. I'm sure some of them were, simultaneous, right? Multiple convictions at the same time. You would think. But what's happening? What's happening here? Why is the Trump White House putting criminals back on the street? Seems like they didn't put any thought into this at all. Huh. Weird.
That rap sheet, Schwartz received one of the harshest sentences of any of the Capitol rioters. More than 14 years in prison.
This was something that let you exhale.
Oh, absolutely. It was a huge weight lifted off my shoulders.
And that's why this supporter of Donald Trump,
you voted for him
3 times,
is not happy with the president's decision to release everyone who took part in January 6th from prison.
And what I did was a great thing for humanity. They were treated very, very unfairly.
Most of those people should have been allowed to go home. But not people like Pete.
The idea of pardoning people who had criminal histories, violent histories.
I love the nuance of that take. But not Pete. Okay. All right. Interesting. It's fast. That's a fascinating one. 6 emotional support characters. Oh my god. Wow, that's a lot. It's a lot, people. Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gotta go back to the Galactic Cantina. Pick up another character from the GCU here. Come on. Actually, I don't have any horse in this game. I just thought I was gonna say, come on, some number. I really don't care. It's really, you're all the beneficiaries of these things. You're the ones who need the emotional support. Okay. So yeah, Donald Trump, while he was signing that executive order on the 1st, said, we might look at some of them. There's a few that we might not do, but wound up commuting or pardoning every single one of them.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Seemingly not taking any time to weigh the danger to the public any of these people might be. Right, I can't think of the word right now. Yeah. Chatters. You guys are on fire right now. Okay. Now let's talk a little bit about that funding freeze, which has at least been mentioned once or twice already. In the first half. Now, of course, I have no idea how many halves we're going to have today. I think we might get as far as just a crazy number of halves, more than ever before, because the number of videos I have in here is wild. But it's the 1-year anniversary, and I wanted to, I don't know if give back is the right word, but I wanted to celebrate it somehow. I wanted to go all in tonight. So we have nearly 150 videos to get through, and boy, where are we right now? 30? Might be 5 halves tonight. Look, okay, you can have as many halves as you want.
It's science.
All right, let's talk about that funding freeze. I think this one is from Senator Trahan. I don't know how to pronounce her name.
Five minutes of questioning. I appreciate her patience.
Representative Trahan.
Thank you, Chair Bilrakis. Good afternoon, everyone.
This is not the Senate. This is definitely the House committee. It's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake. Appreciate her patience.
Thank you, Chair Bilrakis. Good afternoon, everyone. Although I'm not sure that we're always going to reach agreement in this committee on a whole host of issues, I think everyone in the room absolutely agrees that America needs to lead the world on advanced manufacturing and artificial intelligence, especially with the constant geopolitical threats to our supply chain. Stability and reliability in public-private partnerships is vital to ensure that American businesses can plan for the long term and trust that the government will be there to build out programs to foster these types of partnerships, the CHIPS and Science Act, the Infrastructure Law, the Inflation Reduction Act. You know, in my district in Massachusetts, I've seen the powerful impact that those strong public-private partnerships can have on stimulating the local economy and onshoring high-paying jobs. And when done together with groundbreaking research institutions like UMass Lowell, those programs are one of the best ways legislators can work to increase American competitiveness. Dr. Reynolds, how does direct investment in public-private partnerships accelerate the onshoring of manufacturing? I know you've answered this question, but I want to just set the stage.
Sure. Thank you very much. It's a great question, and appreciate that, particularly coming from the state of Massachusetts, which is really a leader in these kinds of partnerships. What we've seen, of course, is that some of our best innovation is coming out of the university partnership that occurs between universities and investors and basically the larger ecosystem in a place like Massachusetts. And those innovations are leading to some of the most advanced new technologies as well as startups. And our hope in developing that kind of investment and building up that pipeline is that, in fact, we grow these companies, we grow these technologies, and they become global leaders for the country and for export. So we have a lot of great examples of how we do this. I think the investments that we've seen to date in university research, in early stage research, is critically important for driving some of the later developments. We saw that, of course, with the COVID vaccine.
Absolutely. And if I wonder if you could just follow up, how are those manufacturers affected when sudden changes, like a blanket federal funding freeze, are announced? I mean, I'm hoping that you could just describe the impact that that kind of unpredictability has on the investments in these partnerships or deter even private sector engagement in those ongoing efforts.
Well, I think that we've talked to date about the importance of certainty and predictability in the business context and what it means for firms as they decide what to invest in and when to make those investments, that they can see ahead. And it certainly has been an uncertain few weeks here in the United States. I think that's also the case when it comes to collaborators and partners like universities. Budgets are laid out years in advance. The importance of building up labs and building up the knowledge base and capabilities in a lab does not happen overnight. It happens over years. It's also very expensive to build that kind of capability. Yeah. And so having some predictability on budgets is something, of course, everybody in this room can appreciate, is how that helps us, deliver the important outputs we're looking for.
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds.
Yeah, so if you didn't quite pick up on all of what was just said just now, an attempt to nutshell here, the representative here was asking about what the effect of a federal funding freeze is on businesses and other sorts of technological research that might be getting done, and as the witness essentially laid out, businesses, schools, whomever that might be utilizing these funds are, of course, planning ahead, years ahead of time, and it puts a great deal of uncertainty into the market for those people who are making decisions. And therefore, business activity will slow or stop. Research will slow or stop, depending on the people who are making the decisions at these places based upon the knowledge that they have at the time, right? And these early months of the year are oftentimes where decisions are being made at businesses and whatever else. And so a lot of important meetings are probably being had, especially considering all these big changes Donald Trump is enacting at breakneck speed, leaving a lot of people scratching their heads, not knowing whether or not they're going to do hiring, how they might go about hiring, and are essentially forced to hold off or do nothing, shut down different aspects of any of the things that were just mentioned, business, research, whatever else. Probably bad. Probably bad. Now, of course, it's not my biggest concern, business activity, but research is important. I'm not going to lie. Okay, let's keep talking about what's been happening in the House. Of course, Republicans have put on the table in advance of a continuing resolution vote, another continuing resolution, rather than an appropriations bill, rather than attempting to do a bipartisan agreement for a federal budget. They are opting out of doing their jobs and are going full partisan, doing a continuing resolution, which requires 10 less votes than a regular budget. Yeah, I think it's 10. Yeah, something like that. I think, is it 50 or 51? I can't even remember now. It's around 10. I'm getting bogged down in details. Point is, this CR of Mike Johnson's and other Republicans who've been involved in this process is problematic, to say the least. Let's go here to Forbes Breaking News, where this guy, House Democrat Brendan Boyle, had some stuff to say.
And with that, I yield 5 minutes to my friend and ranking member, Mr. Brendan Boyle.
Thank you, Chairman Arrington. There have been areas where we have worked hard and achieved common ground. This budget is not one of them. Let's be clear. This plan is a Republican betrayal of the middle class. It does not support hardworking Americans. It undermines them. Instead of investing in working families, House Republicans have crafted a plan that takes from working Americans to give to their billionaire donors.
Help! I'm being
The
repressed!
facts speak for themselves. This budget rips health care away from millions while handing out $4.5 trillion in tax breaks, the overwhelming majority of which go to billionaires and wealthy corporations.
Follow the rich white man.
It slashes at least $230 billion from food assistance programs at a time when grocery prices remain at record highs. And it proposes, and I hope every American listens to this, it proposes at least $880 billion in cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. Do you know how many Americans rely on Medicaid or the Affordable Care Act?
Would you drum up?
About 20 million Americans rely on the ACA or Obamacare.
That's a lot.
And more than 72 million people
So one
rely
third
on
of the
Medicaid.
country.
That
One third of the
includes
country
children,
is what you're saying.
Senior.
92 of 300 plus million people. Not quite a third, but approaching 1/3 of the country relies on these programs and these funds.
And individuals with disabilities. Also, billionaires can get even a bigger tax cut that they don't need, and the hardworking people of this country can't afford to give them.
Come on!
Let's not forget, during a very long presidential campaign, Donald Trump promised to lower costs, and I quote, on day one. I was just at the grocery store. Have you noticed prices going down? Have you seen eggs recently?
Yes.
That's a broken promise. But he is keeping his promise. I have to admit, Donald Trump and Republicans are keeping their word when it comes to billionaires. As he said to billionaire donors of his gathered at Mar-a-Lago, you're rich as hell. We're going to give you tax cuts.
Immediately, if
This
not
Republican plan makes good on that Trump promise at Mar-a-Lago. And let's talk about the hypocrisy here. I can't tell you how many times over my adult life I have heard any time there's a Democrat in the White House, my friends on the other side of the aisle bemoaning the size of the national debt. Well, here we have a Republican trifecta. Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. Where's their debt reduction plan? It's not here. In fact,
I don't want reality.
They increased the national debt by $4 trillion. What? We shouldn't be surprised, after all. When it comes to adding to our national debt, no president in American history added more than Donald Trump. And it looks like
illegal.
Looks like he's gonna do it again. It does look like that, doesn't it? Let's talk about some other people that are being affected. Everyone's being affected by all of this stuff Donald Trump and his cronies are doing in this new Trump regime 2.0. Veterans. Veterans are being affected on multiple levels. The veterans who worked at the VA who are losing their jobs, and veterans who benefited from those veterans doing jobs at the VA. Let's go here to CNN from 2 days ago.
The DOGE-led effort to drastically shrink the government workforce is really impacting Veterans Affairs employees. Just last week, more than 1,000 workers there who did not take the deferred resignation package were fired. Many were probationary employees who had served less than 1 to 2 years in the department. They had fewer job protections. They didn't have the right to appeal. Workers who were allegedly underperforming also targeted. The Trump administration claiming the move would save the department more than $98 million a year. Andrew Lennox is a Marine veteran who spent 10 years serving. He was fired.
I'm sorry. We can't move past this number right now. This is so stupid. Do you know how tiny this is in comparison to the entire federal budget? $98 million. Doesn't even break $100 million. Let's just do the math real quick. Federal budget. So $6.5 trillion. What's 98 million and 6.5 trillion? Let's just do the math. 1, 2, 3. Yep, that's million. 6.5 trillion. That's billion. 900. Yep. 0.0015%. This is the number that comes up. Can I put it? God damn it. God damn it. This is it. This is the figure. 0.0015% of the federal budget. DOGE efficiency. Wow. We can't possibly go without people like Elon in our government. We need this kind of efficiency. Wow, shaving off. I thought, remember when he said it was going to be $2 trillion easily, very easily.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
It would be very, very easy. $2 trillion. You don't understand. It'd be, well, you don't understand. Actually, it'd be incredibly easy to just cut about $2 trillion from the budget. 98 million. That's 0.0045% of that $2 trillion number. Doesn't seem like it's going super good over there.
Year. Andrew Lennox is a Marine veteran who spent 10 years serving. He was fired from a supervisor training program at the VA Medical Center in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Andrew, thank you so much for being with us. First off, I just want to understand something, because the grounds for termination in your case and so many others is basically a question of whether your continued employment was in the, quote, public interest. What is your reaction to that?
Harsh. That is harsh.
So yeah, that's the exact language that was on the termination notification. Come on! It's my reaction at first. It was surprise, disbelief, and I mean, this morning as I packed up my office, it's anger, because It said, you know, I was terminated for my performance. I haven't even had a performance review. Nobody consulted any supervisors or even the director of our hospital before making these terminations.
Oh, wow. Wow. He didn't even get a performance review, but they said his performance was lacking. How do you know? How do you know that?
So tell me about your job and why you wanted to work at the VA.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so I spent 10 years in the Marine Corps. I loved it. Greatest job I ever had. And I made the decision to transition into the civilian world. And for a little bit, I worked in civilian jobs. I was at a pharmaceutical company for a little bit, and they sent me to a military-friendly employers conference. And I ended up sharing a table with some Veterans Affairs social workers. There's a Marine Corps vet, and he was telling me about the work he does. And like looking at that group of people and the organizations that get back to, you know, veterans, I made the decision that is what I want to do. I want to continue serving my country, and I thought there'd be no better way than helping, you know, veterans, you know, my family, the people, you know, that, you know, gave me so much. I'd like to get back. And my role there is
Yeah, this is insane, you know? And while I've got some criticisms of the military industrial complex, you know, the VA, especially as it relates to, you know, the medical center part of it, I mean, this is one of the only forms of socialized medicine in the United States, truly socialized, that has extremely high, in comparison to the other sorts of options we have, very high favorability rating, and you know, I don't think it's a coincidence that Donald Trump and his, you know, Heritage Foundation, you know, cronies over here are going after the VA and the VA Medical Center, things like that.
Officer for a primary care department of the hospital. So it's a lot of behind the scenes stuff. It's kind of eliminating the red tape and friction that just comes into healthcare as far as like scheduling doctors, the patients, making sure wait times are short, you know, scheduling vacation, pay, ordering equipment, all these things that we try and take the administrative burden off of the doctors and the nurses and the care providers to get veterans treated, you know, as quickly and effectively as possible.
Yeah.
And I was wondering to myself, I wonder if this guy voted for Donald Trump. You know, he seems like he could be a guy that voted for not the, you know, there's any particular kind of person that voted for Donald Trump. But, you know, there's a bunch of people who seem to be Trump voters or potential Trump voters who, you know, are getting the short end of the stick on a lot of stuff. You know, that one woman who was assaulted by that January 6er who got pardoned by Donald. This whole thing is just insane. Just, I don't think there's been any real consideration about, if anything, if it has been considered, it's all intentional, this pain that people are feeling right now. They are attacking all institutions of our government, even the ones that are trusted to maybe hopefully, and at least I don't hope for that. I think they are hoping to sow distrust in places where there may be not very much distrust, right? And or sow the distrust that they've, you know, reap the distrust they already sowed in other places. And it's just, it is baffling just how far and wide these cuts are hitting people. Let's go to rural America. You know, let's see what people in the country are facing under all of this federal funding freeze of Donald Trump's here. Let's go to AP from yesterday.
So we're standing in an old factory that used to be a brownfield site, has a great history, used to refurbish coal trains, had planes and Jeeps of World War II manufactured here, and it has been empty, as you can see, for many decades since. And so we took it on as a nonprofit to revitalize it for the community around us. We'll use workforce development to do that. We train folks to have careers in construction, so we want the space to have a new vibrancy inside of it. We are making the lockers for Marshall University. It's one of the largest employers in our community. And today it would be bustling with a lot of activity for renovation and construction. Unfortunately, all that is on pause because of the grants pause. So this is a very heavily grants-dependent project because it has so many challenges and barriers. Normal market drivers wouldn't tackle a big old factory like this.
So we have drywall on one side, but we have to wait till the plumbers and electricians finish and then get the inspector and then we can seal everything else.
We're having to just sort of see what happens, hold our breath, and pray and hope that grants don't just disappear. Because again, we've committed this to the community. We have all the projects ready, we have the supplies ready, we have the contracts ready, and this will be blue-collar manufacturing jobs for this community that has been left behind. The ivy that hangs down.
Wow. Shocking.
What?
Rural America being let down by Donald Trump. Places that were left behind. Those are the people that Donald Trump's supposed to speak to the most. The left behind man and woman of rural America. Not the coastal elites. But all these federal funding freezes are affecting everyone, regardless of where you are. Shutting down construction intended to revitalize a community in Kansas. Put on hold. Put on hold because of all of this insanity. Now, Donald Trump has taken down other things, not just the federal funding. Him and whomever, I guess, has access to the White House website, I guess Elon Musk, you would assume, has been dealing with some censorship problems. And no, I don't mean the FCC is coming in and telling them they can't put things on the website. I mean that they're censoring the website of information that used to be there.
What you talking about?
Well, let's find out.
44. Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and the ranking member for holding this very important hearing on the First Amendment and, of course, censorship. Thank you also for all the panelists for being here. Appreciate your recommendations and contributions. Mr. Aaron, I want to turn to you first. I want to talk about Main Street, back home. We're talking a lot about theories, discussions, but back home, people care about bread and butter issues. Over the past 2 weeks, more than 8,000 web pages on over a dozen government websites were taken down, including over 3,000 pages containing healthcare information. CDC.
What?
They were taken down until yesterday when the federal judge actually ordered the public health pages put back up. Some of those pages, information, guidance on vaccinations, on autism. That's what people care about back home. So, Mr. Aaron, we have vaccine mandates, controversial, but regardless of where people stand, how do people react to a situation like this when the information they probably rely on, paid for by federal taxpayer dollars, research on these pages is no longer available to them?
I share your concern, Congressman. I think that we have a big problem, again, with taking the sledgehammer to all of these things.
This is censorship.
And is this censorship? Is that the question, sir?
It is.
Well, I want to be clear. The government, does have the ability to say, this is what we're going to put on our websites to a point. They have the ability to say.
Yeah, but what's another way of saying the government has the ability to say what is on the government websites or not. What's another word for that? Anybody? Let's play a little crossword here. Oh, right, censorship.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
This is what we're going to put on our websites to a point. They have the ability to say, these are our new priorities, all of these things, right? The problem we have is when that is extended out to stripping away the most basic information that people need for their health. When you're talking about doctors suddenly unable to inform their patients about what's happening, we have a more serious problem. I think that's why the courts have intervened here, because of the misalignment between...
Let me cut you off real quick. I'm just looking at the cdc.gov website. Vaccines and immunizations. There's a little statement here. CDC's website is being modified to comply with President Trump's executive orders. What would a parent say if they saw that?
I think it's just confusion. I don't think people understand, why is the government taking away this basic life-saving information? Why are they taking away information about, diseases?
The Autism Spectrum Disorder website. CDC's website is being modified to comply with President Trump's executive order.
I wonder who could be behind all of this. Sure it wasn't recently confirmed HHS Secretary anti-vaxxer in office now, RFK Jr., the guy who has explicitly spoken out against vaccines, and about his belief in a conspiracy theory that vaccines cause autism. It's insane. And that's not being, all amended to fit his worldview. It's fantastic. It's so great for everybody. That's what we need. That's what we need. Let's talk a few other medical things here before we get to listening to RFK himself speak. Let's go here to this. Apparently Donald Trump signed an executive order relating to one health issue. He spoke about it at that press conference we looked at earlier from yesterday.
President Donald Trump signed an executive order meant to make in vitro fertilization more accessible and affordable for couples struggling with infertility.
Fertilization, I've been saying that we're going to do what we have to do, and
we're going to do what we have to do.
The women and
it is such a horrifying sentence. It is just Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God. We're going to do what we have to do about it. Fertilization. Going to make it happen. Everybody's going to be fertilized now.
And affordable for couples struggling with infertility.
Fertilization, I've been saying that we're going to do what we have to do, and I think the women and families,
and the families,
husbands, are very appreciative of it.
On the campaign trail, Trump advocated for universal coverage of the treatment, which is prohibitively expensive, often costing tens of thousands of dollars per cycle. Many women require multiple rounds. Trump has been under intense criticism from Democrats after his Supreme Court nominees helped to overturn Roe v. Wade in 2022. Ending the constitutional right to an abortion in the country.
Illegal.
This led to a wave of restrictions in Republican-led states, including some that have threatened access to IVF by trying to define life as beginning at conception. IVF involves retrieving a woman's eggs and combining them with a man's sperm in a lab. When fertilized, the embryos are placed in the uterus, and healthy embryos that are not transferred can be frozen and stored for potential.
There we go. The father, as some say, people tell me, sir, I believe that you are the father of in vitro fertilization, of IVF. The women, they're very excited about this. To be fertile again. We're going to make America fertile again. Mafa. So yeah, Donald Trump and his administration are apparently going to go out of their way to make IVF more affordable while making abortion access as limited as possible. Makes sense if you're insane.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Alright, let's go back to talking about making America healthy again. Yes, thank you, Amanda Bynes. Maha indeed. You know, I feel I get tired of saying I told you so and being like, oh, remember when we talked about how this is probably going to be bad? It gets tiresome after some point. I don't know when it happened, but oh my god. Let's go here and talk about what's going on regarding bird flu and how seriously the Trump administration's taking it.
I don't want reality.
The Trump administration says it plans to roll out a new strategy against the bird flu. There are few details, but officials say the plan is aimed at trying to minimize the slaughter of chickens when the disease strikes a flock. And that's in order to bring rising egg prices down. The administration's first moves have raised concerns, including what it says was an accidental firing of several employees who work on bird flu. The USDA says it's rehiring them. More than 150 million poultry have been affected since 2022, and 58 people.
Why? Why is this what's happening? They're just, without any real genuine considerations, they're just mass firing people from the federal government. And then when they hit a spot where somebody says, hey, this might be a bad idea, it's like, oh, it's too late. Can we rehire them? Do we have their phone numbers? Can we get them back in the office? Can we get them back in the nuclear silo, protecting, you know, weapons of destruction, mass destruction? Can we get those workers back?
Immediately, if not sooner.
People are confirmed to have been sickened by it. One person has died. For more, let's bring in epidemiologist Caitlin Genelita, who writes the popular Substack newsletter, Your Local Epidemiologist. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
So let's talk about this new strategy the Trump administration says it's considering, stressing vaccinations and tighter biosecurity. What difference could that make?
Yeah, so livestock vaccination actually has been a strategy that's been seriously talked about for a while now. And like any policy decision, there's pros and there's cons. One of the biggest is the trade implications, right? So many countries don't accept poultry that is vaccinated. In fact, us in the United States don't accept poultry from other countries like Mexico because it has been vaccinated. So trade implications. The second is biosecurity, right? If we start vaccinating all of our poultry, this increases the probability of seeing asymptomatic spread among birds. I also know that medications have been mentioned. However, these are far more risky than, for example, vaccinations because antivirals can lead to viral resistance. And this actually happened in China when they dumped a ton of antivirals into chicken feed in the 2000s. So these methods, they cost a lot of time, they cost money, and we really need to weigh the pros and the cons with each.
And is that why it's been so difficult to stop the spread of avian flu, bird flu?
Avian
Yeah,
flu.
I mean, it's been difficult because of...
Oh my god, I really want that sound shot. Avian flu. I've never heard it said that way, and I love it. Everybody watch out for that avian flu. It's a-coming for us.
Avian flu, bird flu?
Yes, the avian
Yeah,
flu.
I mean, it's been difficult because of these hard implication factors. Also, it just spreads really rapidly among birds, is highly contagious, and it has a very high fatality rate.
So right now, when bird flu hits a flock, the prescribed way to address it is the mass slaughtering of those chickens, of those birds. Why is that the approach?
This is called culling. And again, it's the process of mass killing of poultry, for example. And it's done for a few reasons. One is that bird flu is incredibly contagious and very deadly for animals, right? And it can be more humane to kill them all at once than letting them slowly get sick and die. It can also be economically efficient, as poultry farmers can't repopulate with new birds until they get rid of all the sick birds. And so this administration has talked about, even beyond vaccination, setting up perimeters for quarantining. However, the feasibility of these under massive agricultural operations is unclear.
Well, as we mentioned, USDA says it accidentally fired the officials who are working on bird flu and is now trying to rehire them. Even before that, there were concerns about information.
We gotta rub that in further. It is insane. This is the level of competence I guess we have to expect of our current government here in the United States. Yeah, just kind of flying by the seat of their pants, you know, firing people, then trying to rehire them when they realize that maybe they made a huge, tiny mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Not being provided by this administration, or in some cases being removed from websites. What level of concern do you have about this?
I mean, I have a lot of concern, right? The employees over at USDA, as well as FDA, as well as CDC, they're all getting cut right now. And these are the eyes and the ears of biosecurity and health risks in the United States. And the less staff, the less resources we have, the harder it'll get to get this H5N1, as well as all the other health threats out there, under control and to prevent a pandemic.
What about the potential?
Okay, I think that's a good enough place to stop it. It's just I don't have much. I am trying to remain optimistic. It's only late. It's getting close to late February, but it's not even spring yet. Okay. Oh my God! But this last month, since Donald Trump became president, has been utterly insane. It's been one full month, by the way. Not only is this our 1-year anniversary, this is also the 1-month anniversary of Donald Trump being in office. All right, let's talk a few other health stuff, not necessarily related to Donald Trump at this point. I figured we'd pepper these in here while we're talking health. You know, we like to keep people up to date on different things. This one I found concerning. Had no idea about this. I assume some people use noise-canceling headphones, but according to a new study, it may be linked to
how some of our
condition. Yeah, let's go here. NBC News from yesterday.
How some of our devices, they warn us when things get too loud so that we could protect our precious hearing. And of course, you've got noise cancellation that helps us block out the noisy world out there. Well, what if the headphones that we are using can actually cause problems with how we process sounds? Well, the UK's National Health Society found a disturbing trend with young people using noise-canceling headphones, and the problem does not lie with our ears, but rather our brains, apparently causing people to have auditory processing disorders. So what does that mean? We're going to bring in Dr. Akshay Syal. He is here in the studio to explain all of this. First off, Akshay Syal, you've got a case right there.
Guilty as charged. I have noise canceling headphones. I've been using noise canceling headphones for years, and you know, short answer is I'm not going to stop based on what we're seeing today. But that being said, it is really, really interesting what these audiologists are telling the UK press.
Got it. So you're still using it, but you've read this. What first off, let's just explain the science here. How does our brain process sounds, and what does noise canceling do?
Great question, Gotti. So when things make noise in the world, they create these sound waves, and I think we have an animation here we can play for you in a sec. But these sound waves travel through the ear. They go through the middle ear and then into the inner ear. You can see there on your screen there. And those vibrations from the sound essentially just vibrate different parts of the ear. You can see that's the eardrum there, just that little squishy thing moving. And there's some bones in the ear that are going to start vibrating. And that thing on the right there, That's the cochlea, that's sort of snail-looking thing. So that's, when we talk about noise damage and hearing loss, that's where most of it happens, right? That's the reason we have noise-canceling headphones in the first place, to prevent some of that damage. But Gadi, what we're talking about today is a little bit different. You can see some of those hair cells on the screen there. That's what happens when things are too loud. But what they're saying today in the UK is that there's actually a problem in the brain, not the ear. Sort of like, if you're in a noisy room, kind of telling where that sound is or who is talking. That's more of what we're talking about today, as opposed to dampening everything.
Interesting.
Now, it does seem that right now, I mean, it's preliminary, and it's a single study, right? So we always have to take that with a grain of salt. But it seems like doctors are more concerned right now about what this is going to do to young people using these headphones as they are growing, and less concerned about it with adults who may be using it. But still, it's something to think about. If you have kids that are using them, or you're using them, to at least consider that there might be negative ramifications of using the noise canceling as it relates to and trying to enjoy your favorite show or whatever else. Maybe you're listening to GNN right now with sound canceling headphones. I actually stopped using the sound canceling effect on my headphones recently because it was like malfunctioning. It was doing some weird shit, so I haven't been using it. But I was using it for at least like I don't know, when did I get those headphones? Like at least like a year and a half or longer. All right. Now, we've been talking about how, RFK Jr. is now head of the HHS, and he's got Elon Musk there to help dismantle these systems, FDA, CDC, etc., NIH. And how he wants to usher in an era of healthiness. Make America healthy again. Talking about, I mean, in some ways he has some good ideas. But the fact is if you really listen to everything RFK Jr. has to say about all this stuff, it's only this way of life is only accessible to a certain group of people, right? If you have a bunch of money, right? If you're wealthy and have time on your hands, you can do all the stuff RFK wants you to do, right? But if you live in a poor neighborhood that's like a food desert and you got like a Dollar General and that's it, and like a McDonald's or something, you're going to struggle to do what RFK has been suggesting about all this stuff. There would have to be some big changes made out there to even get half of it done. But if you are super rich, don't worry. Things are looking even better for you. Let's go here to ABC News from 15 hours ago. Check it out. Expensive full-body medical scans put health-conscious minds at ease. That's very exciting.
This is such a big scan because it reveals so much.
From the Kardashians' matriarch herself,
I'm just excited to get my results.
To Goop wellness guru Gwyneth Paltrow posting on Instagram,
going into Prenuvo for my full body scan.
Celebrities with access to the best health tech out there are paying thousands of dollars out of pocket for full body medical scans, just for a peek at what's under their skin. Former Bachelorette Ali Fedotowsky and husband Kevin Mano sharing on Instagram.
Kevin has thyroid cancer and had 0 symptoms before we found out.
The biggest players in elective body scans, Prenuvo and Ezra, claiming to help detect disease before symptoms even arise, sharing compelling patient testimonials.
The feedback from the medical team was, you've caught this so early that your chances of a cure are probably about 80%.
So for my 50th birthday, my husband was like, do you want to go to Paris? And I was like, I want to go to Prenuvo.
Could they revolutionize the future of healthcare?
We're comprehensively looking through every organ in the body to screen for cancer, aneurysms, and 500 other conditions that we cover.
But not everybody's buying into the hype. Some of America's most prominent medical institutions criticizing these popular scans, saying there's no documented evidence body scans are effective in prolonging life, and that the risks include mental anguish and high rates of false positives. But with alarming headlines about rising cancer rates, some people are looking beyond the recommended screening tests for answers.
This is exactly what we need to be talking about, because the underlying motivation for this, I completely understand. People are seeing things that we're not catching in other ways, and they're saying there's got to be a different or better way. But the problem is the science actually hasn't caught up yet with the worry.
Even shrewd entrepreneur Damon Johns sharing his experience.
I already got back all these images, health is wealth, and I don't have any investment. I don't know anything about the company.
He's the founder of iconic lifestyle brand FUBU.
FUBU, NBA 99, FUBU.
Tonight on Shark Tank.
And one of the original judges of ABC's Shark Tank.
I am offering you $200,000 for 20%, and then we'll just get to work.
8 years ago, this father of three beat thyroid cancer, and since then has become hyper health conscious.
I started going.
Well, there you go, chat. If you're super rich, you can get access to all the healthcare goodies. Even if they don't work, doesn't matter. You just throw money at your health, and you'll probably wind up living longer than most people. It's all very exciting for a tiny group of people. Everyone else is just sat wondering when they're going to get decent health care, I guess. Maybe this guy will solve all of it. Let's go here to RFK's first speech as HHS secretary. This was from 12 hours ago.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
Thank you for that introduction, and thank you for...
Oh, my God.
The agency and my confirmation process.
Cannot believe what is going on right
I'm
now.
I'm very, very happy to be here today. I'm proud that President Trump has appointed me to the position of trust to carry out his agenda to make America healthy again. This is the mission that President Trump and I hold in common, and that has inspired a tectonic outpouring of enthusiasm and support from the American people. It's not difficult to understand
Is that why you can't talk? Because it's
in the
just
U.S.,
overwhelmed?
6 out of every 10 adults have at least one chronic disease, and 4 in 10 have 2 or more. The U.S. has the highest age-standardized cancer incident rate among 204 countries in the world, nearly double the next highest rate.
Yeah, okay. So is getting rid of the NIH and the CDC and the FDA and all that going to help? Get rid of the EPA? Get rid of all the people working there? Is that going to solve it? Come on, Robert.
Asthma and autoimmune diseases are far more common in the U.S. than in any other part of the world. Prior to COVID, American life expectancy averaged 7.8
nationalized
years.
healthcare,
That's about
like the rest of the
4
world.
years shorter than comparable countries.
You know, if we want to be like the rest of the world, we're going to have to get nationalized healthcare for Americans, just like the rest of the world. You know, if we want to be doing more preventative medicine, we're going to have to get rid of all of these insane insurance companies, rackets that they're running. And, you know, start working on preventative care and other things like that. And, you know, it's just, this is hilarious. Because this guy, he used to, I mean, didn't he first run as a Democrat at one point for something, and then switch to being an independent, and then eventually is now under the most right-wing president of the era? And it's just so weird to see this man who, you know, like, at one time I think espoused some much more reasonable, you know, things at one point long ago. Now being where he is at, I don't know how he's going to solve any of these things that he's talking about. Not with Donald Trump and the current administration's plans. Doesn't seem like anything about this will happen.
Autism now affects 1 in every 36 kids.
So we're going to unvaccinate people? Is that the plan?
More than 4-fold increase over past decades. 18% of teens suffer from fatty liver disease.
Oh my god. Oh god. I don't know if I have it in me to go through this whole thing right now. Listening to this guy just belabored trying to say these incredibly easy statements.
Actually, we have very high rates of things that have nothing to do with the causes that I attribute to them. But I'm here to talk about it anyway. It's going to be really good. We're going to fix it. We're going to make America healthy again.
All right, we're moving on from this idiocy. I'm sorry. I know you're all disappointed that you didn't get to listen to that whole 25 minutes of RFK sounding like he is one step away from just dying, or from his esophagus exiting his body of its own volition, imploding perhaps into oblivion. Feels like mine's about ready to revolt after trying to do that impression. Let's go to this fascinating story. We're doing some of these sort of out of order, technically, in terms of when they happened, although it's all from like the last few days. Let's go here. Donald Trump had an idea. He was asked a question about where the about the area where the White House resides, that being one Washington, D.C. I wonder what Donald had. As a response to this question, reporter asking him in the White House, I think it was in the White House, right? Was it? Either way, reporter asking him questions about whether or not the federal government should take over Washington, D.C. Actually, no, this was on Air Force One. It's my bad.
Sir, do you think D.C. should govern itself, or do you think that governing of District of Columbia should go back to Congress?
I think that we should govern District of Columbia. It's so important, the D.C. situation. I think that we should run it strong, run it with law and order.
Run it strong,
make
with
it
law and
absolutely flawlessly beautiful. And I think we should take over Washington, D.C., make it...
This is insane. This is insane. First off, D.C. should be its own state. Okay? We have never... I don't think we've ever talked about it, but D.C. should be its own state, first off. Second, you know, if I recall correctly, at one point it was under the control of the federal government, and then they stopped having it be in control of the federal government because of concerns about corruption. I can't... God. But this is an insane suggestion. But he's not done. He's got explanations for why he thinks the federal government should take over D.C. It takes a fast right turn in here.
People are getting killed, people are being hurt. You have great police department there, but somehow they're not utilized properly. We should govern D.C. I think the federal government should take over the governance of D.C. and run it really, really properly. And I like the mayor. I get along great with the
mayor's fine. I think I should run it though.
They don't need too much crime.
You don't need a mayor.
Graffiti. Too many tents on the lawns of these magnificent.
Too many homeless people on magnificent lawns.
It's a sad thing, you know, homeless people all over the place.
I know it's hard to hear, but Donald Trump just said there's too many tents, too many homeless people on the magnificent lawns of D.C. That's why he needs to take over the city.
You know, it's a sad thing, you know, homeless people all over the place, and we got to take care of the homeless. But
yeah, we got to take care of the homeless.
That in Washington D.C. You know, when they come over to see.
He says take care of the homeless the same way that, like, an evil villain says take care of the Johnson situation. You know, he's like, we have to take care of the homeless people. We have to take care of them right now. And it just sounds like he's not talking about actually providing services to the homeless people. He just wants to put them in jail, or I don't know, worse.
Like Macron is coming, and the Prime Minister of UK is coming, and all these people are coming over to see me.
All the people are coming.
We'll have ultimately President Xi, and we'll have everybody coming, right? And can't let that be. You just can't let that happen.
Can't let that happen.
You can't have tents all over you beautiful, you once magnificent.
This is fucking insane, dude. So Donald Trump is not saying that we have to take care of the homeless people because it's like a moral obligation for society to make sure that people aren't suffering in the richest society on planet Earth. He's not talking about it from that perspective. He's saying that homeless people are an embarrassment to him personally and to the country. Because all these, foreign leaders are coming here, and then with their eyes, they're forced to look at homeless people, and that's embarrassing for him and for the country, and that's not fair.
That's too much, man!
And so we gotta take care of the homeless people. Gotta get rid of them. They're making us look bad. Or we could just, end homelessness rather than criminalizing them. But I don't think that Donald Trump is planning on ending homelessness at any time. But this is disgusting. Donald Trump talking about social cleansing, right? Not ethnic cleansing, but social cleansing. From the streets of Washington, D.C., homeless people, and what was it again? There was something else. I can't even remember what it was. But, suggesting that the federal government, the White House, should control all of D.C., get rid of the mayor of D.C., and I guess any representation that they had, which wasn't much. I think they have technically have a representative that's like a non-voting member, something like that. And yeah, because he doesn't think that it's unsightly, unseemly to have homeless people around when you have foreign leaders coming to visit. It's the most shameful statement of all time. And I cannot believe how many Christians there are that support this man. How can you? How can you when you hear him say things like this?
Jesus ain't say that.
Jesus ain't say that even ever. Never, not one time. He said actually, a bunch of things on this topic. Pretty much contradicting everything about Donald Trump and his friends and their hatred of the poor. But, literacy rates are down in the United States. Stupidity is up. Oh my God, what just happened? Refresh. Why does that keep happening to me? Sorry, everybody, I'm trying. Hold on, I'm trying to fix something. Top chat? That is rude. I don't want top chat. Oh,
How rude.
God damn it. Okay. Everything's fine. Everything is fine. Okay. Oh, God. All right. Let's get on to talking about the bromance of the century. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and the dodgy DOGE department. We'll let Bernie Sanders take it off. Start it off here. A little interview he did on CNN from yesterday.
When it comes to questions about who is the administrator of DOGE, actually, do you believe that's an important question to have the answer to?
No, the issue is not who is technically the administrator, who has the title. Elon Musk is clearly running the show, the wealthiest person in the world, who has enormous conflicts of interests, who is helping to fund right-wing extremist organizations all over the world, who is looking forward to get massive tax breaks from Congress. He's running the show.
So if he's running the show, but not on paper, as they essentially argue, but you say in practice, he basically is. You're a co-equal branch of government. as a senator on
Are we?
Capitol Hill.
I kind of thought so, but I think you have to explain that to the president.
Do you feel that you have oversight when it comes to what Elon Musk is doing?
Look, what we're seeing right now, Caitlin, is a very dangerous moment. I'm laughing here, but it is not funny.
It's bad.
This country is moving very rapidly under Trump into an authoritarian form of society. You know, the founding fathers, way back in the 1770s, these were nobody's fools. And what they had fought the King of England, an autocrat, had all the power, and they said, you know what? We don't want that in the new country. We're going to set up 3 separate equal branches of government. And every kid in the 6th grade knows who they are. But Trump does not. And what Trump is doing now is trying every day to usurp the powers of Congress, to challenge the powers of the court. It is a very dangerous moment.
Well, the question, though, when it comes to what this looks like is we haven't seen a ton of resistance from Capitol Hill, and we have seen some efforts in the courts. These Democratic attorneys general stepped in. But today, a federal judge here, Tanya Chutkan, she's well known to our audience from the Trump trials, she declined to block Musk and his team from getting access because she basically said she wasn't getting specific enough examples from these AGs about how Musk could cause irreparable harm to their state. And if they can't prove that in court, what does that say?
Well, I tell you what I happen to believe. At the end of the day, the struggle against Trump, the struggle against oligarchy, which is led by Elon Musk, the struggle against authoritarianism, the fight to make sure that the working class of this country gets a fair shake, that is not going to be won here in Capitol Hill. It's going to be won by millions of people all over this country standing up and saying, you know what, we fought and died for democracy. We're not going to move toward authoritarianism. We fought to create a country that works for all, not just the billionaire class. That's the struggle, and I'm going to be active in trying to rally the American people to do just that.
Well, and you're embarking on this tour to combat this. It's a national tour. You're starting in Nebraska and Iowa. How do you break through to people, though? There are some people, Trump voters who are even independent voters who like what Elon Musk is doing and say, yeah, the federal government does spend too much money and it is too bloated.
And the truth is the federal government is a bureaucracy. We have to acknowledge that. Federal government perfect? Far from it. Do we need to bring about reforms? Absolutely. But let us be clear what these guys really want to do. Do you think that Elon Musk is staying up night just worrying about excessive spending in the CDC? I don't think so. At the end of the day, what these guys want and what Trump wants is to cut programs that working class people need. They're talking, the House Budget Committee released their report, their budget, $880 billion in cuts to Medicaid. Do you know what that means? It's not only that millions of people, kids, are going to be thrown off the health insurance they have, devastating to nursing homes, 40% of the revenue coming into community health centers. 30 million people get their health care at community health centers. That's coming from Medicaid. You cut Medicaid, you're going to dismember an already broken health care system. What are they going to do with that money? They're going to give it to tax breaks for the richest people in America. Over $1 trillion goes in tax breaks to the top 1%. That is what these guys want. They want more wealth. They want more power. American people are going to have to stop them.
Well, and what you're referencing, this is like the blueprint, essentially, that we got from House Republicans.
Okay, that's good enough there. Bernie saying we have to rise up, to come together and fight back against this authoritarian push from the Trump regime. Or they're going to continue dismantling all of these things that actually help people. Then they're going to funnel that money to Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, Larry Ellison, Mark Zuckerberg, Warren Buffett. Just the richest people on the planet, just going to get more rich. All right, let's get back into this another way. With this fucked up interview that happened on Fox News. Hannity interviewing Trump and Musk. I haven't come up with a good pun or name for these two. I want to say the dynamic duo, but they're not as cool as Batman and Robin. Somebody, let's put a pin in that. We'll come back to it.
I got to start with this. So he's working for free with DOGE. He's kind of put a lot of his life on hold. And you sued Twitter a number of years ago. You just made him pay you $10 million?
That's right. That's right.
That's right.
Well,
That's right.
I sued from long before he had it.
The looks that Elon Musk is trying to make right now are, they would be hilarious if they weren't just like kind of illustrating what's going on here. He has been paying Donald Trump for access, okay? Since the very beginning of all this, since during the election, when he was paying people to register to vote and then come to Trump rallies. He was, you know, he has been funneling money to Donald Trump every possible way, legal or illegal.
Immediately, if not sooner.
He has bought access to our government, our data, our levers of power and institutions, and he's here rolling his eyes about it like, oh, who cares? $10 million, not a big deal. It's not a big deal, actually. $10 million is for me not well. If in the grand scheme of things, it's actually nothing.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Yeah. And I mean, they really did a number on me, you know, and I sued, and they had to pay. They paid $10 million settlement.
You're okay with that?
I mean, I left it up to the lawyers and you know the team running Twitter. So I said, you guys do what you think is the right. It makes sense.
I think it's fine.
I think it's a very low. I was looking to get much more money than that.
So you gave him a discount when the lawsuit.
He got a he got a big discount. I don't think he even knows about it.
Big discount.
He's become one of your.
Could have made him pay a lot more.
Believe the media. He's become
It's
one of
very
your
nice.
best friends. He's working for free for you.
Well, I love the president.
Aren't I a good guy?
You don't care about that.
I know. I love the president.
You love the president.
I love him.
I think President Trump is a good man.
Daddy Trump.
And he's, you know.
It's nice the way he said that, you know? It's something nice about it.
What a good boy. What a good boy Elon is.
Because, I mean, the president has been so unfairly attacked in the media.
Unfair.
It's really outrageous. And I've at this point spent a lot of time with the president, and not once have I seen him do something that was mean or cruel or
never once
or wrong.
Wow, not one time.
Once.
You haven't been looking, huh?
I've known him for 30 years.
You haven't been listening or looking?
I've never seen anybody take as much as he's taken.
Yeah.
And we discussed this, and I'm like, how do you deal with it?
Did I have a choice?
Oh my God. Hannity martyrizing Donald Trump. I've never seen anyone in the history of the world, including, but not limited to, all Palestinians. Jesus. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of people who supposedly suffered a lot. Everybody, you can go to hell, okay? Donald Trump has suffered more than you can imagine. So much suffering going on over at Trump Tower. So sad. Let's take a moment of silence here for all the suffering Donald Trump has had to endure through the years. Oh, God.
Well, you would say that to me. I'm like, what am I going to do? Worry about it? And, you know, and then culminating in 2 assassination attempts, which resulted in your endorsement.
Well, I was going to do it anyway, but that was
it.
Precipitating event, yeah.
That speeded it up a little bit?
Yeah.
The day of the assassination.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. It sped it up, but I was going to do it anyway.
Mr. President, with your indulgence, I'm convinced.
Is it just me, or do they seem more like father and son every single day? At this point, I'm fairly certain Elon is going to be replacing Eric Jr. in the will, and Donald Trump. Not Eric Jr., Donald Trump Jr. and Eric. You know, he might even usurp Powell, what's his name? The other one. Barron. You know, he's, like, the way the energy between them is just wild. Feels like, you know, daddy's best boy.
Mr. President, with your indulgence, I'm convinced that people only know a little bit about Elon. I don't really know
What are you
everything
talking about?
Elon, because as I studied for and prepared for this.
What are you talking about, Sean? Elon has been a pseudo celebrity for years and years and years. This dude has been in the media. People have been talking about him constantly. What are you talking about? People don't know enough about you. I wish I could know less. I wish I could know less.
Interview, I learned a lot about you that I didn't know. I think people will think about Tesla. Democrats are demonizing you and trying to make the country hate you. I just want people to understand you a little bit better, and the person that you've gotten to know and have now put a lot of trust in.
It's not what Elon's doing. It's the Democrats that are making people hate Elon. The Democrats are so powerful that they've made everybody hate Elon all of a sudden. Oh. Oh, God, it's so sad. Nadia, the super chat. When they burn books, they will burn people. It's true. Declines in literacy are likely from pollution. You think? Cash App's messages are too short. It's probably true. Cash App doesn't give me a lot of... One thing that bugs me about Cash App is that when I get the Cash App donations and messages and like sweet like gifts or whatever you want to call them, like little memes that they send along with them, I can't even respond. All I can do is like emoji you back. I want to be able to respond. That's not cool. I want to say things too. Like thank you for the sweet donation. Yeah. Wow.
And, you know, just let's go over a little bit of your bio, starting with PayPal and how you became involved in Tesla and SpaceX and Neuralink and all these.
Yeah, Elon bought his way into most of those companies. Look how proud he is of that shirt.
Yeah, and that's why I like my T-shirt says tech support, because I'm here to provide the president with technology support. And now that may seem like, well, is that a silly thing? But actually, it's a very important.
Tech support. Wow. Yeah. Except government websites are being shut down. Is that helpful? Is that what you call? I wouldn't call that tech support so much as just arsonist behavior, right? We were talking earlier about how CDC website was getting amended to have important medical information removed from it, and other guidelines being changed. That feels less like tech support, and more like fascist behavior.
Thing, because the president will make these executive orders, which are very sensible and good for the country, but then they don't get implemented. You know, so if you take for example, all the funding for the migrant hotels, the president issued an executive order where, hey, we need to stop taking taxpayer money and paying for luxury hotels for illegal immigrants, which makes no sense. Like, so obviously, people do not want their tax dollars going to fund high-end hotels for illegals, and yet they were still doing that even as late as last week. And so, you know, we went in there and we're like, this is in violation of the presidential executive order. It needs to stop. So what we're doing here is one of the biggest functions of the DOGE team is just making sure that the presidential executive orders are actually carried out. And this is, I just want to point out.
So what is? I still don't understand what the fuck DOGE is. Is it a secret police force for the president to go and enact his policies by force against agencies? Like what the the lack of definitiveness around all of this, but the seemingly just wildly broad what do you want to call it, abilities granted to Elon and his it just it is so wildly troubling. I keep struggling to actually come up with words for this. This dude is running around doing a bunch of shit, circumventing the normal functioning of government, and being Donald Trump's like enforcer. We saw what happened at the Department of Education. Secret brown shirt police blocking doors, blocking senators from coming in. Now he's going, agency by agency.
It's a very important thing because the president is the elected representative of the people. So he's representing the will of the people. And if the bureaucracy is fighting the will of the people and preventing the president from implementing what the people want, then what we live in is a bureaucracy and not a democracy.
No. You're both aware, you have to be keenly aware.
He's not going to push back on that at all, even though this dude wasn't elected and was put in place into a seemingly bureaucratic position. He keeps talking, they keep saying this over and over again while the world's richest unelected bureaucrat is running around inside of our government doing whatever the fuck he wants. And you would think at some point the inability to recognize the irony or the hypocrisy would break within the Republican Party, specifically among its base, and would eventually be like, hey, this doesn't meet up with reality.
I don't want reality.
This seems incredibly hypocritical, and I have a problem with this. I have not yet seen much in the way of that. We've seen a few anecdotes, perhaps, but it's, you would think it'd be more of a mass realization at some point that they're being lied to, just blatantly, in such a inept and obvious, out in the open way, that it would spark something in the brain. It would cause a rift in the mind for somebody to actually recognize this. But no, not yet.
That the media and the punditry class,
the media and the punditry
I think you've
class.
proven they have no power anymore.
No
Because
power.
they threw everything they had at you, and they didn't win. And that was, the New York Times, Washington Post, 3 networks, every late night comedy show, 2 cable channels. They just threw.
The Washington Post threw everything at Donald Trump. They didn't even endorse Kamala Harris. They were going to, and then Jeff Bezos stopped them from doing that. Billionaire private owner of the newspaper. Did you forget about that, Sean? Are you just not going to mention that, or just too inconvenient of a fact?
3 networks, every late night comedy show, 2 cable channels. They just threw everything, lawfare, weaponization. Sure. And now I see they want you two to start. They want.
The media is the media doing journalism is lawfare now. Hannity, get your Republican talking points more in line. That one doesn't make any sense.
And now I see they want you two to start. They want a divorce. They want you two to start hating each other. And they try. Oh, President Elon Musk, for example.
What is this, family therapy?
You do know that they're doing that to you.
What is
this? I see it all
Couples
the time.
counseling?
They tried it, then they stopped. That wasn't. They have many different things of hatred.
Many different things of hatred.
Elon called me. He said, they're trying.
I got to hear that again. They're doing many different things of hatred. All of the things of hatred, they're happening at once.
Oh, I see it all the time. They tried it, then they stopped. That wasn't. They have many different things of hatred. Actually, Elon called me. He said, they're trying to drive us apart. I said, absolutely. They said, we have breaking news. Donald Trump has ceded control of the presidency to.
The looks from Elon during these most uncomfortable sort of looks from Elon. Not that he's gonna, but just his face makes me uncomfortable. Everything about him is just off-putting. But oh my god, the level of martyrdom over here at Fox News over all this is hilarious. Elon, he reminded me that we're best friends forever. He's my new son. I adopted him. And he told me they're just trying to drive us apart. They hate us being together and doing all these great things. Hold on, we gotta take a quick pause to get the 7th emotional support character. Wait, don't we have 8 already? I think we do. Oh my god, 2 8s in a row. Okay. All right, we're not gonna watch both these things in entirety, so I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit.
That's for sure.
Yes.
And we learned a lot with the Twitter files. And that just then raises a question. You're the richest man in the world. You may not like that part. You're pretty competitive.
It's neither here nor there.
I've known you a long time. But
that's why.
But he's on your team.
President.
Well, that's true. He can't top that.
He's good. You know, I wanted to find somebody smarter than him. I searched all over. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't.
You really tried hard.
I couldn't find anyone smarter, right? So we had it for the country.
But this is the thing.
We settled on this.
Well, thanks for having me.
You know, I love that. And I'm not even sure who to make fun of after that. Because I'm pretty sure that's got to be a failure of the Trump team, not being able to find someone smarter than Elon Musk. There's plenty of people out there smarter than him. But Elon seemed taken aback that Donald Trump would be looking for someone smarter than him after he gave him $250 million during the campaign. He's like, oh, I thought it was because of the money I gave you. It's because I'm smart? Oh, that's very... Thank you for that, sir. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to give you my gratitude for the words which you've just spoken so eloquently just now. All right, let's go to the second half of this shit show.
Welcome back to Hannity, and we are back at the White House, and here's part 2 of my exclusive interview with President Trump and Elon Musk.
You think that should be a sound clip?
This is the $1 million
Maybe it
or
deserves
$1 billion, I'm among billionaires, question. So you have all of this going on, and you stop, in a way. You're still doing it.
Huh?
And you partner with him.
What?
And this is what you get for it from the Democrats. You get...
I'm sorry, I gotta hear that again. That sentence didn't make any sense. I gotta hear it again.
Welcome back to Hannity, and we are back at the White House, and here's part 2 of my exclusive interview with President Trump and Elon Musk. Take a look. This is the $1 million or $1 billion, I'm among billionaires, question. So you have all of this going on, and you stop, in a way. You're still doing it.
Huh?
And you partner with him.
What?
And this is what you get
Okay,
for
it still
from the
doesn't make
Democrats.
sense.
You get, nobody voted for Elon. Well, nobody voted for...
Does anybody genuinely believe that Elon Musk has stopped doing his normal shit? Like that he stopped running Tesla to whatever degree he was running Tesla or SpaceX or any of these other companies? You think he hasn't divested himself from any of these things? He's still the chief executive officer of and main shareholder of all of these different enterprises, and he is the private owner of Twitter. Does Sean Hannity actually believe that he suddenly stopped being those things?
Any of your cabinet nominees. Okay. People are dying because of DOGE cuts. I'll give you a chance to respond to all that. What DOGE is doing is illegal.
Yeah.
Elon Musk is illegal. More street vernacular for a male body part.
A penis?
It's a constitutional crisis.
Okay. Why are they reacting like this?
Well,
why are they
first of all, do you
reacting like
give
this?
a
I don't
flying rip?
understand.
Oh, number one, and
well, I guess we must be over the target.
Oh, we must be over the target. The target is people, just to hurt people. Wow. I love how he is this disingenuous about it. Why would people be upset? Why would they be upset about what I'm doing? I'm just cutting government services. Isn't that what everybody wants? Isn't everybody a billionaire who has outstanding lawsuits from government agencies? No? Wait, what?
I don't want reality.
Something right. You know, if like they wouldn't be complaining so much if we weren't doing something useful, I think. But all we really...
Oh my God. I've never heard such a boneheaded statement.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Can anybody here a business major? Anything like that? Because I find this fascinating. I got it. Let's hear that one more time.
Well, first of all, do you give a flying rip? Oh, number one, and
well, I guess we must be over the target or doing something right. You know, if like they wouldn't be complaining so much if we weren't doing something useful, I think.
They wouldn't be complaining so much if we weren't doing something useful. All right, let's just try and take this sentence, right? And, you know, like transpose it onto some other things, right? There's some business scenarios, perhaps, right? Say a Tesla on autopilot crashes into a crowd of people, and the families of the victims complain to Elon Musk. Is that just a sign that they're doing something correct? They're just on the right track, you know, that we're just doing such good stuff. People are complaining, right? Like, is it, you know, and I'm sure we actually have the answer for some of these things. He thinks that that's the case. Is actually naysayers, is evidence of doing something correct. You know, like people complain. If people were to complain about, say, PayPal, you know, bungling payments, that would just be evidence that they were doing something correct. You know, when a SpaceX rocket blows up in the atmosphere and parts of that spaceship shower down onto people's yards and whatever else, that's just evidence. If they were to complain about it, of course, that would just be evidence of how good SpaceX is doing. You know, what a great job they're doing it. People are complaining. This is evidence of us doing something correct. Okay.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Yeah, like that.
What all we're really trying to do here is restore the will of the people through the president. And what we're finding is that there's an unelected bureaucracy. Speaking of unelected,
oh my God, you are the unelected bureaucrat. Okay, with zero experience in any of this, I point out, aside from being an adversary of the government. That's the only time that Elon has done anything in the government, is dealt with lawsuits and other allegations by different governmental agencies. This dude has no qualifications to be where he is right now. He just paid to be the most unelected bureaucrat in our entire government. And he thinks that when people complain about his performance, it's just evidence of him doing stuff that's great. This is pure fascist talk right here. This is disgusting. Just pure, like, sociopathy. Right? When we hurt people, it's just evidence of how great of a job we're doing. Actually. We need more pitchforks. We need more.
weekend, the acting commissioner of the Social Security Administration left her position after Elon Musk and the DOGE Groyper Twinks posters demanded access to the sensitive data at the administration, which is a theme across this less than, full month of Trump being in office, which is Elon Musk, who is trying to set up a banking service via X, formerly Twitter, has been combing around in the financial records of every American individual, nonprofit, and business, and seemingly feeding it into his AI or his algorithm. We still don't necessarily know what exactly he's doing with this information. Not that it matters, because it's a massive agreed upon security and privacy breach, funneling our most sensitive information to the world's richest man, who is also a complete lunatic that believes we're going to be able to colonize Mars or whatever. And
Politico's still calling it an efficiency and government regulation trimming operation too, which is really stupid for
real lie.
News
Yeah,
organization to say.
Yeah, news organizations need to be more explicit about it. I mean, even their fear about calling his Nazi salute what it was. It was proven correct in the same week when he went to meet or went to speak at the AfD far-right rally in Germany about forgetting their past, and previously having endorsed anti-Semitic conspiracy theories on that platform. Like, he has, with his massive amounts of wealth, intimidated vast swaths of the press.
This is a great question. It was what I was asking myself just a moment ago. How is this going to be redressed? I mean, it seems like any sort of redressing is just going to be taken by Elon as signs that he's doing a good job, right? Anybody who comes with complaints is just a sour grape sucker who is complaining about the great job that they're doing, and it is in no way evidence of him having done something bad. So how you address that? How do you deal with that? I don't know. I really don't.
And has been going after this federal workforce for weeks at this point. So the Social Security Administration acting commissioner left her position. Her name was Michelle King. She had spent several decades working on behalf of Social Security so that our seniors nearly can get their payments. Nearly 2/3 of seniors kept out of poverty due to Social Security. It's one of our most important government functions, if not the most important government function, that or Medicare. It's hard to say. But last week, like we saw at the DOJ, Trump had to basically bypass a bunch of senior executives at the Social Security Administration to get his Bork, somebody who would sign off on giving Elon Musk access to the Social Security data. And here he is last week at the Oval Office in this weird press conference where he used his son as a human shield, spreading the conspiracy theory that has the false claim, the lie that has continued into this week about Social Security. This is how it originated, or at the very least how he introduced this to the public.
Your tax dollars need to be spent wisely on the things that matter to the people. Like AI. I mean, these things, like, it's just common sense. It's not draconian or radical. I think it's really just saying, let's look at each of these expenditures and say, is this actually in the best interest of the people? And if it is, it's approved. If it's not, we should think about it. So. There's crazy things like
pause real quick. That's what Congress does when they pass those bills.
Yep, they go. Also, Social Security is self-funding. People pay into it their entire lives, and you don't need to find the fraud that he's describing. We'll debunk it in a second, but 69 million Americans rely on Social Security
Yeah, but let's spend billions of dollars to give this guy to make spy satellites.
It's essentially a pension fund for retirees that we've made into a federal government program. So this is not the place to look for waste, fraud, and abuse, but that's not what he's looking for. He's trying to steal our data so he can make more money with his banking service.
So, there's crazy things like we just cursory examination of Social Security, and we've got people in there that are 150 years old. Now, do you know anyone who's 150? I don't. Okay. They should be on the Guinness Book of World Records. They're missing out. That's the case where, I think they're probably dead. It's my guess. Or they should be very famous, one of the two. And then there's a whole bunch of Social Security payments where there's no identifying information. Well, why is there no identifying information? Obviously, we want to make sure that people who deserve to receive Social Security do receive it, and that they receive it quickly and accurately.
Accurately receive it.
Also, another crazy thing. So, one of the things is we're.
All right, he goes off on another tangent. People who deserve it receive it. Every American that has worked is paying into Social Security. This is how it gets funded. When you pay your taxes, you're paying into Social Security. There's nobody who's undeserving of Social Security who is paying into Social Security. Broadly.
That benefit fraud thing, there was something in Japan, I believe it was, where it was literally moving their age expectations up because there are so many people actually doing this. But even in that scenario, this is a fraction of what the government actually pays. And the idea that we're looking at this sort of thing, this low-level petty benefit fraud, which happens but at a minuscule level instead of the amount we're giving to the Pentagon to lose in foreign wars and stuff like that, it's a big con.
It is, and he's also so dumb that he's misreading the data that he's describing here, as are his little minions. But here's Caroline Leavitt last night on Sean Hannity's show responding to the freak out about this, rightly that people are like, oh my gosh, Social Security, this is one of the most popular programs in the country. And Musk's lie about the 150-year-old plus people is repeated here by the White House spokesperson.
Yeah, there's no evidence about that.
This is a promise President Trump campaigned on. He is now delivering on it. And I've been fighting fake news reporters all day long here in the Washington, D.C. swamp who are trying to fearmonger the American people into believing that this administration is going after their hard-earned tax dollars and their hard-earned Social Security checks. So I want to set the record straight on your show tonight, Sean, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to do so. President Trump has directed Elon Musk and the DOGE team to identify fraud at the Social Security Administration. They haven't dug into the books yet, but they suspect that there are tens of millions of deceased people who are receiving fraudulent Social Security payments. And so their goal in going into the Social Security Administration is to identify three things. Number one, to identify duplicate payments and to end them. Number two, to identify payments that are going to deceased people who are no longer living and should no longer be receiving that money. And number three, to protect the integrity of this system for hardworking Americans who have been paying into it their entire lives. So rest assured, to all of the people watching your show tonight, if you paid into the system honestly, you will continue to receive your Social Security checks. Do not buy into the lies from the legacy.
Was there anybody paying into the system dishonestly, like giving too much or not? Because it just comes right out of your paycheck. It's not like you decide how much money goes to Social Security, from my understanding. And so this is very, very strange statement. Honestly,
media who are trying to fear you and scare you into believing otherwise. This is what we've seen them do about President Trump for years with every promise that he has made. And he's going in there to protect your hard-earned money. That is the ultimate goal.
That is not the ultimate goal. They have to reassure the gerontocratic audience of Fox News that their Social Security payments, which many of them rely on, are not going to be touched. But here's the reality. Wired, which has been doing incredible reporting really since Trump got inaugurated, covering Musk in particular and his efforts, have debunked this. And listen to how silly this is.
Uh-oh.
Scroll down to the part that starts with computer programmers. Computer programmers quickly claimed that the 150 figure was not evidence of fraud, but rather the result of a weird quirk of the Social Security Administration's benefit system, which was largely written in COBOL, C-O-B-O-L, a 60-year-old programming language that undergirds SSA's databases, as well as systems from many other U.S. government agencies. COBOL, C-O-B-O-L, is rarely used today, and as such, Musk's cadre of young engineers may well be unfamiliar with it.
Oh, no. Say it ain't so. Bringing a bunch of people completely unfamiliar with Social Security or the programs used to administer it, screwed up.
I don't want reality.
Who could have guessed? Who in the entire media ecosphere could have guessed? Oh wait, they've all been saying it's a bad idea? Even me? No. What? What are you talking about?
What you talking about?
It just speaks to the ineptitude of DOGE, of the Trump regime, even with all of their preparations, supposedly, are, just doing things by the seat of their pants. Putting people into positions where they can gut agencies without fully understanding the agencies themselves, which they are planning to gut. Or even at all. And so all of these supposed examples of social security fraud, Donald Trump recently on the podium pointing to a list saying, you got millions and millions of people who are over 150 years old. How's that possible? It's fraud. It's the only explanation, because I don't understand how it works.
Because COBOL does not have a date type. Some implementations rely on a system where all dates are coded to a reference point. The most commonly used is May 20th, 1875, as this was the date of an international standard-setting conference held in Paris known as the Convention du Maître. These systems default to the reference point when a birth date is missing or incomplete, meaning all of those entries in 2025 would show an age of 150.
My God. The lack of competence and merit being displayed right now by the Trump administration is baffling. I was promised meritoriousness. I was promised a great deal of competency, and I am seeing none of it. I am seeing the opposite of that. I'm seeing a bunch of stupid idiots being a bunch of stupid idiot heads. Not knowing the basics of the administration of any of the programs that they're gutting. And Donald Trump is just repeating everything he's hearing from Elon. Coming out saying, look at what Elon found. Millions and millions of people who are all much too old to be alive. Some of them old, as old as 500 years old. Somebody get me what that person's on. I need that kind of meds. I need those kinds of meds to keep me alive.
Donald Trump and Elon Musk went on Sean Hannity. I mean,
Switching
they're sitting
bids.
together like, the footage of like Princess Diana and Prince Charles are announcing their engagement.
Yeah, wait, Emma. Wait. I just realized something. Something very serious and pressing, which we have to do. That is take a short galactic intermission. It is that time again. We are 4 hours into the stream, which means it's time for our second break of the evening. Hope you're all enjoying the show so far. If you haven't, hit the like button and do consider subscribing as well. Both very important. Still trying to get our numbers up to 1,000 at the very least here around YouTube. It's been a full year. You would think we'd have gotten there already, but we're not. We're getting close. We are getting close. While you're doing those two things, liking and or subscribing, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the many ways that we have available to you to do just that. Where do we even start? Well, of course, we got YouTube and we got Twitch. But today I am suggesting to our viewers to consider donating on either PayPal, Cash App, or becoming a member on Patreon. Since I get all of that money immediately, rather than having to wait more than a month to see it, since YouTube payments are staggered, it takes a long time to see that, and March is looking like it might be a very difficult month for us to keep the lights on here at the Galactic News Network. So, do consider either sending us money on Cash App or PayPal, or more perhaps beneficial to you, go on to our website on Patreon and become a contributor there, where the benefits, galactically speaking, are quite vast. So many benefits. I'm not even going to describe all of them, but you could be sitting here at the pool with me if you were a Patreon member. Anyways, don't forget to sign up through the website or the Android App Store. Apple's App Store is, of course, doing a bunch of monopolistic shit, causing us to get payments delayed even just, longer than anything else. So, through on the website or Android, we'll get that money immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. sound means. So you better get back to those seats before you miss any of that sweet, sweet galactic content. All right, we're going to go back to the majority report, back to talking about this wildly idiotic interview on Fox with Elon and Daddy Trump.
Donald Trump and Elon Musk went on Sean Hannity.
Whoops.
I mean, they're sitting together like, you know, the footage of like Princess Diana and Prince Charles are announcing their engagement. They seem like buddies. Like, I legitimately, not to psychoanalyze these freaks, but like Elon Musk's father has repeatedly said publicly, "I'm not proud of my son."
Well, first of all, some of the things that I said will be incorrect.
Yeah, I don't know. I love that sound shot. Emma comparing them to a married couple, I found very funny. I still think is more akin to a father-son relationship. Elon looking for reinforcement and support and love from the daddy he never had.
But like, Elon Musk's father has repeatedly said publicly, "I'm not proud of my son." And Elon has to buy guys to be a top video game player. And now he gets to buy a daddy.
He does do that.
Who approves of him finally.
Okay, right.
I love him.
Yeah.
To the tune. I love him. I love him very much. As much as a straight man can love another man. He did tweet that.
Exactly.
And he only costs like $300 million plus to do it. He can buy. When you're a billionaire, you can even buy your own father. So it's just a bizarre
rich dad
set of circumstances to see.
You should write a book. Rich Dad. Went from one rich dad to an even richer dad. The Elon Musk story.
Trump sitting alongside the world's richest man and being open about the fact that he's making major decisions in our supposed democracy.
Well, you see a little bit of Trump's deficiencies too, in that Musk, for all of his faults, and he is just like, you know, buying a privatized space program and that sort of things. He's an actual capitalist, whereas Trump is a scammer and real estate guy.
Yeah, although those are not two entirely separate silos.
Of course not, but Trump would love to have, like, you know, Starlink.
He would have loved to be like a scam artist, but with all of the kind of technological elements that mystify him, right? That he can't fully understand. Throughout
Trump stakes.
You see how he's like, he's really, at one point in the interview, maybe we'll play it later, Elon Musk talks about how Neuralink is going to, you know, solve all of these like paralysis and disease.
We're going to cure.
Trump is like, he's a brilliant guy. He is.
Disease.
Trump is not, you know, he really is a child in the way that he loves like big explosions and sports and athletes and like Hollywood and television. And he is totally fooled by the like Theranos space move fast and break things BS that Elon Musk spews.
You see why like the Rogan or Lex Fridman style of being insanely naive about all this stuff is really popular, because it goes to the top.
And why, you know, it'll go away because everyone will, I think, eventually realize it's a scam, but it's future focused at the very least. And I think that's in many ways where the Democrats have been lacking as the party of institutional maintenance. It outsources all of the kind of lofty ideas about the future to a bunch of tech charlatans like Elon Musk, who say we're going to colonize Mars, as if that's really going to happen. But of the reporting on this topic, I guess, or the transcripts or the write-ups this morning from the papers about this interview, the Department of Education stuff hasn't gotten as much coverage. This is one of the...
By the way, I noticed a number of people donate to the Cash App and or the PayPal on my break. Just wanted to say thank you to those people. I won't name you, but I will say thank you greatly for helping keep us afloat over here.
answers in this interview that was I wanted to highlight and debunk a bit.
Go to an area that I think is key, and you talked about this in recent interviews, and that is we don't need a Department of Education. Okay. And what some people are trying to do is stoke fears that.
I love this. I mean, the hackneyed journalism here. We don't need a Department of Education. Okay, full stop. Now, moving on with that assumption, I mean, wow.
My gosh, my kid's not going to get the money for education, or
this
grandma's
fear-mongering.
Social Security and Medicare. This was a big promise of yours on the campaign trail. So I really want to give you both an opportunity to assure the American people you will keep, money will be allocated for students, but with higher standards.
Just want to give you an opportunity.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Let me give you a good one here.
For example, I would assume associated with monies given or
Just look at it
vouchers.
so much, and then Elon goes, but look, Social Security won't be touched, other than this fraud or something we're going to find. It's going to be strengthened, but fraud won't be touched. Medicare, Medicaid, none of that stuff is going to be touched.
Nothing.
Pause it. Okay, we're getting to the Department of Education stuff in a second.
I love
but that's new.
Yeah, no, and it's fascinating, and I think it's actually this. I've heard him say this in some other random rambling in the past, but yeah, Medicare and Medicaid too. We're not going to touch them, huh? Okay, I'm excited. I hope that somebody holds him to this one. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, not going to touch it. We're going to cut it all directly from the Pentagon.
The House Republicans and the Senate Republicans who are currently negotiating in almost entire defunding of Medicaid.
Fraud is the immigrant crime of these sort of benefits. Like there's no actual.
They're claiming there's $1 trillion in fraud and there's no evidence.
But they're actually going after the whole enchilada.
Yeah.
And the issues they're going to have with how much they want to cut is that they will not be able to cut. The House bill will not be able to cut nearly as much as it may want without going into mandatory spending. Like it's literally not possible.
Mathematically impossible, and mandatory spending includes Medicaid.
Right, and especially as Majority Leader John Thune has said too, if they want to make the Trump tax cuts permanent, they're going to need even more money to find it elsewhere to offset those tax cuts.
Right.
So like this is going to put them in a very, very,
He is
very
the biggest
bad
bind of all
what
time.
they've said that they're going to do relative to what Trump is saying.
Because even if they cut the entire military budget, they're still going to fall short by $1 trillion on these promises of cuts to government spending and big tax cuts for the wealthy. And the math ain't mathin' yet, if you will. Still trying to do it myself back here, and the figures don't add up.
That they're going to
Both the Senate bill and the House bill are centered around gutting Medicaid, and Trump is saying publicly that they're not going to. So
It looks like the whole thing is fraud. Whoops.
Whoopsies. But these negotiations are going to be a fascinating display, and again, the margins in the House are historically slim, and as I said in headlines, Trump's disapproval has gone up 10 points in less than a month.
And I don't know if I think it probably does need to be said to certain Democrats. How could you negotiate with this administration, which is deciding all of your negotiations are bunk and could just be turned over to Elon and the most servile 20-year-olds he can find?
Come on! The Republican senators are panicking because they are the ones that allocated the funds that are supposed to go to their constituents. They get goodies in these bills, and even the Republicans have to answer in some way to their constituents.
Red states have research universities.
Yeah, like Alabama, we highlighted that. And so they're starting to get a little freaked out right now about their own butts, but. It'll be fascinating to see how this goes
Everybody's butt
regarding Medicaid.
is in danger.
Won't be touched. Medicare, Medicaid, none of that stuff is going to be touched.
Nothing.
You don't have to. Now, if there are illegal migrants in the system, we're going to get them out of the system and all of that fraud. But it's not going to be touched. School. I want to bring school back to the states so that Iowa, Indiana, all these places,
fund themselves.
Idaho,
be fine.
New Hampshire. There's so many places.
There's a lot of states.
I think at
People
35 really run well.
Somebody yesterday told me there's more
than.
Somebody yesterday told me there's more than 30 states, and I said, "What? What are you talking about?" And there's like 7. It's like 13 states. No, sir. They tell me, sir, there's actually Almost 50 states, so they say. It's crazy.
Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Finland.
All the states.
China.
All the states. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, China. We're going to handle all of them. Whatever they're called.
And can you imagine, has top schools. We're last. So they have a list of 40 countries. We're number 40. Usually we're 38, 39. The last time we were number.
I love that he switches from one thought to the other with zero segues, giving me opportunities to make fun of awkwardly syntaxed sentences. But yeah, so China and Sweden, what's fascinating about this is I could have sworn those were all of the bad ones, right? Donald Trump and Republicans have been yelling about places. America's becoming it's socialist, Denmark, Sweden, dystopia. It's like communist China.
China. I have to have my China. And what I say is you got to give it back. So it doesn't work. I'll tell you what we're number one in, cost per pupil. We spend more money than any other country by far. It's not even close per pupil. Okay.
But the great states of China, Denmark, Sweden, much better education than us with their socialism. Maybe we should do that.
So we know it doesn't work. So we spend the most and we have the worst, right? The worst result. When we get
okay, I'm sorry. So education, we do not spend the most. All of the Nordic countries that he lists there, whether it's Denmark or Finland.
Charter schools?
All charter schools.
Almost entirely public schools.
No.
That was my second guess.
Oh, there you go. You hit it on the second try. And like, for example, in Finland, sometimes they tax people up to like 68%. A lot of folks. I mean, I think it's, I'm looking at this now, so forgive me, but it's significantly higher than what we have in the United States. At the very least in this current moment. It would have been comparable in the 60s to what Finland does or Denmark.
We have bad outcomes because we don't spread around the wealth and have a massively public, basically the same reason we don't have good health outcomes.
Right.
Is this should all be centralized and it shouldn't be based on how rich your zip code is.
Yes. So he's saying that.
But the whole plan here is to decentralize everything, you know. Delegate what was once done by the government to perhaps multiple private companies with maybe zero communication between them, or incentive to people who are incentivized to maybe jack up costs on you. Maybe even private companies that won't have to report their inner workings. I don't know, you know? That seems to be the plan, though. Decentralize to privately owned, non-governmental bodies, corporations, rather than just having things centralized and working. But then the governments that he uses, which are, I mean, in the way he worded it, they're also the states, the great states of Denmark and China. They all have centralized systems to deal with all these things. So yeah, I guess we're gonna do National Socialism now.
We're the best, but we're also the worst, and we're going to cut funding for education to make us the best.
Get the illegals out.
Like the top education systems in the world, which tax people way more to fund their public education system. Okay.
Spend the most and we have the worst, right? The worst result. When we give that back to Indiana, when we give that back to Iowa, and back to a lot of the states that run well.
You can only think of like 5 states.
A lot of them, 35, 37, 38. Now you're going to have 10 laggards, but you're going to have no laggards.
Before they even get into it, we have to talk about how Donald Trump seems to be completely incapable of naming the states. Like I think he maybe knows 5 or 6. And we were told we were going to get a lot of merit and competence. And we can't have a president who can't name all 50 states. We need to have a merit test. We need merit tests. Now, Pete Hegseth already took one at Ellis Island years ago while he was a Fox News anchor. He failed that one. So he's already out. He should be gone based upon merit. And disregarding any of his other lack of merit. Donald Trump can't even name more than 4 or 5 states and seems to even struggle to get that list out. We need to know, can Donald Trump name all 50 states? I need to know now. We should all know. This is the president of, this is the, chief executive of the United States right now. And he can only think of 3 or 4 states. What's happening?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Spend the most, we have the worst, right? The worst result. When we give that back to Indiana, when we give that back to Iowa and back to a lot of the states that run well, they run well. There's a lot of them, 35, 37, 38. Now you're going to have 10 laggards, but you're going to have
Okay, so this is what kills me. So he lists the 37th, 38th, 39th ranked education states in the country, I guess, right?
Those are the pinnacles of education.
And says,
They'll get us to the top.
they're doing pretty well. Relative to the other states, they're actually not. I mean, the top ranked education systems in this country are New Jersey,
I have never seen a better education system than Alabama. People tell me, sir, you need to go with the sort of the worst ranked states because the better ones are all the the Democrat-led states. I don't know. What are words? It's all very confusing.
Hampshire, Connecticut, Vermont, Massachusetts, New York, Maine, Colorado, Pennsylvania, West Virginia. Bottom, Arizona, Louisiana, Nevada, New Mexico, Alabama, South Carolina, Oklahoma, North Carolina, Florida, Tennessee. Well, at least according to this website, but I've seen worse for things Alabama, or Alabama was on there, but Mississippi, etc. There's no debate, and it's been this way my entire.
Emma's just naming all the good ones. Those are the best ones. Not with the best education, but the best governors and the best senators. But senators and governors are how we educate our children. Okay?
Life that red states have worse education outcomes than the blue states, and so he can't pick the states that he wants to, so he's picking kind of the ones in the middle around, I don't know, the 40th percentile.
37, 38. Now you're going to have 10 laggards, but you're going to have 5 real laggards, but that's going to be okay. Take New York. You give it to Westchester County. You give it to Suffolk County. You give it to upstate New York, and you give it to Manhattan, but you give it to 4 or 5 subsections. Same thing in California. Los Angeles is going to be a problem, but you're going to.
I love how his solution to this, and we talked about this when it happened, and I already watched this. I'm pretty sure Emma's gonna say almost the exact same thing I already did. I'm gonna say again. But Donald Trump, this is the second time he said this, right? I can't remember when he said this. It was like last week. But he said it not on Fox News. He said it somewhere else. And the idea that you would give the most already funded by the school taxes, like local taxes, the already best performing, wealthiest districts, right? Wealthiest counties in places like New York and Westchester County and upstate, whatever else, right? It's an insane person's plan, right? We essentially what it's saying is if you're already poor and you're already doing bad, we're going to give you less money for being so bad and poor, okay? And if you're rich and you're smart, or you've already had the resources to get well educated and have reinforcement in all sorts of places, right? Because you've had the resources to do that. Like, we're going to reward you again, right? It doesn't make any. It's the reverse of what the government is supposed to do. He's not just picking winners. The winners already exist, and he's saying these are the winners, so we're going to give them all the money. And this is insanity. Okay, you don't fund the best performing districts more just because they're performing so good. You should be figuring out why the other districts that aren't performing as well aren't performing as well. Maybe implementing some policies and things like that to help improve things like that, early educational programs, right? Other sorts of resources with, developmental disabilities or, free lunches so the kids have the energy to learn. There's so many things you could do. But this plan is wild.
To places that run well. We can change education. Now, school choice is important, but that will get taken care of automatically. We want to bring education back to the states.
To the profiteers.
You will spend half the number, and I'm not even doing this. I'm not even doing this to save, but you will save. It costs you much less money. You get a much better education. If you go to some of these states, you'll be the equivalent of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, places that really have a good school system.
Fund education?
Those places will be the equivalent. And your overall numbers will get so much better.
Do you want standards?
Okay.
Already.
Lots of gobbledygook, but the reality, and it's difficult to even discern what he's saying. He is just such a lunatic, and it has degraded significantly since 2016. The federal government...
Honestly, I think he put everything he had into the campaign, and now that it's all done, he's just trying to, dude is just coasting. He's just riffing endlessly. He's like, I can't be stopped now. I'm in the office. I can just say whatever. It doesn't matter if it makes any sense. It's fine.
Accounts for around 13 to 14% of money that goes to public schools. But that's not 13 to 14% in every school district. If he's talking about Westchester County or some of the richest areas of New York or other blue states, it is very likely that they get 0% federal funding in some of those instances. It can be anywhere from 0% to up to 75% of the school funding. And you know where that high-end number is? Mm-hmm. Poor areas, rural areas, areas that have children with disabilities, which is the DEI element, the DEIA, as Sam has kept pointing out. They leave out the accessibility piece because they want to obscure the fact that they're cutting funding for children with disabilities. But the federal government goes in and fills in the gaps in poorer areas where property taxes can't properly fund their education system. So the richest areas are already set with funding their public education with property taxes. I mean, the fact that he brings up Westchester County, I know this because I know people that live in Scarsdale. You know, they go there knowing that they're going to pay high property taxes because of the school system.
Follow the persuasion.
And what he's trying to do, and Elon Musk are trying to do, is gut the stuff that bridges the gap for the poorest people in our country. And frankly, this is about red states even more than blue states, as I just laid out.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers bear it out. Just math.
It's science.
It's just math. A lot of southern, Midwestern states receive a lot in federal money, not just for education. Red states are the majority of the top recipients of FEMA funding. All sorts of places we could go to on this discussion. And I wonder how long it's going to take for people to realize that that's what they're talking about. That's what Donald Trump is after when he's talking about cutting these programs, cutting these funds to people. Okay. Okay, let's go here. I think this technically just got mentioned by Emma, maybe in the previous video, I think. But let's go here, talk about this Caroline Leavitt, new White House spokesperson, head of the Ministry of Truth, with receipts from DOGE. From dodgy DOGE department. Receipts showing all of the fraud, supposedly, in the government.
Illegal.
What's that? It's not fraud and is approved spending? Weird.
A federal judge in Washington refused today to block Elon Musk and his Department of Government Efficiency from accessing government data. The judge said states suing Musk and DOGE had failed to demonstrate, quote, clear evidence of imminent irreparable harm.
Musk and President Trump say DOGE's mission is to root out fraud, waste, and abuse. And the White House claims DOGE has uncovered fraud, at least as the administration defines it. Here's Weijia Jiang.
This is what White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt pointed to as proof when asked about the fraud that Elon Musk's team claims to have uncovered.
This is a DEI contract, $36,000 for U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. This is a $3.4 million contract, a Council for Inclusive Innovation at the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. Oh, I love this one, $57,000 for climate change in Sri Lanka.
Oh, how dare, a whole $57,000
with President Trump's
No.
policies, Leavitt said,
I would argue that all of these things are fraudulent, they are wasteful, and they are an abuse of the American taxpayer's dollar.
Last night, DOGE
Honestly,
posted on its website.
I think Sri Lanka deserves more. They are one of the nations that are under great threat from climate change and rising ocean waters. And considering how much carbon the United States has pumped into the atmosphere, I'm thinking they might deserve more than $57,000. That's just me.
They are an abuse of the American taxpayer's dollar.
Last night, DOGE posted on its website what it called a wall of receipts to show its findings to date. So far, it has identified roughly $14 billion worth of federal program cuts, including at least 140 DEI contracts and grants. But all the money allocated was approved by Congress, and DOGE did not provide evidence of a single case of fraud or even alleged fraud.
President Trump and the White House keep conflating fraud, waste, and abuse.
Okay. So yeah, all the stuff that Elon and DOGE are trying to cut is just approved spending from the legislature. Just stuff that are one of our supposed co-equal branches of government got done for the people. And now one richest man, the richest man on the planet, gets to just come in unelected and get rid of it all at his own discretion. Before considering the consequences. Because of efficiency, considering the consequences of what you do is going to get in the way of the efficiency, so you can't do that, all right? Even when, say, it's like for the people that are supposed to guard the nuclear stockpile and, you know, or ensure that bird flu doesn't spread through the, you know, the nation like wildfire, you know, and then you might have to try and rehire those guys, I guess, and gals. I don't know. It's confusing. It's just for the sake of efficiency. You just gotta do it all in one stroke without any forethought about the consequences. That's too much.
That's too much, man!
What am I doing now? I've lost my place. Ah, yes. Now this one's fascinating because we just got done talking about how the math ain't mathin' with all this. Elon said he was going to cut $2 trillion immediately from the federal government. And so far they have cut, well, not a lot in terms of actual spending. They've just cut the people that are supposed to facilitate the spending, right? They fired a bunch of people or bribed them out of office. They spent a bunch of money kind of doing that, I guess. But the money is, I guess, just sitting there now because they keep getting rid of the people who are supposed to dole it out. The money that was appropriated by Congress. But so far, the spending cuts, for instance, like we looked at it on the VA, was $98 million. Not a billion, not a trillion, but $98 million. But it did manage to get rid of a bunch of employees there who were supposed to help with expediting funds to veterans. And, so far, what we've seen is not close to $2 trillion in cuts, but also the promise that both Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid would not have any nobody on those programs would have any negative consequences. None of them would be touched. But also promises of a tax cut. I think it's a $2 trillion tax cut. So far, that math don't math. Now, let's add in this next cherry onto everything. Onto the what are we talking about Sunday?
Could you jump up?
Well, this is what I'm talking about. 21 hours ago, Donald Trump backed the idea of sending some of the savings from DOGE directly to U.S. citizens in some sort of a recall to 2020 with the Trump checks. He's just excited to send you a check with his name on it. So he said, this sounds like a great idea. This is a great plan. This is all going to go super good.
Sir, Elon Musk is proposing potentially giving money to Americans based on what DOGE is finding. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I love it. A 20% dividend, so to speak.
20% dividend.
For the money that we're saving by going after the waste and fraud and abuse and all of the other things that are happening. I think it's a great idea.
How much money do you think
Could be a lot. I mean, if it's 20%, we give back a lot of money to the taxpayer. And also it would give an incentive for the taxpayer to go out and report things to us where we can save money.
Might even get people to go out and be our own sort of Gestapo, if you will. Let us know, report back on all of the terrible government spending activity going on. So 20% dividend. So like I guess 20% of all the savings from Doge are now going to go as a dividend check to American taxpayers every year. Just even further decreasing the likelihood that this math ever maths at all with all of these plans that they're talking about. I feel like he's sort of digging his own grave on this, suggesting that this is a good idea. Because there's going to be a bunch of people out there who get like super excited about this. They're like, oh my God, the Trump UBI is coming. You know, the Trump checks are forever now. The Doge deficit busting dividend delight, whatever. You know, it's going to be a meme everywhere. And now, you know, that's not good. Because there's no way that this actually makes any sense with what they're talking about doing. Okay, alright, let's see here. Wow, we are already deep into the stream. 4 hours and 45 minutes. And in the first hour or so, we got through the goal, so we're getting all of the content tonight. What have I gotten myself into? What have I gotten myself into? 2 days worth? 2.5 days worth of videos here. All crunched into one fantastic stream. Some say the best stream ever heard of in the history of time. And things. In the history of time and things, the very best anybody's ever seen. Or heard of. All right, let's go to here. So, this was Donald Trump at that little press briefing he did which we started with earlier today, where Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago gave a little press briefing here in the grand room of his residence. So is Mar-a-Lago the new White House? He seems to be doing most of his business from here and not not the White House. I guess Elon is behind the desk now, the Resolute desk. But he came out here, he had all sorts of stuff. He was pulling out of his pockets. He had receipts. A shocking list of taxpayer-funded government programs. I wonder what it could be.
And, you know, it's a very sad situation. Yeah, please.
In a court filing, the White House said that Elon Musk is not a DOGE employee and has no authority to make decisions. Can you clarify for us today?
Well, Elon Musk.
Exact role is that
Elon is, to me, a patriot.
He's a patriot.
So, you know, you could call him an employee.
You
could call him a consultant. You could call him whatever you want. But he's a.
This is insanity. Well, he's not. I'm not going to say he's not a federal employee because that would be weird. Even though we filed something saying he's not. But he's a patriot. He can be whatever you want. Patriots can be anything. That's the magic of patriotism, if you didn't know.
I mean, look at the kind of things I just said. Just write it down, just in case that question got asked, right? And which I'm surprised it took so long, actually. But you know what? Ukraine's a bigger deal because people are dying by the thousands a week. Thousands.
Huh?
But look at this. From 90 to 99, Social Security, 6,054,000 people. Well, that's okay. Maybe that's possible. You know, 90 to 99, maybe it's possible. That's a lot of people, though, at that. But people that live to 100 to 109, 4,734,000. Wow, that's a lot. That means over 100 years old. They're 4 million people. I don't know too many. I know people that are doing great in their 90s, but not too many people over 100. But over 120, from 120 years old, people that are 120 years old up to 129, 3,472,000 people. Wow. You know that can't possibly be because the record is like, I think it's one person, a woman, lived to 127, but they have 3,472. Okay, but now we're going really in. People from 130 years old to 139 year old, 3,936,000. Wow.
Wow.
I wonder if people are getting paid with all this.
How's all these people
Are these
getting
checks?
so?
And that's what we're checking right now. People from 140 years old to 149 years old.
So we already talked about this, but I figured I would stick this in here at the end of it just to remind people.
3,542,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
140 years old.
So many.
And beyond. Now we're really
to
going
infinity
because we're
and
looking
beyond.
to break the record by 25 years. People from 150 years old to 159 years old. 1,345,000. These are in the. By the way, these are in the computer files. This is what they do well.
This is what Elon is doing.
They're super.
He's going through all the files.
Elon, who are these DOGE people? He said they're super brilliant computer people, and
They're
they
the
love
best
the
computer
country.
people. They don't know anything about
It's
Social
simple.
Security.
Wait a minute.
But they know everything
People from
about
160
computers.
years old to 169 years, 121,000. So 160-year-old people.
So Donald Trump thinks that he's got this massive list of people that are defrauding Social Security. Now, what we just found out moments ago is that it's actually a quirk of the COBOL system used for Social Security's administration. And so those numbers are not accurate. What he's going by is wrong, essentially. And so there are not millions and millions and millions of people over the age of 100 that they can just jettison from the system and suddenly save billions of dollars. But in fact, are all people who are most likely, 99.9% most likely completely deserving of that money. And it's their money, their Social Security money. But he's sitting here taking a lap in Mar-a-Lago telling people, look, we found like 10 million people who are all like 100, 200 years old. I've never heard of somebody who's 200 years old. Going to be able to save trillions of dollars. You've never seen anything like people tell me, sir, how did you... I got Elon and the smartest computer geniuses. They figured it out. What? They don't know anything about Social Security. They just know about computers. Now, I put this one in here as something of a palate cleanser / segue to discussing a different issue that touches Trump and Elon Musk both.
Phrasing?
Okay, settle down. Let's go back to New York City, where, of course, we saw Kathy Hochul talk about forming some sort of a cadre to oust Eric Adams from his mayorship. And we talked about how Eric Adams and the Trump administration are involved in some sort of elaborate quid pro quo involving the DOJ, ICE, and the border czar, as well as the Southern District of New York's case against Eric Adams. But let's talk about this, because apparently Donald Trump has issued an edict from on high onto New York City itself, ordering the recent congestion pricing, which we've talked about, is actually doing its job and has a net favorability rating among people who live in New York, where this congestion pricing affects. And of course, Donald Trump has decided that that's too much.
That's too much, man!
So he has ordered a halt to that congestion pricing. Let's see what Kathy Hochul had to say, Governor of New York. All right, Kathy, get in there.
Within seconds of us getting this notification, our MTA was prepared. We knew this could come. Filed a lawsuit within minutes. I'm very confident we'll be successful. And I also want to say the cameras are staying on. We are keeping the cameras on. Lights, cameras, action. They're staying on. I don't care if you love congestion pricing or hate it. This is an attack on our sovereign identity, our independence from Washington. And this is illegal. We are a nation of states. This is what we fought for. This is what people like Alexander Hamilton and others fought for, to set up a system where we are not subservient to a king or anyone else out of Washington. At 1:58 p.m., President Donald Trump tweeted, "Long live the king." I'm here to say New York hasn't labored under a king in over 250 years. And we are not. We sure as hell are not going to start now. The next time you're stuck in traffic, the next time your train is delayed, the next time you're in a flooded station because infrastructure repairs were not made, I want you to think of this. Think about this. Next time you're stuck in traffic.
King Trump. I love that. That's great. Who made that? Is that the actual cover of Time? Please tell me it is. That's amazing. I gotta look it up. King Trump Time. Is that real? No, I think they photoshopped that. Either way, it's a great job. It's a great job. Okay, I can respect some good photoshopping. All right, let's go on to talking about another issue which Donald Trump is seemingly failing, quite shockingly. The FAA, air travel in general, seemingly much more dangerous under Donald Trump. Before we go to that, let's talk about something else relating to things that go flying through the air, and that would be nuclear weapons. Here was Donald Trump responding to questions about whether or not he was concerned over the recent firings of nuclear arsenal employees at that same press conference that he was doing in Mar-a-Lago.
Immigrants are in Social Security that shouldn't be there. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, there was a big wave of probationary federal workers who were fired over the weekend. Some of these workers focused on nuclear weapon security, were immediately rehired. Do you have any concerns about how these terminations have
No,
played out?
not at all. I think we have to just do what we have to do. It's, you know, you're gonna. It's amazing what's been found right now. It's amazing. If we feel that. In some cases, they'll fire people and then they'll put some people back. Not all of them, because a lot of people were let go. Don't forget, I got elected on the basis of making our government stronger and smaller. Because we have millions of people that...
I thought he was going to make it great again. I don't remember him saying we're going to make the government stronger and smaller. I don't remember that one. That's a new one, actually. That is a new one. So I guess making America great again is actually making it stronger but smaller. Removing a lot of employees who do jobs. All right. Now let's listen to one of those fired FAA employees.
We're hearing tonight a warning from one of the several hundred FAA employees who was just fired. I'm, quote, I'm scared to death, and the American public should be scared too, is what we're hearing from Charlie Statlander, who says he was working on an urgent FAA defense program in Hawaii to detect incoming cruise missiles. He thought his job would be spared because it focused on national security. But on Friday, along with hundreds of other FAA probationary employees, he was fired, and Charlie joins me now. And thank you for being here. It's great to have you. Because obviously, this warning, you say that the American public should be scared by your firing and the hundreds of your FAA colleagues as well. Why is that?
Hey, Caitlin, thank you so much for having me on tonight.
Hey, thank you so much for the super chat, Nadia. Reference Kelly and Zach Wienersmith's A City on Mars. They've done many interviews about the book. Some Musk biographer got Errol. I think that's Elon's dad. To admit he named Elon for Werner, however you say it, Werner von Braun's novels, Martian Kings too. Huh. Interesting. I'm fairly certain von Braun was a Nazi rocket scientist.
And, you know, thank you for giving me the platform to tell my story. I wish I was here under different circumstances, but alas, here we are. So I do think the American public does need to be concerned about, not only my firing, but also the firing of so many public safety, national security professionals at the FAA and, within the Department of Transportation, but, writ large also throughout the federal government. And I gave that quote about being scared to death because, while I can't talk about the specifics of the project I worked on and what all I was doing, what I can tell you is that the FAA National Defense Program that I was a part of and was incredibly proud to work for the mission, to accomplish the mission of, has an incredibly important national security role. And I was working on incredibly important national security work. And by being summarily fired without any warning, actually while I was in the process of working, I think that is is detrimental to national security.
You were at work when you got fired?
I had actually just returned from a work trip, a briefing at one of our Air Force bases, and I was working late into the night, which again is, I think, further evidence. I'm just one of hundreds of thousands of federal employees who work way more than 40 hours a week. And it goes to show that the rumors that are being spread by the administration and DOGE that federal workers are just leeches on the government are incorrect. But with that said, I had just returned home from a briefing, a work trip. I had another one scheduled actually for today, and I was working late into the night after I had returned home to get my notes and my thoughts down so that I could prepare them to share with my boss and other folks in my branch before I actually went to my briefing this week.
Well, and Charlie, I just want.
So yeah, there we go. Just heard from a fired FAA employee, somebody who was essentially directly involved in America's missile defense system, protecting the country from intercontinental ballistic missile threats. Fired. It's fascinating. All right. Let's talk about the broader aviation threat that is being created by Trump and Elon's firing spree at the FAA.
Rick Perlstein, historian, we've had him on the show, posted this. It's just something that we need to be keeping in mind here because there was another airplane disaster like right after we went on air yesterday, and it's unclear if the cuts affected this. And I don't want to draw any conclusions, but at the end of the day, we need to start to politicize airplanes falling out in the sky. We should be having a grandstanding bill on the House floor brought by some Democrat that uses the name of one of the federal workers that has been fired. We just read this example of the 20-year disabled Army veteran who was fired from his job at a Bronx veterans hospital. He has 4 kids and has served his country admirably and for his entire life. Wrote to the VA secretary asking for his job back, saying, I'm a good performer, isn't getting it back. His name is Luke Graziani. Frankly, the Democrats should endorse the Luke Graziani bill, which protects the federal workforce from the gutting of the administrative state by a billionaire robber baron. They should also be introducing a bill that's about, say, the Trump airplane crash bill, DOGE airplane crash. I'm coming up with this off the top of my head. Come up with something more clever, but message this to the public, okay? We can't just have historians like Rick or shows like ours giving these examples. The Democrats have to demonstrate this on the House or the Senate floor whenever debate is open and put names to this, like the Lake and Riley Act, which they used to crack down on immigration. Use this thing to your advantage. Bradley, go ahead.
I'm just saying they're always happy to brand something. They definitely have staffers who are literally hired to create these funny abbreviations for bills where it's like a New Jersey congressman like Josh Gottheimer is going to be like, the Mooch Act to get other states to pay more in federal income taxes because New Jersey pays more for other lower end tax states in the country. You can't do it for something like this when they're literally it's not even the sky is falling. No, planes are literally falling out of the sky.
Falling out, and
that plane was upside down in Toronto.
Yes, and there were already a shortage of air traffic controllers. Then yesterday, Musk and Trump fired tens of probationary employees working in aviation safety. Again, these are just employees that have worked there for 2 years or under, or switched agencies who have less protections, so Musk can fire them if he wants. Still going to affect it. They're doing important work to aid and assist the air traffic controllers who are already understaffed. So Rick Perlstein has this example. This is from a friend of his who's a retired air traffic controller. This is the letter that he wrote today to his the other day to his senator. I wanted to read it for folks. Dear Senator, I'm writing as a constituent, former FAA air traffic controller for 26 years and currently airline transport related commercial pilot. On Friday, hundreds of FAA technicians and engineers were terminated. These technicians and engineers maintain every piece of equipment that keeps flying safe, from the radars to the ILS to the ATC automation. They were identified as probationary, and there is a reasonable speculation that AI was used to find probationary employees, assuming that meant...
Now, what's fascinating about this to me is that it seems to be the Boeingification of the FAA. Because Boeing, if you're not aware, has been for years now cutting back on safety standards in lieu of profits, right? In an attempt to, boost their reduce their costs and boost their income. And we've seen what that led to, right? We all know what that led to. Taking away the safety standards at Boeing has led to bad stuff over there. And now they're just basically just repeating the mistake at the FAA. Getting rid of the people who are supposed to keep the radar equipment safe and everything else. Why?
That they were new hires. That is not an accurate assumption. A newly hired federal employee is probationary and may be subject to at-will termination, but the term probationary is also applied to promotions to describe not that you are a probationary employee, but if the promotion or transfer is not successful, the employee would return to the pre-promotion position. This allows the government to retain needed expertise. As I mentioned, those were the examples of people who became probationary because they moved from like one park to another, or from one agency to another, etc.
Yeah. They're just using it as a justification, hoping nobody looks into what probationary means. I feel like some number of people would see probationary and just think that they were bad employees, right? Probation. Ooh, sounds scary. But it just refers to the amount of time they've been at an agency, or could be related to a promotion and some sort of time period in which they are proving their merit for the job. It's a process, and instead they're just saying, oh, you're a special employee, you're not needed, you're probationary, get rid of you. But of course that's not what it means. It's not. They do need to be there, and just because they're probationary doesn't mean that they weren't facilitating some important thing at the FAA or wherever else, because this is just a designation across government jobs. Oh God, not great. Now, while we're talking about all this, actually, whoopsies, I'll put this in a different order. Let's do it this way, yeah. Let's move on to talking about some other planes, or well, plane-related stuff. Apparently Donald Trump is in the market to buy some planes. And apparently is looking to some unorthodox places for those planes.
No, I'm not happy with Boeing. It takes them a long time to do, Air Force One, we gave that contract out a long time ago. It's a fixed price contract, and I'm not happy with the fact that it's taking so long. And we may do something else. We may go and buy a plane or get a plane. something, but I'm not happy with the fact that it's taken Boeing so long. There's no excuse for it. And you know, they had a fixed price contract. I made that deal. And now they're losing a lot of money, and they'd like to see if they could, up the price, but I make
Wait, which one is it? So is it taking a long time, like, to build? Or is it, because we already heard Donald Trump say this earlier, right? He was saying, art of the deal, I'm going to get them to get Boeing, they're charging us too much money for the planes. We're going to get them to charge half as much. That's all you got to do. It's efficiency, folks. And I think he's conflating these two things intentionally, suggesting that Boeing is just taking too long. But it's really that Boeing wants more money, and Donald Trump doesn't want to pay more money.
they're losing a lot of money, and they'd like to see if they could, up the price. But I make fixed price deals. I don't like time and material deals.
Sir, the only other commercial aircraft maker that could make a plane that big is Airbus. Would you consider
No,
buying it?
I would not consider Airbus over Boeing. No, but I could buy one that was used and convert it.
Donald Trump, he's going to buy a used 747 and then convert it. Interesting.
Buy one from another country, perhaps, or get one from another country. So we're looking at other alternatives.
Fascinating. Donald Trump considering getting out of the Boeing contract to build Air Force One and instead going used. That's efficiency for you, folks. I like that. Buy a used Air Force One. Aren't you already flying on Air Force One? You might as well just use the used Air Force One that you're already on. Just thinking outside the box here. Okay. Now let's go to some people who are involved in planes. Military aircraft, certainly. Launching them from, aircraft carriers and things. People in the Navy. More specifically, let's talk about trans people in the military. Under this new military ban Donald Trump has enacted. PBS NewsHour on this story from yesterday.
President Trump's executive order barring transgender people from serving openly in the military is now being weighed in federal court. The judge in the case appeared to express doubt that the ban could be justified as necessary to improve military readiness. Here's Lisa Desjardins.
Among the executive orders that Trump signed last month was one stating that transgender Americans cannot satisfy the rigorous standards necessary for military service, and that the Pentagon must move to change the policy allowing them to serve. One of those who could be affected by that joins us now. Commander Emily Schilling is a decorated Navy pilot with over 60 combat missions and high-risk work as a test pilot. She's also transgender and the lead plaintiff in one of the legal challenges against the Trump executive order. Commander, thank you for joining us. Secretary Hegseth still has about a week or so to meet the deadline for this new policy and exactly define what it will be. But as we wait for that, have you seen any effect from this executive order, either yourself personally or in the military?
Yeah, Lisa, first, thank you for having us on tonight. These views are my own and do not necessarily reflect those of the U.S. Navy or the Department of Defense. So far, we have thousands of transgender troops currently serving in our armed forces today, and they are deployed across the world, embedded in units today. And these executive orders and the discussion around transgender service has an immediate effect on them, from overzealous commanders who are taking executive orders as action to just a detriment to the morale of these individuals and their ability to focus on the mission that they've signed up to volunteer for.
You are the lead plaintiff in this lawsuit. What are you asking for? What would you like to happen?
I just want to keep serving. I have served for nearly 20 years. I'm a combat aviator, test pilot, and I've served with honor and distinction. And all I'm asking is for myself and the thousands of other transgender troops just like me to be allowed to continue to do what we want to do, which is serve the American public.
There you go. Now, clearly she has, at least up to this point, shown great merit in the military, seeing as she has risen to the rank of commander, and yet is potentially going to be disallowed from serving in the military, which, as she's just stated multiple times, she would just like to do. And yet, it's being claimed by the Trump administration that the existence of trans people in the military is somehow a threat to military readiness. Sounds pretty ready to me, if you ask. If you were to ask me. Now, if you didn't hear, apparently Elon Musk is headed to the Pentagon to cut things there. Should be fascinating to see what gets cut at the Pentagon by Elon Musk. I guess he'll probably cut Space Force and then just be SpaceX Force instead. Be privatized Space Force.
The other breaking headline tonight involves...
That's my worst nightmare, by the way, as a spacecaster here in low Earth orbit. That would be horrifying.
The other breaking headline tonight involves the Pentagon. We have learned this evening President Trump's sweeping budget cuts will target the Pentagon next, the deepest cuts in more than a decade. Sources telling ABC News Secretary Hegseth could be planning to fire some military generals. And tonight, the firings have already affected military veterans who worked at the Department of Veterans Affairs. Here's our senior political correspondent, Rachel Scott.
Tonight, President Trump's budget axe preparing to swing at the largest agency in the federal government, with deep cuts at the Pentagon now on the horizon. Sources tell ABC News Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has asked top Pentagon officials to draw up plans for a sweeping 8% cut. The department hasn't seen cuts this deep in more than a decade. The news comes as sources tell ABC News Hegseth is preparing to fire or remove
8% of our current federal expenditure on military spending, unless it's just Pentagon's. I guess I'm not clear on what it is. But if it's on the entire military budget, that'd be like $75 billion or something like that.
Of top generals and senior officers, a list of their names already circulating among Republicans on Capitol Hill. The big question doesn't include the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, C.Q. Brown. Hegseth once said Brown had to go, but on the new secretary's first day in charge, he held back.
Joint Chiefs of Staff and other members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Standing with it right now. Look forward to working with him.
The Pentagon also has a huge civil.
And what's also confusing about this is that in Pete Hegseth's recent speeches out at the NATO summit, and I think at the Munich conference too. Was he at the Munich? I can't remember now. But he made the claim that the United States needed to get itself to 5% military spending as it relates to GDP, which would get us in line with not $75 billion cuts, but like an increase of like 50%, like $500 billion in spending would be required to get us to 5%. So just another hypocrisy seemingly within the administration. Once again, clearly there's not a lot of communication going on between people within the government, it would seem. Or maybe they're just going to cut jobs at the Pentagon, but increase spending? I don't know how that works.
Staff, some 878,000 people.
Stand up, Elon.
And President Trump has instructed Elon Musk to dive in as the billionaire moves to slash the federal workforce.
They will be looking at military too.
The layoffs already impacting those who have served. 1,000 workers fired from the Department of Veteran Affairs. Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth says some of them work for the Veterans Crisis Hotline, fielding calls from veterans dealing with mental health crises and suicidal thoughts. She says the VA is now trying to hire those workers back.
It's a middle finger to our heroes and their lives of service.
Andrew Lennox, who served as a Marine in Iraq, Afghanistan.
One thing we should be aware of is that Elon Musk's companies have received billions and billions of dollars from the Pentagon, from the Department of Defense, right? SpaceX has received over 15, says about currently it has $22 billion in government contracts open. And over the life of the company, I don't even know exactly how much. And that's just one of Elon's companies, right? So a guy who is a military contractor, who owns a company that does contracts with the military, is going to have access to the entire military budget. This is fascinating. And yet, no complaints about conflicts of interest from Republicans yet.
In Syria was just fired from his job at the VA in Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Shock and disbelief, and then just straight anger, because then all I started hearing were these sound bites of parasitic, unproductive, lazy, entitled government workers. And all I can think about is from my experience, like nobody was telling me I was lazy, in Afghanistan when I'm sleeping in a hole.
Tonight, the Pentagon is confirming they are moving forward with that 8% cut, totaling around $50 billion. The Pentagon says that money will now be redirected to other defense priorities for the Trump administration, David.
All right, Rachel Scott tonight. Rachel,
thank you, Rachel. Great job. Yeah, that's fascinating. Now, I figured we'd go here to CNN from a couple of days ago. Because, all of this is incredibly overwhelming, I think, to most people. But one almost billionaire, I think he's like, I don't think he's quite a billionaire. He's like multiple hundreds of millionaire. I think like 600 or 700 billion last time I checked. I mean million. Certainly not billion. But he's an aspiring billionaire, I guess you might call him. Kevin O'Leary, Shark Tank investor, oligarch in the flesh, on CNN. And he had some comments about DOGE, the dodgy DOGE department. Let's see what this idiot had to say. This rich asshole.
That plane crash, I think that not only do you have to protect the safety of Americans physically, but I think you have to protect our safety mentally. We see you laying off people from the FAA. At this point, nobody at the FAA is dispensable. I think you have to keep everybody there at least, for the time being, because we've had these major plane crashes that you haven't seen in 16 years.
Kevin, the optics of this is what you're referring to.
I think the issue is they're not whacking enough. There's this concept in private equity when you get a bankrupt company and you go in there, you cut 20% more in your initial read.
So here's a wannabe billionaire / oligarch / Napoleon complex having bald guy.
Follow the rich white man.
Saying, actually, they're not cutting enough, right? Because the government is a company, right? And you can just cut stuff and not worry about it because you can always just get back what you need. But it's not, right? The government's not a company. It's a government. And it's supposed to make sure that it fulfills its obligations to its citizens rather than running roughshod over the institutions intended to do just that. But this billionaire who isn't affected by those programs, and if anything has probably run afoul of a few of them at one time or another, although I'm not sure about his history. You can just imagine, though. But yeah. Rich, multi-hundred millionaire, wannabe billionaire, Mr. Wonderful, aka Kevin O'Leary, here to tell us, actually, you people are just complaining too much.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
They're not actually cutting enough, and they can always get it back when they find out that your grandma died because she didn't get, whatever, her fucking heat got turned off or whatever else, right? Like, this is fucking insane. This is insane mutterings of a rich douchebag. Oh shit!
You fly like a pool of mercury. The organization.
Wow! Nadia didn't even notice the super chat. Thank you. For this one, what is this? Concrete educational attainment regarding PhD grads, papers published. Nobel Prizes in fields, medals, etc. And STV exams. For example, Gaokao and JE are oddly absent from education discussions. Yeah, some of that definitely I don't know very much about, not gonna lie.
Together again, always cut deeper, harder when there's fat and waste. The FAA, it's not the people. The code is cobalt. It's from the 60s. It needs CapEx put into it for the technology to be upgraded to make.
Yeah, what's funny is Kevin O'Leary, a Canadian, seems to know more about the Social Security system. Not that he has good views on it, but he at least understands what COBOL is more, I think, than these 20-year-old coders that Elon has put in charge of our Social Security all of a sudden. I bet they don't even know what COBOL is. But it's just fascinating that he's here yelling about this. Like, why?
Safer. Fat like a chicken. All of these agencies are like big fat chickens dripping
Big
over
fat
barbecues
chickens?
of fat. This is the best barbecue I've ever seen, but I don't think it's happening fast enough. They're not cutting enough. Keep slashing.
So in this analogy, which seems a bit unwieldy, but who is the chicken in this case? And it seems like the chicken is everybody's Social Security right now, which Elon has put onto a spit and is roasting, but Kevin thinks he's not burning it fast enough. Like, he just needs to stick the chicken in the fire rather than roasting it? Is that what it is? Honestly, this is a very strange analogy.
Keep hacking while you have a 24-month mandate before the midterms. Cut. More cutting. Believe me, it's going to work out.
I see. Yeah. This is hilarious. Okay, so I guess Kevin does understand the situation. They don't actually have a mandate, but for now, for the next 2 years, they can pretend they have a mandate. Use that to do a bunch of incredibly unpopular things until they lose that mandate and lose all the elections in 2022. That seems to be what he just said. He's like, well, I know all this shit is unpopular with all the poors and all the, all the plebs, but they have 2 years to pretend like they have the will of the people on their side, and they might as well just get done all of this incredibly unpopular, bad for society stuff in the meantime. Okay, Kevin, not doing enough. Fantastic. Well, there you go. Wannabe billionaire Kevin O'Leary, aka Mr. Wonderful, to tell us DOGE better get on it faster before the people rise up against them and decide actually they do want their Social Security and their Medicare and Medicaid and whatever else. Oh, wait, what's that? Oh, 1 day later, we got a poll that shows most voters think Elon Musk has too much power. Uh-oh. That happened fast. Jeez, Kevin. I guess he was just Nostradamus. He knew they didn't have much time, but he thought they had 2 years. Looks like they only had 24 hours.
President Trump's team preparing for more budget cuts, this time targeting the Pentagon. Sources telling ABC News that they are expecting the deepest cuts in more than a decade. Meanwhile, confusion continues over who is actually running DOGE. ABC's Nicole D'Antonio with the latest out of D.C.
This morning, sweeping budget cuts expected to hit the Pentagon. Sources tell ABC News Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth asked top Pentagon officials to draw up plans for a sweeping 8% cut. The department has not seen cuts this deep in more than a decade. The Defense Department employs nearly 878,000 civilians, with up to 60,000 being probationary employees. On Monday, DOGE posted a list on its website of more than 1,000 federal contracts it claims to have terminated.
It's a middle finger to our heroes and their lives of service.
Sources tell ABC News Hegseth is preparing to fire or remove a series of top generals and senior officials. A list of their names already circulating among Republicans on Capitol Hill.
Staff and other members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Standing with it right now. Look forward to working with them.
President Donald Trump says his administration is considering giving 20% of the savings from DOGE's work back to Americans. Others are skeptical. Meanwhile, confusion continues over who truly runs DOGE, as concerns rise about the amount of influence Elon Musk has gained since Trump's return to the White House. A recent Quinnipiac University poll released Wednesday found that 55% of registered voters believe Musk has too much power in making decisions that affect the country. The same.
What?
Oh no, a majority of Americans think Elon has too much power. That's awkward. I have no idea who Quinn Slobodian is. Premise of DOGE is fake. Reference, Quinn Slobodian. The plutocrats' plot to starve social democratic welfare states revolved more around tax havens. I think I need more context for that quote. Although I think I know what it was essentially suggesting, but it's not clear. Either way, thank you for the super chat. Nadia going ham with the chats today. I don't know about you, but I'm enjoying this 1-year anniversary with all of you, space fams, a family that's ever growing. I'm glad people are actually voting on this post, on this poll about not gifting memberships. It's kind of funny. Patreon winning the fake poll. YouTube stickers and super chats, and far off second. Third, PayPal. Fourth, Cash App. Not even hitting 10% for Cash App. Okay. What shall we do next? Okay. Well, as you all know, we're going to get all the content tonight. We're going to keep going on a few more things relating to Donald Trump's presidency here until we hit that 6-hour mark. Then we're going to have to take another break. Let's move on from the military and air travel, things like that. But before we do, I just want us to listen to this one Donald Trump quote. He was at the what was this one? Oh God, I can't remember what this was. It was like some institute of like economics and investors.
Historical ruler.
The Finstitute, the Future Investment Initiative Network or whatever. All right, yeah. Let's see what Donald Trump had to say here. He was asked question by this guy I don't know anything about, but I just found this fascinating because it's sort of he says yes to both.
If you were a historical ruler, would you prefer to rule during war or peace?
Well, I want to be, again, a peacemaker, and I want to keep us out of war, but sometimes to do that, you have to have a very strong country. You have to have a very strong military. And as I said, we have a much stronger military than anyone would know. We have the best equipment. And I bought a lot of it. I rebuilt our military in the first 4 years. I rebuilt it. We gave a lot of it away to Afghanistan, to the Taliban.
All of
stupidly, but that's a very small amount relative. It was billions and billions.
Okay. Before I address the insanity of what he just said in terms of Afghanistan, Donald Trump saying that he wants to be peaceful, but he also knows that sometimes you gotta be not peaceful. And that's okay too. It can be good when you have the best military ever. But then, at the same time, he said he rebuilt our military after we gave all of our equipment to Afghanistan? But I believe what he's referencing is something that happened after he left. So does that mean in the last 4 weeks he's rebuilt the entire military? Or is he just forgetting what year it is right now? Because the thing he's referring to is the withdrawal during the Biden administration. But he's also saying he rebuilt it 4 years ago. So, whatever it is.
I don't want reality. I don't want reality.
But it's still a very small amount relatively to what we built. But I largely rebuilt our military. Now I'm going to have to do it again because so much has been given away, so much has been treated so badly. But to keep peace, you really have to. I have a thing.
We increased the military budget by like 9% during Biden's administration. And it's all gone now. That's it. No more military.
Strength through, and I mean it, you really have.
So he's going to rebuild the military because it's apparently broken, but also cut the military budget by 8%? Is that what I'm to believe right now? Every single one of Donald Trump's plans has its own brother plan that completely contradicts or ruins the math of any of his other plans. And so I think there's going to be some sort of day of reckoning where all of these claims really get laid on their face, if you will. And the sort of ineptitude of all of these concepts of plans is borne out. But like right now we're in this weird place where he's just spitballing, he's saying all these different things that just contradict one another. And his voters are too stupid to figure it out right now. Although I think they're starting to figure it out, considering some of these polls that are coming out. Seemingly Trump and his son Elon Musk are both losing popularity. Didn't take long. A month of dictatorship. It was supposed to be just day one. Now it's sort of like an amorphous time period. All right, at the same Finstitute conference, the Finstitute. It's the dumbest fucking name I've ever heard. At the Finstitute, Donald Trump was asked another question. A very, very difficult question. This is the sort of question
we can't let it happen.
You ask on like an AP exam, right? Or this is like a, like an entire thesis that is asked of Donald Trump in this question. But he comes up with the very best answer. You'll see. You'll see. Greatest answer anybody's ever seen or heard.
So we can't let it happen.
Mr. President, if you had to describe United States of America in just 3 words, what would they be?
In 3 words?
3 words.
Love, respect, and strength.
Love, respect, and strength.
That's a tough question.
That's tough.
That might be my best answer, Yasser. That reminds me of high school. That
3 words.
That may have been the toughest question, actually. Do you think Joe Biden could have done that? I don't think so.
Could Joe Biden say 3 words? I don't think so. This is the kind of performance everybody can come to expect from a president. 3-word answers. Joe Biden, he doesn't know 3 words.
I'm staying in the race.
What was it again? Love, respect, and strength. Right? Love. The first one he came up with. Love. Loving. The loving Donald Trump regime. So loving that it's loving all of the immigrants out of the country. That's how you get people to respect you. By loving people out of your country. With strength. Democracy Now! From yesterday.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez on our 29th anniversary of this daily global news broadcast. We turn now to the impact of a flood of immigration policy changes and crackdowns over the last few weeks. President Trump has now moved to allow agents with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, to carry out enforcement operations at courthouses, including in immigration courts. This comes as people are also widely reporting they've also faced detention or deportation after their regular ICE check-ins, as ICE has reportedly set new arrest quotas. We go first to Arizona, where the Tucson-based independent outlet Arizona Luminaria has been following the case of a Venezuelan family torn apart after a mother of four was pulled by Arizona public safety troopers for driving under the speed limit. She and two of her children, aged 6 and 9, were quickly deported to Mexico, but her other two kids, aged 8 and 14, remain in Tucson. The deportations occurred just hours after the minor traffic stop. The mother described being handcuffed in front of her kids as the troopers called Border Patrol agents, who later turned them over to Mexican immigration officials in the border city of Nogales before they were put on a bus and driven about 2,000 miles away to the southern Mexican state of Tabasco. The mother was incommunicado for days until she was finally able to call her family, letting them know of her whereabouts. We're not saying the names of the mother or her kids in order to protect the family at the request of their attorney. For more, we're joined first in Tucson by John Washington, reporter for Arizona Luminaria. He covered this, and the story headlined, "Venezuelan migrant mother and two children deported to Mexico just hours after Tucson traffic stop." He's the author of The Case for Open Borders and The Dispossessed, a story of asylum at the U.S.-Mexican border and beyond. John, welcome back to Democracy Now! Fill out this story for us. Tell us what happened to this woman.
Yeah, thanks for having me back on, and congrats on the 29 years. So what happened, this started last week. This mother of four was with two of her children, and she was selling empanadas outside of a gas station in Tucson when she says that she was verbally attacked by someone who was leaving the gas station. And that person then called the police.
How dare you sell delicious
the responding
empanadas?
Officers were state troopers, and this woman packed up her things and packed up her children and started driving away, and the officers made a stop down the road. The pretext was that she was driving too slowly.
Too slow.
25 miles an hour.
Driving too slow. I love that. Driving too fast, driving too slow. You must always be driving at the speed limit, regardless of what might be going on. And as we'll later hear, apparently people at this gas station reported her. Suspected illegal immigrant. I wonder how they came to that conclusion. Couldn't be that she was doing Hispanic-y type stuff. Selling empanadas, looking too brown. Not speaking American. It's disgusting. This is the fascist state already taking hold. People reporting to ICE and all these other now Trump-run agencies, like the good little Gestapos that they are all aspiring to be. It's troubling. It's terrifying that we have this politicized environment of to steal a word from the Republicans, lawfare. You're gonna keep listening.
40 mile an hour zone. She was taken out of the car. She was extensively questioned, and as that was happening, the Border Patrol were already on their way. The troopers had allegedly called the Border Patrol. She was handcuffed, as you mentioned, by the Border Patrol officers in front of her children. She and her children were then taken away to a short-term detention facility elsewhere in Tucson that was run by Border Patrol. She says from there that she suffered a night of interrogation, that Border Patrol officers were accusing her of being in a Venezuelan gang. They were accusing her husband of being in the gang. They actually were questioning her 6-year-old daughter and saying that her dad was a gang member. All of these claims the family vehemently denies. And just hours later, after a really difficult night, and with the 9-year-old son trying to protect his mom and his younger sister from what he saw as aggressive Border Patrol agents, they were deported to Mexico, and from there they were taken about 2,000 miles south. And not until they arrived to their destination were they able to make the first call. So the mother tells me that she pleaded with first the state troopers, then the Border Patrol agents who were arresting her, and then multiple times during the night to please let her have a phone call to let her family know where she is, where she and her 2 children were, to check in with their other 2 kids and let them know. But she was repeatedly denied calls, both in the U.S. and then also in Mexico.
And John, could you clarify, when you say she was deported to Mexico and then transported 2,000 miles, was this, in other words, she's a Venezuelan. So did the Mexican government willingly participate, and did the Mexican government transport her from the border further down into Mexico?
Yeah, that's right. So Mexico has for some time been accepting Venezuelan and people from a couple other countries deported from the United States. This is a growing trend. The Trump administration has negotiated or strong-armed a number of other countries already to start accepting third country deportees. And yes, so the Mexican government did willingly receive this woman and her 2 kids, and then they did transport her south. This is something that we've been seeing increasingly, not just under Trump, but in the past year, where after Biden administration and now Trump has been really trying to convince Mexico to do more to crack down. Mexico doesn't have the funds or maybe the willingness to actually affect a lot of these deportations, these secondary deportations after people are removed from the United States. So what they're doing is that they're busing them south and just making their journey potentially back to the United States much more arduous, much more dangerous, and potentially much more deadly.
We're talking to John Washington, a reporter for Arizona Luminaria. He's in Tucson. We also...
Horrifying state of affairs here in the United States. And I was really hoping that Claudia Sheinbaum would, refuse to accept these deportees from the United States. I can understand the Mexican migrants, but helping facilitate removal of third country immigrants, I'm not a fan of that at all. Not a fan. I was concerned this was going to happen. We talked about this. She made a sort of statement. It was kind of unclear, but that she was going to do this. Over a month ago, I think. And I had my concerns that this might be happening. And it seems like it is. But of course, she has plenty of stuff on her plate, and Donald Trump is waging a trade war against Mexico, and they're pretty dependent upon our partnerships, so that could be part of it. But let's go here now. CBS Evening News from yesterday, where one of 20 recent immigration judges, which were fired by the Trump administration, had some stuff to say here in an interview on CBS.
CBS News has learned that President Trump is pausing all immigration applications filed by migrants from Ukraine and Latin America. The Department of Homeland Security told immigration reporter Camila Montoya Galvez that further vetting is needed.
And with cases already backed up, the president has fired 20 immigration judges. Jason Allen looks at the impact tonight.
Can we call you? We can't call you judge.
I don't think so. Not anymore. Ex-judge, I guess.
You're fully expecting.
I'm just full of carry.
Carrie Doyle was expecting to become one of the country's next immigration judges, but she was fired the week before she was supposed to start hearing cases.
There are millions of these cases.
3.7
Which is a
million.
big reason why you thought maybe I won't disappear.
Yes,
in all
exactly. Yeah, that was the thought. That was the hope.
Inside this unmarked building in a Boston suburb, Doyle would have heard cases for asylum, permanent residence, and removal, up to 700 a year.
So you just see people every day, all day, with these life and death decisions over whether they can remain in the United States or not, and then neutrally applying the law.
In Boston and other cities, those cases stacked up as southern border crossings surged. And while crossings have come down, the case numbers, Doyle said, will keep adding up. There are about 4 million outstanding cases right now.
Don't forget that cases come into the system not just from the border, but from the existing people that are in the United States. So as you ramp up removal, they're getting put in front of the immigration judge. So that caseload will balloon.
We asked.
Yeah, this doesn't sound very efficient to me. Unless you're just planning on mass deporting people on a non-legal basis, right? Because if they're here in the country, they need to be seen and heard inside of a courtroom to determine whether or not they can stay here or not, right? But I think this is just an effort by the Trump administration to create more chaos around this and make it so that they have whatever, even if it's completely flimsy or non-existent justification to deport people without legal process, which they are afforded under the U.S. Constitution. And, just to ramp up these illegal deportations, just like that example we just heard of, where a woman and her children were separated from her husband, sent to Mexico, and then moved 2,000 miles south without having seen a judge. Now let's take a look at some of the things this crackdown on immigration might bring.
According to the Department of Agriculture, more than 40% of the country's farm workers are undocumented. In tonight's In Depth, Camila Montoya Galvez traveled to a dairy farm in Wisconsin to report on the tension between cheap labor and the Trump administration's immigration crackdown.
Down this road in Wamandi, Wisconsin, population 500, lies John Rosno's farm. He's a fifth-generation farmer who owns more than 900 acres and more than 600 dairy cows.
It takes one person for every 40, 45 cows.
And who is doing all of this work?
I would say about 90% is done by immigrants.
Immigrants like Kevin, who was born in central Mexico and crossed the U.S. border illegally when he was 18. Now 21, Kevin is among the 11 million undocumented migrants living in the U.S. More than 10,000 of them work on Wisconsin dairy farms. What kind of work do you do here on the farm? ¿Qué trabajo haces aquí en la granja?
Alimentar y también limpiar los corrales.
You feed the cows and you clean the barns too. Kevin, who did not provide his last name during our interview, says he often works 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, sometimes starting as early as 3 a.m. But the pay is better than back home. Does your family depend on your salary here in the U.S.? My mother and my siblings, of course. But since I have my dad here, he also sends them money. Nationally, more than half the workers in the dairy industry are undocumented. Like Kevin, many leave behind loved ones for wages that are below what American workers get. Some people would be saying that you could be right now hiring American workers to do this job, and that the only reason you're not doing that is because you can pay immigrants less. How would you respond to that?
If I hired Americans to do the work, I would have to pay probably about $100,000 a year per person, and they would only work 40, 50 hours a week. I would be out of business within 6 months. I couldn't afford it.
Yeah, we've talked about this in the past, but the U.S. food system is completely dependent on low pay, below federal minimum wage pay, in many cases, to illegal immigrants. Undocumented workers are, I keep saying illegal immigrants because I keep hearing it so much, but undocumented workers make up a majority of agricultural workers. Okay, now this is something of a development, apparently. An appeals court. Apparently some of these have already gotten to appeals, which is fascinating. But yeah, I guess it's been a few weeks since he tried to do this. But according to an appeals court, Donald Trump cannot end birthright citizenship.
Illegal.
Let's quickly go here. We're not going to watch this whole one. I just want the very beginning.
Just tonight, the appeals court, the Ninth Circuit, said they're going to keep the block on Trump's challenge to birthright citizenship. It's going to remain on hold, and it's going to go to a hearing.
Big surprise that the Ninth Circuit ruled against the president.
Okay, the Ninth Circuit is made up. Just so you.
I love that one of Donald Trump's former CNN is just bringing on like the worst people ever. Okay, Donald Trump. Like we don't need former Trump aides and things like that here for these discussions. But thanks, CNN. That's why we're not going to listen to this whole thing. It's out of control. But looks like this thing was going to go to a hearing. Appeals court blocking this ban. Or this attempt to end birthright citizenship. Okay. Where are we now? All right, let's go here. You know, these polls keep showing that people are either concerned or disapproving of things Donald Trump is doing. And here's another one regarding the Trump tariffs.
Donald Trump says an announcement on tariffs will come over the next month or sooner. Speaking at a conference in Miami, the US president appeared to add lumber to the list of likely targets. And he again claimed that the threat of tariffs was producing results.
A lot of car companies are calling. They called me, three of the majors, they called and they said,
hey,
we're looking all over the place. We want to be there. I'm going to be announcing tariffs on cars and semiconductors and chips and pharmaceuticals, drugs and pharmaceuticals and lumber probably and some other things over the next month or sooner.
Since returning to office, Trump has imposed a range of new tariffs. That includes broad ones, like an extra 10% levy on goods from China, to ones targeted at specific products like steel. Though Trump says they will create jobs and raise revenue, many economists warn the moves could spur inflation.
No way.
Minutes of the last Federal Reserve policy meeting, released Wednesday, show policymakers there are concerned that tariffs could drive prices higher. That might halt interest rate reductions for now. And there are signs that some voters share those concerns. A Reuters Ipsos poll found 53% of Americans now think the economy is on the wrong track, up 10 percentage points on last month.
There we go. All right. Wow. Wow. This stream is going to go on into eternity with the number of videos I have ready for us today. I really went in. Yeah, we deserve it. Getting it cheap today, though, technically. But we got to do it. We got to do it. All right. You know, 8 emotional support character ready. My God, Jerry, that's a lot of support. That's a lot of support. All right. We gotta take a break. It's that time again. Alright, everybody, hope you're enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button, and don't forget to subscribe. Both super important and much appreciated. Now, while you're doing both of those things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are in dire straits right now. Still don't know how we're going to pay all the Galactic bills coming in March, since we had sort of a slow month in January. And, we need your help. You are our only hope. So please do consider contributing. And today I am recommending people do PayPal, Cash App, or if you want benefits for your contributions, do consider going and becoming a Patreon member. 3 different tiers, all different benefits, so many great places for you to contribute, and I just gotta remind everybody, before I get distracted, that if you are gonna sign up for Patreon, where you can get the most galactic benefits in the entire Milky Way galaxy, I'm just gonna point that out, that if you do that, go and sign up on the website, or with the Android App Store, because Apple's App Store is doing a bunch of slimy stuff with their monopolistic practices, causing us to receive that money slower than all the rest of it. Otherwise, PayPal, Cash App, Patreon, I always get that money immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Also want to say thank you to Rob Skelch for that super sweet dancing pair of a super sticker. That's giving me a lot of warm, fuzzy feelings inside, even though I'm in an ice-cold galactic pool right now. They say the cryo stuff is good for your health. Alright, enjoy this short space break, chat. And I will be right back. seats as the galactic content is about to get started again. In the fourth half. That's right. Getting crazy with it. Okay, let me find my place again. Lefty's playing in the background. Totally fucked me up. Alright. Now we're going to move on to the other Americas. Or the other countries in North America, Canada, Mexico. See what Donald Trump has been up to with all of that. But before we get to Donald Trump, I figured we go to this story. This was from a few days ago. If you missed it, Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, did a little press conference here. And this was a great moment because, of course, Google and Apple have been going around changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America because Donald Trump wished it so, made it law in America. But there are other countries who are continuing to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of Mexico, including but not limited to Mexico. Let's go here. Go web go.
Buenos días, buenos días.
Hello.
Me gustaría
Hello.
saber si nos puede adelantar algún tema, alguna propuesta que ya se haya hecho. Google no tiene derecho a
Google has no right to rename Mexico's continental shelf. It has no right, neither the continental shelf of Cuba, because the Gulf of Mexico is divided between the three countries.
Si me equivoco en la traducción, ahí me corrigen.
The government of Mexico will take the appropriate legal actions as deemed necessary. We will wait for Google's response, and if not, we will proceed to court. Alrighty then. Loving that energy from from Claudia. Hopefully it will be successful and they won't have to take Google to court. Fascinating that they would even change it for people in Mexico. You're unsubscribing. This is bullshit. What is bullshit? I have no idea what you're talking about. What are you talking about? It's not clear. Oh, wait, is it because you didn't get your new support character in this half? That's my fault. Is that what it is?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
It's my bad. It's all settled down. I don't think we have Morty. Okay. Here was Donald Trump's response to this. Was actually not a response to Claudia Sheinbaum. This was actually a response, and I believe a question regarding the Associated Press's decision to continue calling it the Gulf of Mexico. Let's see what he had to say.
Yes, sir. I want to ask you a little closer to home. What would it take for you to reconsider the restrictions on the Associated Press? And secondly, some of your advisors are concerned with the Associated Press's style guide, using language and giving guidance to not use words like illegal immigrant or to use phrases like gender affirming care. And they're concerned about that being an encroaching on liberalism in the way in which the press writes about things. Do you share those concerns?
Well, I do think that some of the phrases that they want to use are ridiculous. And I think, frankly, they become obsolete, especially in the last 3 weeks, because many things have happened in the last 3 weeks. And I didn't know about that, but I would say that.
I love that. I love that. That's a great answer. It's a great answer. Am I concerned about free speech? I'm concerned about the free speech that the AP is using. Some of the free phrases that the Associated Press is using, and it's not fair that they use the wrong speech, which is now obsolete thanks to me.
They want to use certain phrases like that, and I guess some are okay, but many aren't. But the Associated Press just refuses to go with what the law is and what is taking place. It's called the Gulf of America now. It's not called the Gulf of Mexico any longer. I have the right to do it, just like we have the right to do Mount McKinley, and nobody's even challenging that.
No one's even challenging that one.
But only the essentially it's...
He knows that that's because Mount McKinley, or whatever it was before it, I don't even know. I'm not even familiar with this, but I'm fairly certain he's talking about a mountain in the United States. So let me just look this up. Mount McKinley. It's in Alaska. Oh, it's Denali. I see. No one's challenging us changing a mountain in our own country. So why do they care when we're changing a body of water that we don't completely control?
Primarily the Associated Press, and I don't know what they're doing, but I just say that we're going to keep them out until such time as they agree that it's the Gulf of America. We're very proud of this country.
Oh, okay. That justifies it. Since we're so proud of this country, maybe we should care about free speech a little bit more. I thought this was going to be the free speech. We're going to be able to say whatever we want now, unless Donald Trump says we can't say it. Is that where we're at? It seems like that's where we're at, right? The Associated Press, they're in the corner until they finish writing, "We will not say Gulf of Mexico 5,000 times. Then we'll talk about it." Here's another use of language that somewhat creative from the Trump administration. Apparently deciding that criminal gangs are not criminal gangs. Instead, they're terrorist organizations. Apparently, yesterday, Donald, at the same press conference, I think, or was it? Well, I think he announced it at the press conference, but he and the government now are labeling 8 cartels as terrorist organizations, essentially laying the groundwork for an invasion of Mexico. Wait, did I add this fucking thing in? Oh, I don't think I did. We'll talk about that more. But yeah, let's go here.
The Trump administration is designating 8 cartels and criminal gangs in Latin America as foreign terrorist organizations. The notice lists some of the most powerful cartels in Mexico, including the Sinaloa cartel and the Jalisco New Generation cartel. It also lists the Salvadoran MS-13 gang and the Venezuelan Tren de Aragua gang, which has become a political talking point for American right-wing politicians pushing for an immigration crackdown. The groups are involved in drug trafficking, migrant smuggling, and violent turf wars, but they're more focused on raking in money than political, like most terrorist organizations. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the groups pose a risk to U.S. national security, foreign policy, and economic interests. It's still unclear how the Trump administration will use the designation to pursue the groups. It would not dramatically expand the government's capacity to go after cartels or take military action in Mexico, but some experts...
It wouldn't. Haven't we justified how many invasions and or wars have we funded with that as the sole justification? Countless, almost, at this point. I mean, what are we talking about here? AP? Are you falling in line? Because this is something the government's done time and time again. It seems like that's absolutely the case, that Donald Trump wants this to be a justification for a military invasion. And unfortunately, I didn't add this fucking story in here. I think it was just a post that I read through, or like an article or something. But not 24 hours after this declaration, the U.S. started launching drones into Mexico. The CIA started launching drones into Mexico. Look it up. I guess I could do that. Here, I'll do it. I'll do it. Well, here we go. CIA launches secret drone missions over Mexico. Armed operations likely. The CIA has been flying drone missions over Mexico, adding to tensions between the U.S. and Mexican governments. This was as of February 19th at 4:57 Eastern Standard Time, or IST, International Standard Time. What is that, Greenwich Mean Time? What is IST? I do not know what IST is. Whatever, it was Tuesday. Or Wednesday. The CIA has launched drones on secret missions to spy on drug cartels in Mexico and use them for armed operations. The covert operations underway with MQ-9 Reaper drones are assessing the drug gangs and their labs across the southern U.S.-Mexico border in preparation for a potential aerial strike to destroy them. A potential aerial strike. What's another word for that? Jesus Christ. And is it a covert operation if we know about it right now already? 2 days later? Doesn't sound very covert. Sounds like a blatant violation of Mexico's sovereignty. Alright, let's go to Canada. What's been going on over in Canada? Ooh, if you didn't see this one, I left this one in here. There's a couple in here that I left in. This is one of them from the last stream. I wonder if Donald Trump thought this would happen when he started threatening Canada in this very stupid trade war.
Meanwhile, with tensions running high between the two countries, some Canadians are calling on their leaders to cut off power to the U.S. As Yvette Brand reports, others are urging negotiators to tear up a decades-old water treaty that ensures the U.S. gets reliable power.
A stunning vista, but not to Crystal Spicer.
It's devastating to look at.
That's because decades ago it was here that waters swallowed her family farm when this area was flooded.
I'll never forget the paradise it was before.
A fertile valley, First Nations lands, all lost to create a reservoir to control the water flow for downstream states.
I've always looked forward to the modernization or the termination of the treaty because it's been so unbalanced.
The Spicers fought for their home, less water fluctuations to preserve the fish, the river, seen by Trump as a faucet.
So you have millions of gallons of water pouring down from the north with the snow caps in Canada and all pouring down. And they have essentially a very large faucet.
These red dots represent just some of the 60 dams on the Columbia River Basin system, which provides more than 40% of all the hydroelectric power in the U.S.
I know Canada was compensated monetarily, but not enough for what Canada lost.
She says tearing up the treaty would help Canada push back against tariff and other threats.
And if Canada really wants to play hardball, Canada can say, we're serving notice of termination. We're going to run this river exactly how we want to run this river.
The BC minister in charge of treaty negotiations says the process would take 10 years and wouldn't help.
It wouldn't have much impact on the current situation, which is an immediate and vicious attack on Canadian sovereignty.
Could be an option. Could be. Yeah, I wonder if Donald Trump was thinking, hey, if I start a trade war with Canada, maybe they'll cut off the water supply to the Northwest. All right, let's keep this going. We're going to move on to talking about kind of some environmental issues and some business issues sort of intermingled in a way. Let's start off talking business. Let's go here. Second Thought. Great channel. A great channel. Don't give it a second thought. Subscribe. Yeah, let's go here from 3 days ago. And honestly, this is something that I've sort of expressed in the past.
Literally the greatest economic comeback.
In different ways, but like sort of some of the lackings in Keynesian economics and like GDP as a metric for prosperity, specifically as it relates to like human like happiness and other things like that. Definitely not good for that. And that, but I'm not saying broadly, but like GDP specifically is a bad indicator for human happiness and prosperity, and it just measures business activity regardless of who profits.
We're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history.
It's been just under a month since Trump took office, and right now everyone's wondering one of two things. What happens next, and how did we get here again?
Well, what happened last night? What has happened to America?
I'm still trying to figure out what happened. Liberals clearly didn't see Trump coming back, and in the aftermath of his victory, while Democrats pinned the blame for their loss on leftists, pro-Palestinian protesters, Latinos, and anyone but themselves, one theme just kept showing up. And that's
The economy. The economy.
the economy.
The economy.
The economy.
The economy.
So, okay, the general consensus since the election is that if Trump won, it's because the economy was bad and the Democrats didn't listen. You can find this take everywhere from the Washington Post to the New York Times and on CBS, according to whom Trump's voters view the U.S. economy as bad, while most Harris voters view the economy as good. And their poll numbers show that the divide is a lot more dramatic than you might expect. And look, it's not hard to see where this divide is coming from. The Harris campaign pretty much ran on a line of, everything is fine, trust us.
There are lots of signs that the American economy is doing very well.
We now have historic low unemployment in America among all groups of people. We now have an economy that is thriving by all macroeconomic measures.
Compare that to Trump.
We had the strongest economy in history. If Harris wins this election, the result will be a Kamala economic crash.
I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's gonna stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
But who's right? Well, that depends. What is the economy? Is it inflation? Sure. Is it the number of new jobs? Maybe. Unemployment? Grocery store shortages? Stock market? The average hourly wage? All totally valid definitions of the economy. And that means that, in a way, they were both right. The thing about the economy is that it's pretty much just whatever you say it is. And that meant a lot of liberals were baffled that working-class Trump voters couldn't see how well the economy was doing. We saw a lot of people condescendingly point out that wages on the low end rose faster under Biden, and inflation was under control towards the end at a regular 2-ish%. But maybe the most infuriating thing we've seen coming out of this post-election econ snark has been this idea that Biden left things better than when he came in, and people shouldn't be upset because America's been experiencing GDP growth way stronger than other countries.
I've heard many of my Republican and Democratic friends say that China is on the rise and America's falling behind. They've got it backwards. America's rising. We have the best economy in the world. And since I've come to office, our GDP is up, our trade deficit with China is down to the lowest point in over a decade.
The thing is, though, those at the bottom are still only making a punishing $28,000 a year, with a lot of states still way under the now mostly irrelevant $15 minimum wage we've been trying to get for over a decade. And yes, it's true that under Biden, inflation has stopped for a lot of goods, but those higher prices didn't disappear. There's a huge problem in the way we talk about the economy.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one thing I've tried to hammer home multiple times on inflation. When they say it's coming down, they don't mean deflation. They don't mean the prices have come down. They mean that the rate at which prices are increasing has slowed down. And that is it. And in fact, the stated goal of the Federal Reserve is not for prices to get lower. That'd be bad. In their minds, they'd probably start lowering rates if there was even a single reading of deflationary activity, where rather than inflation, we got deflation on a month-over-month or year-over-year basis, right? In any of the large economic indicators that they look at. But that's what actually needs to happen for things you buy to be costing less, right? If you want eggs to be cheaper, then you need wait, are we missing a support character? But you need, I'm sorry, I'm gonna finish my sentence, but then we'll deal with support characters. I just realized, yeah, we're short one, aren't we? We have to have deflation for prices to go down, okay? But the entire system is built upon the necessity of inflation, right? And it's not good for just regular consumers and people living on, I don't know, fixed incomes, whatever else, right? For the bottom half of people, whose wages, not maybe half, but the large portion of people whose wages don't keep up with inflation. But like I was saying, the Federal Reserve's stated goal is to have inflation at 2%. No lower, no higher. They're shooting for a very specific number. We already have 4. Mork from Orc in the house. A galactic individual for sure. That should be 8, right? 2, 3, 4. Yep.
Not only is it always a vague term, this one number, GDP, which has become a universal standard for how well an economy is doing, tells us absolutely nothing about how you and I actually live. Actually, it's worse than that. All this attention paid to the economy and macroeconomic indicators like GDP actively makes it seem like what's best for you and me just happens to coincide with what's best for Wall Street and your boss. And that's just not true.
Help!
But we should back up for a second. Hey everyone, just wanted to stop by and offer a quick thank you to all of our Patreon supporters. We really could not do this channel without you. So,
yeah, and while I skip through his Patreon spiel, I'm going to say to you that we also depend greatly on our Patreon support and recommend greatly that you consider taking that small step of becoming a Galactic patron. Only $3 a month. A cornucopia of Galactic benefits await.
The first thing you need to know is that the idea of the economy is only about 100 years old. It's only in the 1930s, in this book, that we first get the word economy showing up the way we mean it now. The word itself is much older, of course. It comes from the ancient Greeks. But it's Keynes who first theorized the economy as this complicated network of monetary transactions we understand it as now. He is the guy to thank/blame for the fact that we all intuitively imagine a separate thing from politics and society that we call the economy. That is, in theory, the sum of all the moments at which money changes hands.
Show me the money!
Keynes's general theory was a truly transformative book, Economics and Politics. But his ideas would have been immediately forgotten if there was no way to make them useful. And to do that, you needed a way to measure this economy he was talking about. Enter GDP, or as it was called back then, GNP, the gross national product. It's a metric invented by these guys that tries to measure the final value of all the goods and services in a country. It's a bit more complicated than that, but that's the point of the rest of the video, so, chill out. But when we hear people talk about the economy, capital T, capital E, doing well, usually they mean that GDP is going up. In fact, getting this number to go up is the explicit mission of a lot of government projects, and if anything is expected to make the number go down, you can be pretty confident it won't make it past Congress. The EU, for example, both in 1997 and 2012, made it so that all the member countries are constitutionally forced to respect specific ratios between their GDP and their public deficit and sovereign debt. Likewise, in the US, tax cuts, like those we saw under Bush, were brought in on the justification that they'd increase GDP. And on the Department of Commerce's website, the government is explicit about how important this number is for all sorts of policies and departments. GDP growth is king when it comes to the economy. But there's a lot wrong with chasing GDP growth. For one thing, and stay with me here, growth isn't real. Remember the 1930s? If any of you actually do remember the 1930s, I will be very impressed.
Banks by the hundreds, by the thousands are forced to close. The whole financial system quakes and totters.
Right as Keynes and Kuznets were developing the economy and GDP, two important things were happening. One, the US had just gone through the brutal Great Depression, and the New Deal was kicking in to fix the mess. Two, oil was discovered in East Texas and Iraq, becoming this magic resource that seemed to deliver tons of new, seemingly limitless energy. On the New Deal side, the government needed a way to track what was going on in society, all these inputs and outputs, to predict what the impact of all its new policies were going to be on the suddenly very visible issues of unemployment and future tax revenue. On the oil side, new oil fields were being discovered at such an insane pace that, right as tracking economic indicators became important, it stopped making sense to track the possibility of the things that fueled growth ever running out. With how much was being found, it just sort of seemed like you could consume oil infinitely and, for the most part, ignore how much it might cost to replace it. And this mattered because oil did so much.
Now, there has been some more modern revisions to Keynes that accounts for finite resources and some that even account for climate change related stuff. But the fact is they're not even widely accepted, and many people, especially in Donald Trump's camp, who are lovers of McKinley and other shit like that, are not using those and are, our entire system is dependent upon the existence of infinite growth, of it never having to slow down. And if it does, it's chaos, right? It's markets crashing. It's, values of real estate dropping and whatever else, right? And like, the fact is that we continue on this path with a system that doesn't regard energy as being finite, hasn't even considered climate change yet as a possibility, or being a potential downward pressure on all of this. And, the necessity for continued consumption, even if it doesn't actually improve anyone's life, but only so long as it improves the consumption, right? So long as it continues funneling money.
This land is so saturated with oil that you can literally wring it out with your fingers.
Not only was oil powering American cars and all the infrastructure built around them, the mid-20th century fossil boom gave us
plastics,
which you could use to make pretty much anything, and synthetic fertilizers, which pretty much meant unlimited food. Basically, this one thing, oil, had solved government in the immediate aftermath of the greatest economic tragedy the country had seen.
With their gushing oil wells and super hotels and count up their money all day.
The numbers kept growing thanks to this magical liquid, which had negligible assumed costs, and they could keep growing forever because it seemed like there was always more waiting to be found. Coal had reached its peak. There was no more west to expand on. But thanks to oil, you could reasonably claim that things were just getting better for everyone because oil killed the idea that humans had to compromise with natural limits. Not in energy, not in food, not in stuff. And to back it up, you now had a number that grew every year and was expected to keep growing forever, calculating.
Now, I just want to respond to this comment. Quite prescient in this moment, but the fact is, peak oil. I think the theory of peak oil was in like the 60s, and the fact is there's been suggestions that we're past peak oil, right? And what peak oil says essentially in the theory is that there's basically a curve, not an exponential curve, but like a what do you call it? Like a mean regression, right? Like a bell curve, that essentially, what's the word? Like predicted when we would hit peak oil, based upon how much oil was left in reserves, right? Because it's not finite, right? And because there is some sort of finite nature to all of this, and that the cost of getting barrels out of the ground will increase as that resource depletes and all this other stuff. But I mean, some say that we hit peak oil decades ago, and that the fracking industry has just been a way of sort of obfuscating that fact, right? Replacing in as many places as possible using fracked oil sands, in lieu of abundant oil supplies. And so in my estimation of things, we're at least 10, 15 years past peak oil, if not more. I mean, the fracking boom really started in the mid-aughts, right around the time that it was predicted that it would peak. Sorry, I'm gonna get back to this.
How much better off everyone was from the year before. So why is growth not real then? Beyond just the fantasy of limitless energy, GDP is a static measure. It's like taking a picture of everything that people are spending money on at a moment in time and calculating how much it's worth. To get growth, you need something to compare that picture to. Another picture, taken later. Take your apartment, for example. Every year, your landlord hikes rent a couple percent. Your apartment hasn't changed. It hasn't gotten that, let's say, 5% better, but now it costs more. Thanks to that, the picture from last year and the picture from right now look different. Economists call that growth. Same story, for example, if you got slapped with a medical bill you can't afford. The debt you take out to pay it back, that's growth too. GDP went up, so now everyone gets to pat themselves on the back because, look, the economy is thriving. There is no possible other way to interpret that.
Nope.
See, the way GDP works assumes that any increase in how much money people spend can be interpreted as an improvement. In order to imagine that, You need to delude yourself into thinking that people only spend money on things they want to, have total freedom to pay the price they think is fair for the things they buy,
all want to
and
pay
that
our
anything of value can or should be able to be bought. And
So
if your
badly.
goal is to make that GDP number grow, you need to delude yourself even further into thinking there is no limit to this, that the oil will never run out, that the forests will never be gone, and that there'll always be more people ready to slave away and produce more shareholder value. Because cutting a tree down to sell the wood makes the number go up, but growing a tree doesn't. The problem is that none of those assumptions hold. Under capitalism, the price of something has nothing to do with how much it's worth to you, and everything to do with how much you can be made to pay for it. Like, okay, think of it like this. I love taking walks after lunch. It doesn't cost me anything, and it would make a lot more economic sense if somebody charged me every time I wanted to. But until my shoes are paywalled and the park installs a turnstile, that daily improvement in the quality of my life isn't going to show up anywhere in any economist's GDP calculation. And it shouldn't. But that's a matter of opinion. When Kuznets developed GNP, it brought up a lot of difficult questions just like that. Questions like, should casino revenues be included in the total? The answer was, yes, by the way, that's a business making the economy grow. Obviously. So, should we also include the money made from illegal gambling? Well,
illegal.
No, it's illegal. Obviously that shouldn't count, right? What about advertising? What about stock trading? What about the military?
Yes, and yes.
Kuznets was adamant that military spending was, quote, at best a necessary evil, but still an evil. It was a cost, and he strongly believed that it shouldn't be counted on the side of growth.
No, even
But
Kuznets?
that wasn't too popular of an
Kuznets.
idea for the US government, increasingly infiltrated by the defense industry and getting ready to launch into World War II and spend a lot more on guns. If military spending was counted against GDP growth, that could be a reason to limit it and to really consider all the different costs of this technology we've developed to vaporize people around the world. But if it was just another thing making the economy grow, which at that point we all agree is what's best for everyone, why would we ever deprive ourselves of obliterating a couple million brown kids who don't even live here? Or take healthcare for a second. Cuba's healthcare system delivers identical, if not better results than what we have in the US on all sorts of key indicators. Cuba has a lower child mortality rate, similar life expectancy, and is regularly able to send doctors abroad to help with epidemics and crises, all within the context of a 60-year American embargo that every country in the world except the US and Israel has voted to end, multiple times. Cuba's healthcare system is not organized like it is here. It costs way less to achieve similar and often even better results. But because all this costs less, Cuban GDP suffers.
No.
Expensive and inefficient counts as
Boo, not lower GDP. I'd prefer lower GDP and more socialized healthcare, thank you. Oh, God. It's just me. All right, let's see something that has been creating some economic activity. Cancer in baby powder. More specifically, asbestos, which J&J has been marketing to people to put on their children and themselves for many decades, making billions and billions of dollars. Maybe trillions. I don't know exactly how much money they've made over the years. Maybe trillions. I don't know specifically on the baby powder, but gotta be a lot. But they are fighting, as we've talked about before. This settlement that has been... we've talked about also in the past. $10 billion settlement, which they don't want to pay. And they've transferred all of their liability over to this subsidiary, which they created in Texas, so that they could continue doing business as Johnson & Johnson and not have Johnson & Johnson pay out money, but instead have this little subsidiary in Texas deal with all of their problems.
Johnson & Johnson is facing a critical test over its $10 billion proposal to end litigation over allegations that its baby powder and other talc products were contaminated with asbestos and caused cancer.
Right, sorry, I misspoke. They are proposing a $10 billion settlement to avoid legal, like dealing with an actual lawsuit in court with like a jury, considering, you know, the current vibes. I think they're probably concerned that people might have realized that they and other people involved in the healthcare industry have maybe done some less than kosher things, if you will. And yeah, so they're trying to get out of it with $10 billion, which really makes you think, right? It's like, if they're willing to pay $10 billion to not go to court, how much do they think that they're going to wind up owing at the end of all of this?
Johnson & Johnson is facing a critical test over its $10 billion proposal to end litigation over allegations that its baby powder and other talc products were contaminated with asbestos and caused cancer. J&J is attempting to use a subsidiary's bankruptcy to resolve lawsuits from more than 62,000 plaintiffs. Reuters business litigation reporter Dietrich Knaut explains.
It's really a pivotal battle over whether or not bankruptcy can or should be used for this type of settlement. Johnson & Johnson is not bankrupt by any traditional measure. It has plenty of money to pay its debts. It just prefers to settle these lawsuits in bankruptcy because it can cut off future lawsuits, and it can use the settlement's terms to bind people who would prefer to sue it in the court systems.
Yeah, J&J would rather, you know, not deal with the future ramifications of things when somebody finds out they have cancer from use of baby powder down the line. They just want this all over with. It's getting in the way of them trying to conduct business. All right, let's see. Now, let's move on from that. The Sackler family. No, it's not what is it, Purdue? Right, isn't that the name? Right, Purdue Pharma? No, but it's kind of similar vibes, but it's even shadier when you think about how they're trying to get out of it. Removing their liability with all these, with this, you know, this fake company in Texas in bankruptcy to, at the same time, to try and, you know, cause any future litigation to be rendered, what's the word? Oh God, my legalese is failing me right now. It's all just gross. It's just a gross violation of our system, of the bankruptcy system. All right, now, while we're doing all this, I figure we'd go here. Talk a little crypto.
It's great to be alive right now. We're alive at the greatest time in financial history.
Money is power. And here in Miami, a new kind of money wants its place at the table.
It's blockchain and it's a digital revolution.
I'm at one of America's largest crypto conferences, just miles from what used to be FTX Arena, where a $135 million naming rights deal collapsed alongside the crypto exchange in 2022. But here, that's ancient history.
Good morning, crypto enthusiasts!
For those that said Bitcoin will never get to 100,000, what do you have to say now? It's
to $1 million.
After pouring over $100 million into the 2024 election, crypto won every race it backed and now counts the president in its corner.
The United States will be the crypto capital of the planet.
I'm here to find out what the industry really wants with all that money.
The whole world needs an enema. Donald Trump's that enema.
Beyond the excitement that people here feel, I found a multi-billion-dollar industry with a radical vision that could threaten the whole economy, even for those of us who have never spent a penny on a digital asset.
Bust is going to come when it does, if the traditional financial system and the crypto ecosystem have sort of fully merged. We're ready to have another 2008 moment.
Welcome to WAGME Miami. I mean, walking by, hell of a claim on the side here.
Americans do not need to be slaves. They don't have to file income taxes. I have not paid any federal income or payroll taxes for over 30 years.
30 years.
Openly teaching others to do the same.
Wow. Remarkable story. It's a strange place to be a crypto agnostic, someone who sees obvious scams in the industry, but can't completely dismiss the true Bitcoin believers.
There's so many great people in this industry right now that started off as skeptics. One of my founding partners came to Bitcoin because he was convinced he was going to find out where it was a scam. He was from finance, and then he found out it wasn't. We ended up starting this company. It's a very, very deep topic. We're talking about finance and the value of human society being saved.
We've got more tailwind than we've ever had behind us in the cryptocurrency.
These people think that they're saving humanity with what they're doing. Do you hear the level of narcissism going on here? This is a very deep topic. The decentralization of our finance system. We're saving humanity, don't you see? Saving humanity.
The industry.
Everyone here is ecstatic, hopeful. Trump's election launched Bitcoin past 100K, minting new millionaires overnight. There's booths selling training and software, and yacht brokers and Cayman Island lawyers.
If you're a US citizen, I always say, always get US tax advice before you come to us.
Want to route your profits through Palau to avoid US taxes? It's complicated, but here's maybe step one. Or maybe you're looking for real estate.
These are all 3 and 4 bedroom residences, so they start at 3.4 million.
Hot damn. Well, I wish that I could be a customer of yours, but I am not.
If the market keeps going this direction, you will be.
All of this is based on a pretty simple idea.
Cryptocurrencies are a piece of data that people buy and sell digitally.
Traditional banking needs a bunch of middlemen, banks, clearinghouses, and lawyers who write the rules. Most cryptocurrency is on something called the blockchain, which lets you transact directly by replacing all of them with math and code.
A lot of people have this mentality that crypto is a scam or fraud or blah, blah, blah. It's simply not true. It's just a technology. It's a tool at the end of the day, right?
But for many, it's a tool that's very much something more.
What? Bitcoin is of the people, by the people, for the people.
Crypto is actually a fresh, natural, free privacy alternative
fresh
to the
and
corrupt
natural?
system.
What
the
is he
original
talking
idea
about?
behind Bitcoin.
They are running out of buzzwords, I swear to God. They've run through all of them. Now they're just saying just nonsense. It's fresh and natural. What is natural about cryptocurrency? It doesn't exist in nature. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And it's not even fresh. The blockchain was created in like the late 90s or something like that. And the Bitcoin itself has been around for like well over a decade now. This is so stupid.
The first cryptocurrency was that we couldn't trust banks or financial institutions.
So seeing all of the big banks get bailed out, and it just really struck with me.
There are certainly people who continue to hold those.
Wait, the bailing out of the big bank struck with him, and that's why he's now involved in cryptocurrency. I wonder if they asked him about. I don't think they did, but if I was there, I really would have wanted to ask this guy, hey, what do you think about the bailing out of SVB and First Capital or whatever it was called? These crypto banks that were lending money that went bankrupt and got bailed out.
And it just really struck with me.
There are certainly people who continue to hold those early ideological beliefs, but there is also this massive speculative industry built around it where people are hoping to get rich quick by picking cryptocurrencies they hope will go up in price.
Most people I met at the conference would fall into the true believers, but there's more to the story.
There is also a much larger industry around cryptocurrency that in many ways sort of shadows the very same financial intermediaries they originally spoke about doing away with.
That larger industry recently found an unlikely champion, the president.
Promoting his company's newly launched Trump meme coin.
I don't know much about it other than I launched it. I heard it was very successful.
$60 billion in volume, 48 hours. He showed what could be done. Those numbers don't lie.
The guy's
Those numbers don't
crypto
lie.
holdings are now worth more money than anything else he owns.
There's zero value. What?
The numbers don't lie, but the man behind it does. I mean, Donald Trump. Oh my God. These people put their faith in the worst things. God. So stupid. All right. Let's go to some other stupid shit. This was Donald Trump yesterday talking about Fort Knox. Apparently he wants to know if there's gold there, I guess.
What'd you drum up?
Spoiler alert. There is.
On DOGE, do you know what they're looking at specifically at the Department of Defense right now?
Yeah, they're looking at everything.
And are they going to cut more national security?
We're going to go into Fort Knox to make sure the gold is there.
Are they going to
You
cut
know that
more?
we're going to go into Fort Knox.
We're going to go into Fort Knox. Oh my God.
How is that bad?
The president almost went down.
Are they going to eliminate more national security positions, civilians there?
We'll see what happens. But one of the things we do want to look, I mean, we hope everything's fine with Fort Knox, but we're going to go to Fort Knox, the fabled Fort Knox, to make sure the gold is there.
You would like to know what Trump is doing with his hair and how does the color change so frequently? I'm fairly certain that it's bronzer. I don't think it's even hair dye. Right? I think when they do the face, they spray him. They spray the hair too. You know, get some of that luster back in there. But it fades. It's not meant for hair. Not meant for hair. Happy first anniversary from Choki. Thank you so much, Choki. Happy first anniversary to everyone here who's been through thick and thin here at the Galactic News Network. But there we go, Donald Trump saying that he's going into Fort Knox to check on the gold, make sure it's still there. Make sure Biden didn't take it. It's fascinating. Donald Trump seems to be leaning into every conspiracy he gets told about. Whether it's from Alex Jones or Stephen Miller or Elon Musk. He's like, I hear that they took the gold from Fort Knox and they gave it to the crisis actors on Mars. And the moon is actually made of cheese. We're going to get to the bottom of all of it. RFK assassinated by Mitt Romney's father's brother. And he was an alien. I don't know if you know. But Mitt Romney's actually part alien. Okay. Now, this situation is somewhat tied into Donald Trump. And also tied into some environmental issues at the same time. Because as we know, LA recently, well, not all of it, but a large portion of land burnt to the ground, including all the homes that were there. Donald Trump recently said that he was going to withhold federal aid from California unless they pass legislation in the state for voter ID. And one other thing, I think. I can't remember what it was. Turning the water back on, I think. It was something like that. But one thing I'm wondering is what all the people are going to do who are now homeless because their home's burnt down or their apartment burnt down or whatever, wherever they were no longer exists. What are those people going to do? Are they going to get federal funds, or is California going to have to pass legislation that Donald Trump wants in order to get that federal funding? And what all these people will do when it all runs out, if it's not already gone already. I mean, FEMA's already very, very low, not funded enough. Let's just say that, right? Not getting as much funding as they should have been. Especially as it relates to the number of disasters this country is now experiencing. But let's talk about how many people are homeless in LA, because it's not clear how many there are. Here's NBCLA from 2 days ago, where according to them, LA is beginning an annual 3-day homeless count to try and figure out just that.
Happening tonight, volunteers are spreading out across Los Angeles for the first night of the city's annual homeless count. NBC4's Darsha Phillips is in Lincoln Heights with how things are looking this year.
The count was postponed because of last month's wildfires, and local leaders say the count may be skewed because of the number of people displaced by those wildfires. Hundreds of volunteers fanning out across Los Angeles for the annual homeless count.
It's one small way for me to contribute to a problem that we have in the city that has just not been able to be resolved.
Mayor Karen Bass and other local leaders spoke at a press conference kicking off the first night of a 3-day operation.
I think we are all proud of the fact that our collaboration has led to a decrease in street homelessness.
The count gives a snapshot of the current situation, information policymakers will use to determine what is working and what isn't. Last year's tally showed a significant decrease in homelessness in LA County and LA City, but even volunteers admit the method isn't perfect.
It's an inaccurate way because it's just through volunteers, and we're just using our eyes, and like if we see a tent, we have to be like, oh, I guess that's a family, if we don't know who's in there. We're trying.
This year, the mayor says the recent wildfires may affect the count.
Now, just a few weeks ago, we're faced with a new crisis that has a possibility of impacting the numbers. The people who were left unhoused because of the fires, especially are who in shelters right now. So we might see an increase in those numbers.
The mayor says volunteers will note those who are in shelters or using hotel vouchers because they are displaced by the Palisades and Eaton fires. The mayor says the homeless count is just one tool to use in the very layered problem of homelessness in Los Angeles.
While we get people off the street, we are also going to have to look for ways to house people that is less expensive and that is more robust when it comes to the services that are needed.
The results from this year's count will be available in late spring or early summer.
Well, there you go. A volunteer group is going to be attempting to count the number of homeless people in LA. Hopefully they have enough people. Jesus Christ. But this is, I mean, this is something that the current administration wants, right? Better to volunteer than to pay people to get government figures, right? Maybe get a private institution to do it. Charge the city some money. But who knows what that number is going to look like after this 3-day count, which just started yesterday. Now, let's go here talk about public lands, which Donald Trump and Elon Musk are hoping to privatize as much of as possible for industry or whatever else they have in store.
Hi, my name is Sean. I'm calling from Washington State. How are you today?
Doing well, Sean. How are you?
Doing well, too, thanks. So I just wanted to call and follow up sort of on one of the comments that Matt was saying and you about these federal workers not being elite. You know, I, living out west, one of the main ways in which I interact with our federal government is through resource agencies. I hunt and I do other things outside. And when about 3,400 Forest Service employees were fired as a result of these cuts, and when I became aware of this, I reached out to some hunting and conservation groups that I'm a part of, and I asked them to stand up for these workers. And it was just amazing to see some of the comments that people who are supposedly, avid users of our public land, they believe that these cuts were going to be made primarily to elites. There are no elites in the Forest Service. Upper management. That's not what all happened. These cuts.
How stupid did you have to be?
I don't want reality.
To actually believe that elites were going to get the cuts in the Donald Trump administration. Are people just not aware that he's an elite? Do they look at him and see him as the same as them, that he goes through the same daily struggles as them? It honestly baffles me. He is a billionaire. Even when he wasn't a billionaire, he was saying it that he was a billionaire. And that he had basically had politicians in his pocket, that he was paying them vast sums of money to get them on the phone and whatever else, right? Like, that's some elitist shit. I just don't understand how people deluded themselves enough to believe that he was going to do anything about elites.
In the Forest Service, upper management. That's not what all happened. These cuts are to working people who live, especially in these resource agencies like the BLM and Forest Service. They live in very remote areas where oftentimes these agencies or these offices, ranger districts, those sort of things, are one of the larger employers. I mean, remote central Idaho, remote southeastern Oregon, remote northeastern Washington, Montana, Wyoming. These places are not.
I know. But
it's just shocking.
Well, this is where the Democrats need to take a federal worker who's from one of the areas you're talking about and come up with some grandstanding bill about protecting the federal workforce, like the Lake and Riley Act, and say, it's the Luke Graziano Act, protecting our veterans from DOGE and Donald Trump and billionaires.
Yeah, even the symbolic messaging has been lacking in this moment. And thank you for the super chat, Nadia. Real homelessness is higher, just like unemployment figures. Yeah, you got to assume that there's an undercount there as well. Although the reasons for the differences in figures there are different. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Now! Do it now, because what you're saying is they have left a vacuum on so many issues, but including this one, that they could be categorizing these federal workers as your neighbors, as opposed to faceless bureaucrats, which is entirely a right-wing ideology. But you have guys like Josh Shapiro coming out and saying, we've got to be efficient. You've got Moskowitz or whatever that freak's name is on the DOGE caucus endorsing all this kind of thing. And then you have Hakeem Jeffries, I guess, with his thumb up his ass and waiting so they can use this as leverage in the budget negotiations. But if we had a functioning political party, this was better with Alan Grayson going on the House floor and saying the Republicans' healthcare plan for you is to die quickly. Where is that right now? Who is our version of that?
Yeah. And a lot of it is the efficiency mindset, which efficiency, when said by these people, is profit maximization and more money for speculators who should be taxed way more than they already are, to even more money for them to play with. But I completely agree. I come from a semi conservative background, hunted multiple times a year, multiple different types of licenses, but also come from a family that knows the importance of a game and fish department for making sure that all this stuff is regulated. But I know, frankly, a lot of hunters are weekend warriors who just buy the fucking gear and go Donald Trump Jr. it for the weekend and don't give a fuck about the land that they're on because they're probably on some rich guy's land.
Yep. For the memes, for the Instagramming. Gotta go hunting. All this is really going to shit, isn't it? All right, let's go here. Talk about offshore drilling. I think this was the House Committee on Energy. And yeah, Republicans were going in on offshore drilling. That being, they think we need more. Specifically in the Gulf of Mexico. Or, as I believe I'm mandated to by the government to say, the Gulf of America. Alright, sorry, not the House Energy Committee, the House Natural Resources Committee, excuse me.
5 minutes.
There we go.
Thank you, Chairman Stauber, thank you to the witnesses.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Today. As we all know, offshore energy is a lifeline to America's energy security, to our economic strength, and our global competitiveness. Today, as we assess solutions to unlock our offshore energy potential, we are facing some critical questions. The first one, are we prepared to meet the world's rising energy demands? Can we outpace global competitors discovering new reserves? And how do we overcome regulatory roadblocks that threatens to sideline our U.S. innovation? These challenges, I believe, demand our full attention as we chart a path to secure America's offshore energy future. As we all know, the United States possesses vast offshore oil and gas reserves, but ongoing challenges are hindering our ability to fully harness them. In 2023, 8 deepwater discoveries were announced in the Gulf of Mexico, including significant finds by Talos Energy, Hess, and Murphy Oil. While these discoveries are encouraging, investment in exploration continues to face regulatory headwinds. In the past...
Oh no, not regulatory headwinds on oil drilling in the Gulf of Mexico. What could possibly happen bad in the Gulf of Mexico as it relates to oil drilling? Can anybody tell me anybody got any stories on any bad things happening with oil drilling in the Gulf of Mexico that we would need regulations for? I can't think of any. Oh right, the BP oil spill. But Republicans are in the House Natural Resources Committee belly aching about regulations, causing poor oil drilling companies to not be able to reap the natural resources and rip them from our earth for sale. That's very bad.
That's too much, man!
Oh god, it's so sad. Wonder how long those regulations are going to hold with the drill baby drill government. I think another week? Let's listen to some more Republicans crying about us not doing enough. Oil drilling. Should be fun.
Very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Mr. Wilson, it's great to have you here. Thanks for coming. I represent Colorado's 3rd Congressional District. which is basically half of the land mass of the state. And part of the district includes the western slope, which does not have any offshore production, but we're very proud of our energy production in that part of the state. We're very rich in natural resources. According to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, my region provides 4% of the total crude oil and 8% of the nation's natural gas reserves. One impediment I know to increasing production and lowering costs for my constituents and for Americans across the country is the need for additional pipeline infrastructure. I understand that Williams owns and operates significant assets in my district, I think to the tune of 1,800 miles of pipeline and 200 good-paying jobs. Can you talk about some of the challenges Williams faces when it comes to pipeline capacity and permitting adequate infrastructure?
Yeah, thank you, Congressman, for that question. The U.S. has increased its natural gas demand by 43% in the last 10 years. We've seen an increase in infrastructure related to natural gas of about 25%. That's not a recipe for good policy making. Our challenges and the reason why we are sort of out of balance in terms of the infrastructure and the demand comes directly from federal regulations under NEPA.
God, not the
comes
federal
from the Clean
regulations.
Water Act. And let me be clear, Williams is absolutely...
Not the Clean Water Act. Why? That is so unfair. That is so unfair.
Help! Help! I'm being refreshed!
Oh, God. Who wants clean water anyway? That's stupid. We should just let oil drillers and other oil producing or transporting companies to do whatever they want, regardless of the water. Water? Who needs water to live? Wait, humans do? Oh. That's not good. But it's just those darned regulations. Poo-pooing all of these multi-billion-dollar oil refiners and drillers. It's not fair.
That's too much, man!
They're being repressed. Let's talk about some other people who might be repressing.
Did you know the term...
the community that they're around? Not oil drillers. It's AI data centers.
Did you know the term artificial intelligence was coined 70 years ago by a Dartmouth professor to describe computers doing human thinking? Most of us don't spend much time thinking about AI, even as it takes over more and more of the world. It is also taking up more and more space on more and more ground, and that can change a community's landscape, as Janet Shamlin reports in tonight's Eye on America.
You'd be hard-pressed to find a pothole in Loudoun County, Virginia. The roads are freshly paved and the schools are new, all paid for by tax revenue from the 200 or so oversized buildings in the county known as data centers.
It has completely changed our economy from a failing economy to one of the strongest local economies anywhere in the country, and the data centers have done that.
Buddy Reiser helped bring them here over the past 2 decades. He's Loudoun's Economic Development Director. The need for the centers is growing, alongside our dependence on artificial intelligence to process and store the immense amount of digital information they can.
Manufactured need. Thank you so much. We don't need them. We don't need them. It's that it's benefiting certain very specific businesses. Right? There's no necessity. The way that they frame this, we need these data centers to satisfy the thirst for AI. It's manufactured consent, but in an economic way. Here with all of this AI shit. Oh, we need these things in order to do to get better cat memes and to replace your job.
Tremendous amounts of both power and water.
To put it in a more measured way, there are billions of AI searches every day. A bottle of water is used for every 10
Why are you
to
doing
50
this?
of them.
Data centers have changed.
What the fuck was that, dude? While she's telling us about how much water this place is wasting, she pours out a bottle. That doesn't help. I mean, it's not a lot, but this just seems completely unnecessary. Why are you doing this?
Water is used for every 10 to 50 of
You
them.
could have just shown us a bottle
Data
of water.
centers have changed the landscape. Industrial strength transmission lines crisscross the county, pushing power consumption up 240% over 5 years.
What do you see, bud?
Ben Keither bought this house in 2014 because it had a view of bucolic farmland.
Knowing what you know now about what your view would look like, would you buy here again?
I certainly wouldn't have paid the lot premium.
No, it is a super weird flex. It makes no sense. Why did she do it? And it doesn't even actually illustrate how much water is being used by the goddamn facility. It's so stupid. It was such a stupid presentation.
What your view would look like, would you buy here again?
I certainly wouldn't have paid the lot premium. I can tell you that.
Now the neighborhood sledding spot he overlooks also has a view of a boxy data center under construction. It's among more than 100 new ones coming to Loudoun.
I don't mind driving through an industrial zone where these facilities are sited properly, but when they start to come up directly on your community, you just can't leave it.
Northern Virginia is home to the highest concentration of data centers in the world. Loudoun officials tout the benefits, saying the centers generate a third of the county budget on just 3% of land. And yet Buddy Reiser admits he has regrets.
Have you put enough guardrails around data centers in this community?
Sure. I think if we had it to do over again, we would do it a little bit different. There's definitely instances where land has gotten too close to residential. There's instances where residential has gotten too close to commercial land. That's one of the things you deal with when you grow as fast as we've grown.
A single data center building is using as much as a city worth of power.
Julie Bolthouse is an environmentalist, advocating for the people who live near the booming industry.
It goes all the way to Alexandria.
She showed us this recreational trail, which used to feel rural, she says, before a data center moved in.
Once you start.
Seems like people aren't actually super stoked about these AI data centers. And while they may create a lot of tax revenue, they're not providing a whole lot of jobs, and they're actively working to take away jobs in other places, maybe even in this county, where there's so many of them. I think we heard J.D. Vance suggest that it was going to create a bunch of jobs at the AI summit in Paris recently, as if that makes any sense. All right, let's take a look at some weather and environmental news and such. Moving away from the AI talk and all that, let's move to something else that's hot right now.
So hot right now.
That being Mount Kilauea, which has been erupting in Hawaii. There you go, Mount Kilauea at daytime. Why would they upload this footage? Why daytime Mount Kilauea? It's so much more boring. It looks so much more incredible at night. And yet the AP uploads this garbage. Highly offended.
How rude.
Can't get somebody out there at night? Maybe the AP is not allowed to film at night, according to Donald Trump. I don't know. We live in an upside down world anyway. Night is day, left is right. Alright, let's go to something that's very much not hot at all. In fact, quite cold.
Winter is coming.
That being the storm that has been crossing the United States, hitting both the South and the east, the northeast, even the Midwest getting hit by this record-breaking cold and snow, which has been making its way through the country. Here's ABC News from 2 days ago. 100 million people on alert for snow, ice, and brutal cold in 25 states.
We turn next tonight to this new winter storm and the brutal cold. 100 million Americans across 25 states now on alert tonight. This new storm, snow and ice from Montana down to Texas, all the way to the east to the mid-Atlantic. And the wind chills, it felt like 21 below in Chicago. It'll feel like 1 degree in Dallas. Ice-covered roads in Oklahoma City, a semi-truck sideways on Interstate 40. Whiteout conditions in Oswego County, New York. Lake-effect snow right through tomorrow morning. Ginger Z timing it out in a moment, but first ABC's Faith Abube with the images as this barrels across the country tonight.
Tonight, icy wrecks all over the heartland as a massive winter storm slams the country. In Oklahoma City this morning, freezing rain turned roads to ice rinks. Watch as this Lowe's truck spins all the way around, fishtailing before regaining traction. This on-ramp just too icy for that truck to get up. A big rig blocking traffic on Interstate 40.
You can see the backup behind him. I mean, that has got I-40 down to 1 lane, it looks like.
This dash cam video showing an Oklahoma Turnpike Authority plow truck getting sideswiped into the guardrail by an 18-wheeler. Parts of Kansas could get more than a foot of snow. The same system dumping up to 2 feet in the Rockies. This avalanche spotted by drivers along I-70 in Frisco, Colorado, Monday. And it's all fueled by the coldest air of the season. Chicago this morning felt like 21 below zero. And the death toll rising in Kentucky to at least 14. The hard-hit region now bracing for up to 6 inches of snow. And here in Wichita, officials are urging drivers to stay off the roads because of blowing snow. Up to 8 inches in total expected. And David, it is brutally cold. By morning, we're expecting the wind chills to feel like 20 degrees below zero.
That's cold. That's very, very, very cold. All right. Now, this weather has been slamming the United States for the last 2 days, and it has not let up. Let's keep going through this footage I've got on it. NBC now from yesterday.
Tonight, a fierce snowstorm clashing with a brutal blast of Arctic air, gripping more than 75 million people from the Midwest to the Mid-Atlantic. Southeastern Virginia bracing for their biggest snowstorm in years.
We are going to close if the weather becomes too much.
Icy roads creating hazardous conditions. A snowplow accident in Topeka, Kansas, mangling this SUV, hurting both drivers. Tow trucks at the ready.
I went out and bought heated gloves and a heated jacket. Because with regular work gloves, it's like frostbite almost.
Temperatures dipping dangerously low in downtown St. Louis, where officials say a homeless woman was found dead on the streets Tuesday morning. Roads so slick in Tennessee, cars spinning out. Dozens of reported wrecks and injuries.
If they don't have to be on the roadways, stay off the roadways. Safest place that they can be is at home.
And as a storm pushes east, a state of emergency in North Carolina. Roads prepped with more than 3 million gallons of brine. 1,200 crews ready to respond as parts of the state brace for up to nearly a foot of snow.
Everybody just getting slammed by very cold, snowy weather. Oh, I just realized I put this in the wrong order. Whatever, this is part of the same storm, I think, originally.
Homeowners are still cleaning up after that powerful winter storm brought damaging winds, rains, and flash floods to parts of the South. Among the hardest hit towns is Clarksville, Tennessee. CBS's Nicole Valdez is there. Tonight, she introduces us to residents trapped in a rising tide of uncertainty.
It's the first time that Luis Davila has had to navigate troubled waters this deep just to get to his front door.
What is up there is ice. Yeah.
It's hard to do this, to live like this.
How many acres of land do you have?
7.5.
And how much of that 7.5 acres is flooded right now?
7. Only half is where my house is at.
Home for more than 20 years, most of Davila's Clarksville neighborhood is still underwater after a record 8 inches of rainfall over the weekend. Just 2 doors down,
it got a little bit over a foot tall right here.
Everything in Austin and Jenna Kerr's basement is getting thrown out after soaking in a foot of water.
My wedding dress was down there. I mean, that has sentimental value because, like, that's my wedding dress.
The thought of what's next terrifies Jenna, a soon-to-be first-time mom.
Are you worried about bringing your child home, knowing that this could happen again?
Yes, I'm very concerned.
Both the Kerrs and Davila say they do not have flood insurance.
We talked with our lender and we talked with our insurance company, and they told us, well, we're not in a floodplain.
Could you even begin to guess how much it will or would cost you to try to fix this?
You can hit in the tens of thousands of dollars to fix stuff like that.
We love kayaking, by the way, but not from the house to go to the store.
Both these Tennessee neighbors.
Yeah, a little bit of unexpected kayaking is always worse than a bit of planned kayaking. Kayaking by necessity. It's new vibe. Waterworld in full effect over here.
The National Weather Service has issued extreme cold warnings for millions of Americans from the Canadian border to the Mexican border. As you can see here, snow blanketed the Lone Star State Wednesday morning. The historic low temperatures are coming from a polar vortex, which is a large area of cold air that swirls around the North Pole. CBS News correspondent Nicole Valdez reports. Nicole?
While millions of Americans are dealing with frigid temperatures, things were already looking pretty bad for neighborhoods like this one in Clarksville, Tennessee. And sadly, it could get a lot worse. You notice all of the snow here on the ground, several inches of it. What I'm going to show you over here, though, is what's left over after a powerful weekend storm dumped about 8 inches of rain on portions of Tennessee and Kentucky, swallowing communities like this one, and in some cases trapping people inside their homes. Check that one out at the end of the street there. You'll notice in front of it those kayaks parked on the driveway. That is the only way, at least one family tells me, they are able to go to and from their home to get the supplies they need to get through the next bone-chilling couple of days. And we are looking
polar vortexes. During last summer, we had the heat domes. Seems like our weather is getting a little erratic. Don't you think? All right, I think this is the last story on the storms. Yeah.
But we do begin tonight with the life-threatening, dangerous cold across the country. It is record-breaking
This
tonight.
one was from
70 million Americans
ago,
bracing
or
from
6 hours
Texas
before the
right
stream,
over
I
to the
think.
East Coast. Take a look at the wind chills tomorrow morning. The feel-like temperatures below freezing across this country.
Woof.
Wind chills minus 13 in Minneapolis, 14 in Shreveport, 3 in Nashville, 13 in Washington, D.C., 11 in New York City tomorrow morning. New images tonight of a water main break, cars encased in ice in Detroit, several feet deep. They're working to clear the ice. An historic snowstorm in Virginia Beach, up to 13 inches of snow, treacherous driving on the roads. 3 people rescued from a submerged car in Boone County, Kentucky. The death toll from days of flooding, snow, and ice there now rising to 15 tonight. Crashes on Highway 321 in Lincoln County, North Carolina. Lee Goldberg standing by with the forecast, what you'll face tomorrow, and the big change then coming. And ABC's Faith Abube with the images coming in tonight.
Tonight, after powerful storms pummeled the East Coast with up to a foot of snow, now the deep freeze. More than a dozen record lows broken this morning, minus 15 in Omaha, Nebraska, the coldest on this date in more than 100 years. And with the wind chill, it felt like 27 below. First responders and homeless outreach workers in Omaha working to convince people to seek shelter if they need it.
No one can survive this. We have people who have been out in other winters and have survived, and they think they can survive this, just like past winters. It's different.
In Kansas City, roofer Gabe Tobe telling me This is the first time in 4 years that it's been just too cold to work.
It's extremely hard when it's this cold. Our hands are our best tools, and if you can't feel your fingers, then it's really not easy to do your job.
In Detroit, an entire neighborhood encased in ice earlier this week. WXYZ's
God.
Randy Wembley on the scene.
Ice?
City crews have been breaking up and removing ice surrounding dozens of vehicles here after a massive water main break that flooded blocks in this neighborhood from the streets all the way into basements.
Officials say it'll be at least 2 weeks before everything is fixed. And in
Wow. Impromptu ice rink with your car in the middle of it. Insane. All right, let's talk about this environmental story. It's both a historical discussion as well as an environmental discussion, because apparently the SS United States is going to make its final voyage before being turned into a reef. What does that mean? Let's find out.
What you talking about?
America's last and greatest ocean liner set sail today on its final voyage.
The SS United States was a technological marvel when it was christened in 1952. Larger than the Titanic, it's been called the greatest ship that never sank.
It was built with the capacity to transport troops during wartime. Instead, though, it carried presidents and the elite of Hollywood across the Atlantic in 3.5 days, a record that still stands.
But when jetliners cut the trip to 6 hours, the days of America's flagship were numbered. In 1969, the ship was mothballed, and for the past 28 years, it's been rusting away in Philadelphia.
Efforts to find a new owner to restore and repurpose it failed. It was finally purchased by Okaloosa County, Florida, which will turn it into the world's largest man-made reef.
The SS United States left Pier 80 today for Mobile, Alabama, where it will be prepared for its new home at the bottom of the sea, the final chapter for a storied ocean liner.
Under the sea.
The SS United States just left the Delaware Bay and is now in the Atlantic Ocean, just off the Delaware coastline, as the historic ocean liner continues her final journey. People gathered along the Delaware River yesterday to bid farewell to this piece of Philadelphia history. The SS United States had been docked at the port in South Philadelphia for nearly 30 years. The ship is headed to the Gulf Coast, where Florida officials plan to turn it into the world's largest artificial reef.
Should be interesting. I don't even understand fully what their strategy is going to be. I assume it's going to involve sinking this thing to the bottom of the ocean. But hopefully it'll work better than the old tires, because that project didn't go super good, if I recall correctly. Alright, now let's stay in the ocean, or at least on the beach. Talk about this horrifying story. That's right. Everybody stop what you're doing now. I have a horrifying news story. And it's not Cannonball. It is actually horrifying. So horrifying. I'm glad that we don't have our oceanic chatters in here like Narwhal right now, because I think Narwhal will be very sad with this particular story. The Associated Press, 2 days ago. More than 150 false killer whales stranded on Australian beach.
last count that we conducted, out of the 157 false killer whales, 90 animals are still alive. As expected, conditions are unfavourable. This morning we've relocated 2 of the animals and we attempted to refloat. Unfortunately, we were unsuccessful with that as the ocean conditions were preventing the animals from getting out and they were continually restranding. So the conditions for the next 2 days are forecast to be very similar to today, and it's really unfavourable for getting the whales out into the water, unfortunately. So following expert veterinary assessment, we have decided that euthanasia is necessary for animal welfare reasons.
Our mass stranding events usually involve pilot whales. However, these are false killer whales, and it is our first large mass stranding of these animals in around 50 years.
Yeah, that's super sad.
Here in the UK, a huge sinkhole in a street in Surrey is growing and swallowing up more roads.
Why is this here? This is not supposed to be here. This is not where this is supposed to be. Oh, God. Now, like they said, some of them were managed to be saved. But not as many as I would have liked. And there's no clear reason for why this happened. But there are some things we could postulate, or, well, on as to the potential cause of this. I think we've talked about some of the reasons in the past, so I'm not going to go too deep into it, but it could be a number of reasons. It could be biological, some sort of disease. It could be also, you know, exposure to either chemicals. It could be an algae bloom somewhere. It could be all sorts of things. It could be electromagnetic frequencies, shipping lanes, and many more. But suffice to say, it's a horrifying scenario. Where are we at on time? 7 hours and 45. This is going to be one of the longest streams we have ever. This is almost definitely, I'm going to say, hands down, going to be one of the longest streams we've ever done. We're just getting to space news right now. And in fact, since it's so close to 8-hour mark, I think I'll just take a break now. And then we'll take another break if we get to 10 hours. I can't even imagine. But it's entirely possible we get there, and we still haven't gone through it all. But must take our timed breaks. And you might be thinking to yourself, sure, StreamLord, timed breaks. You're the one who's in charge of when we take breaks. It's true. But I also, I think that just 2 hours, every 2 hours, having a break is good for everyone. Myself, chatters, people who aren't chatting and are just listening. But just, you know, having a moment to do what you gotta do. So, let's do that now. Alright, now I'm going to assume everybody here is liked and subscribed already because you've been here for so long. It'd be crazy if you weren't already doing those things or following on Twitch. So I'm going to go straight into saying that you should probably be also contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely dependent upon viewers such as yourself to do just that. So many great ways to do that, but right now I'm recommending to people either becoming a Patreon supporter or contributing on PayPal or Cash App, as we are sort of in a crunch right now as it relates to March, since January wasn't a great month for us and we get paid, like, depending on when it starts, like, if you count donations starting on, say, January 1st, I won't see that money until February, the 3rd week or 4th week of February. That's the way that YouTube pays out. And since we had a bad month in January, it's going to affect us for the March bills. So if you can, send us some money. Please, yo. Please. Pretty please. We need your help. in low Earth orbit, bringing you all the latest. But if you haven't yet, definitely become a Patreon member before doing anything else. Of course, we still have YouTube and Twitch. If you want to donate in other ways, I still am very appreciative for any of the ways that you might do it. But yeah, go on to the website, check out all of the different tiers on Patreon, all the many benefits you can get. Alright, chat. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and your buddy StreamLord will be right back. Going for the Hassan net 8 hours a day. Yup, I decided to just lean into it. that means it's time for us to get back to the galactic content. Before we do that, though, just want to say thanks to many doctors for the super chat and the happy birthday wishes here on this galactic anniversary stream. Much appreciated. Modding and contributing financially to the Galactic News Network, MIDI. Your dedication does not go unnoticed. Alright. What did I just do? I clicked the wrong screen just now. What is happening? There we go. Alright. You know where we have to start off. It may be the fourth half. But we are going to start it off with some Earth news, of course. I mean, space news. Did I say Earth? See, I'm just getting everything mixed up in my brain. Where am I again? Floating aimlessly through somewhere.
We turn now to the asteroid being called
you're getting ahead
city
of me, you piece of shit.
Killer. There's a chance it could.
You're an asshole. Okay. Let's get into it. We talked about this situation. We have been keeping track. I had told you I would keep you updated, and I will not cease to keep you updated on this situation. It feels like it's almost my job to keep you updated on this particular situation, which has been developing for the last week and a half, maybe 2 weeks. I can't remember exactly the first time we heard about this thing, but it feels like it was in around that time frame that we heard about an asteroid with the potential to hit the Earth. One which is much smaller than the one that killed the dinosaurs, but is big enough to destroy an entire city in one go. That would have the kinetic energy in just the stratospheric amount. Okay. I'm not even going to try and put out a number because I actually don't know. But it would be bad wherever it hits. Okay. Now, it started off with just a 1% chance. And we said, that's pretty insignificant. Probably fine. We're probably going to be perfectly fine. Everybody settle down.
I don't want reality.
And then, as things have progressed, it's gotten worse. Got up to 2%. Doubled in likelihood in a matter of like about a week, I think. More data is coming in. And apparently, it's increased once again to now over, I believe, over 3% chance. So, we're going to talk about it some more. This is ABC News as of a day ago on the story.
We turn now to the asteroid being called a city killer. There's a chance it could hit Earth.
It's happened before. An asteroid hitting Earth. This one in Russia in 2013, injuring more than 1,000 people. Now scientists say an asteroid discovered in December has a chance of striking our planet. It was named 2024 YR4, some calling it a potential city killer. It could hit in late 2032.
We're only looking at about a 3% chance that it hits the Earth. If it hit a city, it would completely obliterate a very large city.
It's up to 300 feet wide, the size of a large building.
If it was to hit, it would have an energy of between about 5 megatons of TNT and about 50 megatons of TNT, which is a very big range. This thing is probably in the range of, call it 1,000 times, 500 to 1,000 times larger than the bomb dropped over Hiroshima.
Astronomers have only a limited time to observe the asteroid before it fades from view.
You hope it hits you straight in the face. Mitty, what kind of talk is that? Do you know how many streams would be going unmodded in not just the galaxy, in the entire Milky Way galaxy? You getting hit by an asteroid straight in the face would have dire consequences for content worldwide and chats from here to Andromeda. God damn it, Mitty. can't have any of our mods or chatters getting struck by
Next month,
asteroids.
and in May,
That's too much.
James Webb Space Telescope will take its shot at looking at this object. We'll get a much better idea of its size. Those observations will really pin down its orbit.
In 2028 is when it comes back closer to the Earth. That will be our chance to more than likely say for sure whether or not it's going to hit the Earth.
NASA recently had success using a spacecraft to knock an asteroid off course during a test. Such a mission would need to be done years in advance of a potential impact. For now, scientists don't.
So glad that we're privatizing our space agencies with people like Elon right now in this moment. It is actually horrifying to me, and I'm being sarcastic. Gives me straight up terrors that we are leaving our space capabilities up to people like Elon Musk, who are just here to enrich themselves. What a way! It would be a good way. You're right. I mean, of all the ways to go, it would be epic. It would be fast as fuck. But still, your absence would be noted across the galaxy. That would be horrible. Nobody wants that.
In late December of 2024, a NASA-funded near-Earth asteroid survey, the one
December?
that I operate, called Atlas,
has it been 2 months
discovered
already?
an asteroid that, as it came by the Earth this time around.
Wait, hold on. Did I mishear him? I probably did.
In late December of 2024, a NASA-funded near-Earth asteroid survey, the one that I operate, called Atlas, discovered an asteroid that, as it came by the Earth this time around, we realized it has an orbit that comes back every 4 years, and in 2032, there's a statistical chance that this asteroid might hit the Earth, and the current probability of that is about 2%. The orbit has a slightly greater chance of hitting the Earth than we first thought when it was discovered. And so that 1% around the time of discovery has crept up to 2%. And further observations have not been able to reduce that down to 0 to where we can say there's no chance of impact in 2032. This is a rock comparable to the asteroid that hit in Tunguska in Russia in the early 1900s. So if it were to happen over a populated area, it could do a lot of destruction. The most likely outcome is that it will not hit, and so nobody's panicking yet. Right now, we're collecting data, collecting ideas about what we would do about this thing as we learn more about it. Nobody's hitting the panic button yet.
Yeah, 3% is definitely higher than 1%. It's a 1 in 33 chance, which not great odds. Most meteors that are sort of floating around have a very, very much lower chance of hitting Earth than this one. So I think, it gives me more concern than, say, completely unlikely to hit us asteroids. But let's try and stay positive. We got, we got Elon to take care of us. And a more perfect union has shed some light on this situation. Elon has apparently been involved in, that being the takeover of an entire town, which happens to be adjacent or part of, technically, I think encasing a SpaceX launch facility. This is some horrifying Earth/space news that I am, loath to bring to you, but thankfully we do have a more perfect union for these loathsome stories.
I think we're at the dawn of a new era. I think it's going to be very exciting.
We are at T-minus under 33 minutes and counting.
I'd love to have SpaceX be the company that brings humanity to Mars, and I hope I see it while I'm still alive.
I mean, are we going to Mars or not?
By the way, one thing I forgot to mention, I can't remember if it was in that video or not, so I'm just going to send us back here and go back to the asteroid. Because I can't remember if it was in that video or a different one that I watched. But the places where it's believed that it would hit, this is right now somewhere between the Middle East and South America. But has a very high likelihood of hitting water in the Atlantic Ocean with that trajectory in mind. So, you know, just keep all of this in mind. Although none of this is for certain at all, right? So maybe don't keep it in mind at all for now. And it's like 8 years away. So, you know what? Forget all about it. I'll let you know when it becomes something to really worry about. How's that sound? Hopefully we just manage to keep floating here in low Earth orbit through it all. Back to Elon.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
I think we're at the dawn of a new era. I think it's going to be very exciting.
We are at T-minus under 33 minutes and counting.
I'd love to have SpaceX be the company that brings humanity to Mars, and I hope I see it while I'm still alive.
I mean, are we going to Mars or not?
That I say will
right
be
now, we
incorrect.
sure are messing a lot of stuff up in our area here.
Brownsville, Texas sits at the southernmost tip of the United States. It's a border town of 200,000 people. 10 years ago, it was upended by the arrival of a very famous new resident, the richest man in the world. Many residents are glad that this $350 billion company moved into a town that has struggled with high unemployment for decades.
We need this area to grow. It's the poorest county in the nation.
If we don't grow, we're gonna die.
Come here, Elon! Did you see his rocket yesterday?
President Trump has promised to support Musk's vision for interplanetary travel.
We will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars.
This is what victory feels like. Yeah!
But what's actually happening in Brownsville, where Elon Musk has already staked his company's flag?
We're a disadvantaged community that's being exploited by a billionaire for his experimental space fantasy.
Is this a real statue or is this AI or something? I can't tell. I think this is real. He looks grotesque.
Experimental space fantasy.
We used to go a lot. I mean, before I even married, we would go, and he would go with his family also. And then once we married, we had boys. We were there probably every weekend.
It was just a very serene place. I mean, it's still beautiful when you can get there.
Renee and Ida Medrano live just 17 miles from Boca Chica Beach, where SpaceX launches the rocket Starship, the largest and most powerful rocket ever built, and the one that Elon Musk says will take humanity to Mars. The Starship, which includes the booster Super Heavy, is a 5,000-ton rocket made of stainless steel, designed to carry up to 150 metric tons of cargo, which Musk says is necessary for his Mars colony.
That's some serious Stalin energy from that statue. 100%, Mitty. I feel you on that. This is horrifying. Having Elon come and take over your town is the worst. Like, oh my god. But I wonder, while I was watching this, I wondered to myself, okay, so Elon came here, he got let in because of supposed jobs he was going to create. But one thing I'm wondering to myself is, how many of the original 200,000 people that lived here were taught to be physicists and rocket scientists and whatever else, right? Like fabricators, like, and how many of them did Elon bring in from other places, Silicon Valley or wherever else, that he's got a list of people that he likes? seems to have a never-ending list of sycophants and tech gurus. I just wonder what the percentage is on that.
Launch is here. The rocket is right here, and you can hear it, you can feel it, you can see the fire, you can see the Raptors, and you see the smoke, and then all of a sudden you hear those booms. Our dog Miller was running around. It was loud. It sounded like
a bomb?
A huge, dangerous, super explosive bomb.
What was once 1,400 acres of beach and wetlands is now home to SpaceX's building facility, launch pad, and a continuously growing town where employees live, called Starbase. The rocket launches 5 times a year, but right now SpaceX is applying to launch 25 times a year.
It's a shame that it got to this point, as big as it is, and probably going to get bigger.
Musk came to Texas to pitch his private space launching facility in 2013.
This will be the first commercial orbital launch site in the world.
And warned that the company was also eyeing Georgia, Florida, and Puerto Rico.
We are looking at other potential launch locations.
The year before, Musk had spent $12,000 in campaign contributions and hired a lobbyist to court local politicians. SpaceX spent a total of $219,000 on gifts, trips to SpaceX headquarters in California, and even a Lakers game. Texas is a billionaire-friendly state. They have no corporate tax or state income tax. But SpaceX wanted more, and Governor Rick Perry and the state officials were eager to win this bid. In exchange, Musk promised millions in growth.
Our competition for this in Texas is very serious.
When we first met with Elon, he explained the project to us. And then he asked us, do you know why I'm doing this? And he kind of, backs away from the table and looks at us and says, humanity can no longer sustain itself on this planet, so I'm going to help.
And you heard that and you said, great, get in here. We're all gonna move to Mars. Is that real? Is that a real thing?
Says humanity can no longer sustain itself on this planet, so I'm gonna help with that by colonizing Mars.
Humanity is struggling to sustain itself on this planet because of people like Elon Musk. People who are hoarding resources and destroying the earth for their own, pet projects and or to make as much freaking money as possible. Oh, God.
At that moment in time, number one, I thought, I'm fired. How am I going to go back to the poorest community in the United States and tell my leadership, hey, let's use our hard-earned tax dollars to incentivize and recruit a company to our community. And the reason that they're doing this is because they're going to save humanity by colonizing Mars. It was just so out there.
Yeah, Gilberto Salinas co-founded the Greater Brownsville Incentives Corporation, an organization that allocates city taxes to attract businesses.
People laughed at us, but we're like, if we're able to align everything, it might be just that deal of the century.
It's the deal of the century. So he said, that's out there, and I love it. Can we triple down on this? Can we send our entire town to Mars where all the jobs are? It's brilliant.
Salinas' organization chipped in $5 million in incentives, and the state approved an additional $15 million, as well as a 10-year waiver on county taxes. 10 years later, in 2024, SpaceX released a report claiming they had invested $3.5 billion in infrastructure and created 3,400 new jobs. To Salinas, Musk had kept his promise.
I think any business person will say, you invest $5 million and 10 years down the road, those $5 million are going to turn into $3+ billion. Yeah, I would do that deal any day.
So this is once again a failure, in my opinion, of the Keynesian sort of viewpoint on economics, right? Is that and using GDP as a barometer of success in governing, whatever it might be, as long as money is created, right? Then then it's all good, right? But what about what's the percentage on those jobs? How many of them came from this town, and how many came from somewhere else? Is it benefiting your constituents or not? Right? Is it actually increasing the standard of living for people, or is it just increasing their their way of life, like the cost of the way of their. You know, I can't talk. Oh my god. I think people get what I'm trying to say, though. All right.
In 2014, SpaceX broke ground.
The future of South Texas takes off right behind me. This was the frontier at one time, and it's the frontier again.
Musk is really good at getting government subsidies. In the last few decades, he's gotten hundreds of billions of dollars from federal grants, tax incentives, and state contracts for his companies Tesla and SolarCity. SpaceX was near bankruptcy, and Musk was deep in debt when NASA gave the company a massive handout in 2008.
NASA called and told us that we'd won a $1.5 billion contract. And I couldn't even hold the phone. It's like...
I'm sorry, what?
I just blurted out, I love you guys.
Wow. In this moment, Elon seems really, really grateful for the existence of NASA and those federal funds that he got to keep his dying business alive. You might say it's the only reason SpaceX exists. It sounded like it was about to crumble because they hadn't achieved any of the things that he wanted to achieve, and then received a multi-billion-dollar handout from the government. Wow, Elon.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Yeah, like all the things you've been saying about how we need to privatize the space program and all this other stuff. It sounds like you are a government company, and we should own SpaceX outright. That's just my opinion. One spaceman to another.
They saved you.
Yeah, they did.
Oh.
Financially and maybe even emotionally.
I'll tell you what, that was
looks about ready to cry right
helpful.
now.
Yeah.
But do those subsidies really pay off for towns like Brownsville?
We are a low-income community. We're primarily brown and indigenous. We have a very unique and beautiful community.
Becca Hinosa is a local
environmentalist
and activist.
After that, I think we need to start a new hashtag. Hashtag nationalize SpaceX. You know, it's already a government. It's already a government institution. He just, it's just the only one benefiting from it. $1.5 billion we gave this motherfucker. Disgusting. Where's my $1.5 billion handout? I'm trying to do some stuff in space too. Am I not turtly enough for the goddamn turtle club over here? What's happening? Am I not deserving of government handouts, Elon?
He's been fighting SpaceX for years.
Our people here, we do need jobs. Most of us are in survival mode, and we're in survival mode because we've been exploited so many times by so many different industries, and now SpaceX is part of that.
Musk has a reputation for forcing high speeds on his workers and lacks safety standards at his work sites. Reuters reported in 2023 that there had been 600 injuries at SpaceX locations since 2014. One worker has been in a coma after an on-site accident for 3 years. Another lost vision in one of his eyes after being struck while moving a beam.
Ya no miré yo nada completamente, entonces yo le gritaba a mi amigo, perdí mi ojo.
Musk's worksite in Boca Chica has an accident rate 6 times higher than anywhere in the space industry.
What I
saw while doing this work at SpaceX is that it wasn't safe enough. It wasn't.
Besides the $5 million Brownsville gifted to SpaceX when they first arrived, the Greater Brownsville Incentives Corporation has since spent another $1 million to attract space-related startups. Hinosa says it reminds her of a...
The Turtle Club is a reference to Masters of Disguise, or Master of Disguise. That's Dana Carvey.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Am I not turtly enough for the Turtle Club?
Different time in South Texas's past. About 100 years ago, when rich landowners and politicians in the lower Rio Grande Valley tried to lure white settlers to the region to farm. The lower valley was majority Tejano, Mexican Americans who had lived there before Texas was even a state, and it still is today.
They advertised our low-income people as cheap workforce and cheap land, come here and exploit.
Since Musk's arrival, the launching site and the SpaceX campus have grown, much faster than Hinosa and the Medranos ever imagined.
Never did we think that they would be taking over the entire area. It was just Elon Musk is going to come in, he's going to build a little pad, he's going to have a launch, and that's it. But now it's totally different than what was explained.
The thing that bothers the Medranos the most is that they can rarely go to Boca Chica Beach, a beach the state of Texas and the city of Brownsville promised the public would be able to visit. The Texas state constitution guarantees access to all public beaches, but in 2013, the state amended the Texas Open Beaches Act to carve out space activity. Now the state is free to close the beach anytime SpaceX wants to launch a rocket, and it turns out that's a lot.
They'll send a text and they'll say Boca Chica Beach is now closed. And if we're planning to go out there, that's it. Unpack everything. And then
That's so
8,
fucked.
9, 10, 11 o'clock at night, I'll get another text. Boca
For a private company, this is disgusting. It's not clear that anything that SpaceX does is for the good of people in society. So why is it that all of this, part of society needs to acquiesce to him at a whim? Let's launch another rocket today. Oh, no, well, actually, I said it, so we're doing it. And all of a sudden, everybody has to cancel their fucking plans. What in the fuck?
Come on!
I guess we're not going to the beach today, honey.
Chica Beach is now open. Well, who's going to go out there at 10 o'clock at night?
You're on their time. You're on SpaceX time.
Local people call Boca Chica Beach the poor people's beach because this is where people come to fish. We come to the beach with our families because it was free and open to the public. And SpaceX is changing all of that rapidly.
Boca Chica Beach is not only a popular spot for fishing and swimming, it's also a complex ecosystem, one of the most biologically diverse in North America.
Before we get to how it's causing problems with the wildlife, just want to quickly address that. I mean, how just backwards is that? The beach for an entire group of poor people, as she put it, suddenly becomes one man's rich man beach. And how is that benefiting society?
And home to endangered and protected species, including the ocelot, sea turtles, and the piping plover.
SpaceX is trampling over this entire site, singeing the wildlife, burning down part of the wildlife refuge. This region, most of the native habitat has been destroyed because of real estate development, industrialization, farming. We only have 3% left, and that 3% is being destroyed by SpaceX.
Hinosa co-founded the Texas Environmental Justice Center, and along with other national and local environmental organizations, is suing the FAA and SpaceX for violation of the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. In order to build on the site, Musk had to do a thorough environmental impact statement, or EIS, under the National Environmental Protection Act. These reports are really comprehensive. They include impacts to air quality, carbon emissions, water usage, wildlife protection, as well as cultural and economic impacts. Initially, SpaceX got approval to launch the Falcon 9, a reliable and after years of testing, safe rocket that takes cargo into lower orbit. But in 2018, SpaceX announced they would be launching the Starship Super Heavy, a rocket 20% larger than the Falcon 9 with 10 times the thrust.
20%.
In a press conference, Musk said they would be testing their new rocket in Texas instead of the Kennedy Center in Florida because
He's got a lot of land with nobody around.
It's cool. Wow.
It's cool.
This is a perfect.
This dude is so fucking gross.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Completely empty beach. There's not a lot of people around. Lies. Goddamn lies. Sorry the space news wasn't brighter today. Perhaps tomorrow. Alright. Wow. How long have we been going for? 8.5 hours. Crazy. Alright. Now, let's do this. I was thinking we'll segue from talking about Elon Musk, a man who is now some seemingly part of the U.S. government, to talking about what the U.S. government and the Trump administration has been up to. Stuff that affects the whole world, potentially. Let's start with these new tariffs Donald Trump has been threatening. The retaliatory tariffs. Since he thinks VAT is somehow exclusively affecting the US somehow. I don't know why he thinks that. Maybe because he just doesn't understand anything about economics. But of course, VAT, the thing which he's been quoted as complaining about, affects not just imports, but also all goods, regardless of their origin in EU countries. Okay, let's go here to the dumbest trade war.
Time now to check in with the latest business news. We're joined on set by Charles Pellegrin for that. Charles, another day, another tariff threat.
That's right. The U.S. President Donald Trump floating the idea of new import duties while speaking to reporters at his Mar-a-Lago residence in Florida. The tariffs would be worth around 25% on the value of the goods imported, and would concern the auto industry, drug industry, and semiconductor imports or microchips, and could increase over the course of the year. That announcement could be formally made on April 2nd. The president was eager to encourage companies to set up their manufacturing in the United States in order to avoid these levies, saying he wanted to give companies time to come in before announcing new import taxes.
I do want to say while I'm up here, I've been contacted by some of the biggest companies in the world. And because of what we're doing economically and through tariffs and taxes and incentives, they want to come back into the United States. And we'll be announcing various very large companies, the biggest actually. And they'll be coming back, having to do with chips and having to do also with cars and lots of other things.
Having to do.
Well, Charles, this would considerably broaden the scope of Donald Trump's attack on global trading.
All the things that I want us to be the greatest at. Whatever it is. And this shit is just wild.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
This guy doesn't understand economics, but he's wielding economic weapons like tariffs like they're meaningless. Because he believes that somehow it's all just a game we're playing. And you know, why not? Why not do it? Oh my god. Why not threaten our trading partners? It's a good idea. No.
What's already been enacted since Donald Trump took office in January, and they were all in all quite targeted. There were these 10% tariffs on all Chinese imports, the 25% tariffs on all imports of aluminium and steel. The exception being his memos looking to implement reciprocal tariffs on all countries, meaning the U.S. would go through all of its trade partners and make a judgment on a final tariff that would reflect how it judges that country treats it. But this will take a while before being enacted. So,
who knows what it even means? Figuring out how Donald Trump thinks that trade deficits mean that country is treating us bad, right? When it just means that U.S. consumers buy from other countries. It's just it's insane. So who knows what is actually going to wind up meaning? Or who's going to get tariffed?
These new tariffs that are floated would bring in huge sectors of the global economy under the threat of tariffs, with potentially wide-ranging consequences. About half of all cars and light trucks sold in the U.S. last year were imported. So this could lead to higher prices for U.S. consumers. And this also could deeply affect the U.S.'s trade partners that have big players in these industry, like Germany with Volkswagen, or South Korea with Hyundai, for example.
Okay, so what are these tariff threats? How are they impacting the markets, Charles?
Well, let's have a look at the major Asian marketplaces this hour. We're seeing mixed.
Okay, that's where we're going to stop that discussion. But yeah, EU countries like France weighing the potential negative effects of these Donald Trump tariffs. Who might get tariffed? Why? How much? It's all unclear. I guess it all depends on how good of a symbolic gesture you can make to Donald Trump to give him something for his economically illiterate base. Now, I figured we should do this while we're also talking about America. Not only is Donald Trump waging the dumbest trade war in history against all of our allies, really anybody on the planet, I guess. I think it's going to be all countries, it sounds like. It's not clear to me. While he's doing that, he's of course made one Marco Rubio Secretary of State. He's the guy we're going to have to hear from every time we talk foreign policy.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Might be wondering to yourself, who is Marco Rubio? Well, Middle East Eye say that they have the answer on all that.
Are you filming it? I want you guys to get this. I want them to destroy every element of Hamas they can get their hands on. These people are vicious animals who did horrifying crimes, and I hope you guys post that.
This is Marco Rubio, the man who'd later become Donald Trump's current Secretary of State. Rubio was once Trump's former political rival and was given the nickname Little Marco by the then soon-to-be president. But he's now one of the most influential people in Trump's cabinet. He's a foreign policy hawk and is staunchly pro-Israel.
What about the civilians that are being killed every day?
Hamas should stop hiding behind civilians, putting civilians in the way. Hamas knew that this was going to lead to this. So Hamas should stop building their military installations underneath hospitals.
So you don't care that 15,000 have died? You don't care about the babies that are being killed every day?
Horrifying. I think it's terrible, and I think Hamas is 100% to blame. That's what I think. Make sure you post that, please.
Well, you got your wish. It's posted. Jesus fucking Christ, this guy is disgusting. Wow. Wow. I mean, to be able to do such a thing, to be able to suggest that every single death, with all the evidence available, it's beyond obtuse. It's intentionally ignorant. He's just he can't possibly believe that it's all Hamas's fault. If he's aware of even 10% of what's happened, but. Actually, I'm not sure I can give Marco Rubio enough credit to have known to know 10% of what's happened. But I don't know. Either way, it's disgusting. Because of course we've seen children sniped, no Hamas in sight, and with a sniper rifle, you would think you'd be able to tell the difference between a child and Hamas, or any of the bombs that went into obviously civilian areas. As it being somehow, that's all Hamas's fault. Everything that Israel's done is all Hamas's fault. I mean, this is beyond shifting the goalpost. This is just a completely different reality. So this is a second timeline or something. This is bullshit, dude.
Rubio defended the 2003 invasion of Iraq, stating it was not a mistake, and vowed to oppose any attempts to shut down the notorious Guantanamo Bay detention facility. The Cuban American is the first Hispanic American to serve as Washington's top diplomat. So who is he? And what does his appointment mean for America's foreign policy? Rubio began his political career in the Florida House of Representatives between 2000 and 2008. He gained national recognition during his 2015 to 2016 presidential campaign, where he advocated increased defense spending and supported the continuation of the global war on terror. During that time, Rubio competed against future President Donald Trump in the Republican primary.
The Palestinians are not a real estate deal, Donald.
Okay, no. A deal.
They're not a real estate deal.
A deal is a deal. Let me tell you,
a deal is not a deal when you're dealing with terrorists. Have you ever negotiated with terrorists?
You are not a negotiator. And with your thinking, you will never bring peace. You will never bring peace.
Donald might be able to bring condos in the Palestinian areas, but he's not going to. This is not a real estate deal.
But he soon dropped out and endorsed Trump, and was later re-elected to the US Senate in 2016 and 2022. Rubio takes hardline positions on China, Iran, and Cuba, and is more of a traditionalist interventionist when it comes to foreign policy, compared to his soon-to-be boss Trump, who has avoided military interventions abroad. In previous years, this has moved Rubio to publicly criticize Trump's foreign policy.
Do you believe this president should be entrusted with foreign policy for this country?
Well, look, I think the president deserves credit for eroding ISIS presence. My qualms with him now is he is abandoning that effort before it is completely finished. I think he's about to make a major blunder on the second part.
In recent years, however, Rubio has softened his stance to fall in line with Trump. And now, Rubio is one of several pro-Israel hardliners in Trump's cabinet, including former Fox News anchor Pete Hegseth.
Alright, I'm gonna end that video there. But yeah, if you weren't aware of any of those details, now you are slightly more informed on who the hell Marco Rubio is. Little Marco, as we call him.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Little Marco. More of a traditional Republican, hardline interventionist war hawk, lover of the Iraq War, all war crimes, any war crime he's ever seen committed by the United States, and any war crimes committed by anybody else is terrorism. Unless you're Israel or one of our allies. In which case, it's everyone else's fault. It's Hamas's fault. It's Hamas's fault that Israel commits war crimes.
China!
Okay. Now let's go on to some other U.S. foreign policy related things that are technically outside of the United States. Let's go to Panama, where apparently 300 mostly Asian deportees, according to South China Morning Post, are being held in a Panamanian hotel.
Illegal.
Oh, this one's AP first. Whoops. Whatever. We'll watch both. We promised all the content. The goal was blasted through an hour.
Como manera de prevención, estas personas no pueden circular por nuestro país precisamente para garantizar
our country in order to guarantee the safety and the peace of Panamanian citizens. We are providing them with all the necessary medical services, food, and comfort, and we will continue to do so until the last one has left our country, which is what we agreed with the U.S. government. So yeah, that was the what's it called? Foreign minister, right? Hold on. Yeah, of Panama. Oh, the Minister of Security, sorry. Saying that Panama got into a deal with the United States, just like apparently Mexico has, taking third country immigrants for deportation from Donald Trump. People who may or may not have had their rights usurped, may not have ever seen an immigration judge, as Donald Trump goes around firing dozens of immigration judges. Oh, right. Let's go to South China Morning Post, see if they have the same stuff to say. Nearly 300 migrants deported from the U.S. are being held at this hotel in Panama. They have been under police guard and barred from leaving since early February. We are not safe in our country. Some deportees held up notes to windows saying that they were in danger in their home countries. The agreement was to receive 299 people from the United States so that they could be repatriated to their respective countries of origin. This would be done through the International Organization for Migration and the UNHCR. Wait, the UNHCR is involved. Didn't we just denounce the UNHCR? Am I losing my mind? Fascinating. As a preventative measure, these people are not allowed to move around our country. This is to guarantee the safety and peace of Panamanian citizens. We are providing them with all the necessary medical food. Yeah, okay, so this is all the same stuff we heard before. A Chinese woman had escaped confinement and was later recaptured. Authorities blamed her brief escape on human traffickers. Panama is being used as a stopover since the U.S. has difficulty deporting them directly. The deportees are waiting for international authorities to organize their repatriation. 40% of the deportees who have refused to voluntarily return to the homelands. Oh, 40% of, more than 40% of the, okay, I see what, yeah. Sorry, I read that wrong. About 170 migrants have agreed to return to their countries of origin. Which is like, yeah, whatever, like 55, 60% or something. Somewhere around there. Huh. Okay. Now let's go to South America, where Javier Milei is apparently being accused of fraud, as he took a note from Donald Trump, started his own cryptocurrency, and then rug pulled his most loyal followers. Kind of like what he did with the government itself. Are they all women? I don't think so. But there seem to be a lot of women in those photos. In this case, there was premeditation to deceive and commit this scam. In this deception, an essential element was the promotion by Milei. The only way that someone could think that this token was serious and that it had a background, a project that supported it, is because President Milei supported it politically. Someone planned it. I don't know if it was necessarily the president, but someone was behind it. If you hold it for, I don't know, I can't read it. It's a scam. It's the most logical conclusion to arrive at. Not just here, people think that, but also in the United States. Yeah. But some people in the United States love Javier Milei. They love him so much that he got invited to CPAC. The, what's it stand for? Whatever, the Republican Political Action Committee, 501c3 organization. It's used to funnel billionaire money to the Republicans. And people like, you know, I'm trying to think. My brain just broke, actually. I was gonna say Charlie Kirk. But actually, yeah, maybe do they get CPAC funding at Turning Point? Or do they just go directly to Turning Point? Might be both. I honestly don't know. Probably not. I can't think of who runs CPAC right now. It's just broke. Like, I was gonna say, but yeah, it's not his organization. But yeah, you heard it right. Javier Milei made an appearance at CPAC. It's like it's folding in on itself. You know, it's like some kind of it's like this sort of like right-wing like black hole, if you will, right? It's like folding in on itself infinitely. You know, it's like a 5D Russian nesting doll. You know, it's like the outside holds the inside, but the inside also is holding the outside in the fifth dimension right now. And like, it's just fascinating because, of course, Javier Milei loves Donald Trump, and you know, he's doing cryptocurrency scams just like Donald Trump's doing, and now he's at CPAC.
How you guys doing? Nice vibe this year, right? After the best month we've ever had. Nice to see you all. Thanks for coming out. Good to see you. I'm not going to kill any more time. Let's bring out Elon Musk.
I think I almost just got copyright claimed just now. Hold on. I'm going to lower the volume until until this song is over. I'm fairly certain this one's gonna fuck with me. This is so awkward. Why why is he dressed like this? You're 50 years old. You're more than 50. Isn't he like 55 or something? You're a 55-year-old man. Is he wearing body armor?
I'm going to let Elon do it. Who else is here?
Well, President Milei has a gift for me.
Javier Milei from Argentina. You guys know who that is, right? Why don't we bring him out?
Yeah. This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy. Chainsaw!
And it's so weird that they deify Milei, who's run his government into the ground, destroyed his own currency, and like here's the thing where I feel like the Russian nest and doll like really folds in on itself, right? Like the fact that they have Javier Milei here presenting a gift to Elon Musk, a bureaucrat who's trying to do the same thing that he did to all of his governmental institutions, right? Javier Milei, the man here on the stage who looks like a bridge troll with a suit. Also, took his currency. The reason it's imploded on itself is because he changed the accepted currency of the government from their own currency, Argentinian pesos, I think, to a dollar standard. Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Destroying the value of the currency. And so, in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, so does this mean that Elon Musk and Donald Trump, are we going to move on to, are we going to switch to an Argentinian peso backing? Are we, like, you know what I mean? Like, like this guy, like, what in the fuck is happening? I feel like maybe we're going to switch our populations. Everybody from Argentina is going to move here. We're going to move to Argentina. You know, it just, I don't know. It's just so confusing why he's even here. I don't understand. This one broke me. I don't understand why he's here. US dollar, it's over. It's collapsing. It's time for us to get on to the Argentinian peso.
Mr. President, thank you so much.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Thank you.
Gonna make America Argentina again.
I love it. We love it. We love it.
Destroy our economy faster than Javier. As we do everything better.
They told me to put this right.
Where should we put it?
They want it right here.
All right, great.
I'm so glad they played music through that whole thing. I'm definitely gonna get copyright claim for that. That's great. That was so needed. We needed that. Okay. Now another political figure in South America has been up to stuff. But this one has been up to what arguably probably worse crimes. And it's not recent crimes. I mean, it was a little while ago, I'm thinking. I'm trying to remember when the election was. But you might be familiar with one Brazil's Jair Bolsonaro. He's being accused of a coup during the last election between him and Lula da Silva. Let's go here to Reuters, see what they have to say on this, apparently, 2 days ago.
Brazil's former president, Jair Bolsonaro, was charged on Tuesday for a plot to overturn his election loss in 2022. The country's top prosecutor charged Bolsonaro and his running mate, General Walter Braga Neto, with leading a, quote, criminal organization, and that they aimed to overthrow democracy in Brazil. A total of 34 people were charged in the plot, including several military officials. Analysts consider it unlikely that the far-right leader will be arrested before any trial unless the Supreme Court justice deems him a flight risk. However, the indictment marks the first time that Bolsonaro has been charged with a crime and complicates his already narrow hopes of a political comeback. His case echoes the criminal charges faced by US President Donald Trump that
Javier Milei, Jair Bolsonaro being a bad boy down there, while also hoping to ring in a era of austerity and right-wing nationalism in Brazil. Thankfully, I think, Lula is pretty popular. I think it's gone down slightly, his popularity, but I think he's going to win this election. Regardless of whether or not Bolsonaro has to go to jail for this coup. Could happen. Could happen. Lock him up, sis. Yeah. Yep. I agree. Lock him up. It's illegal.
Illegal.
All right, now let's go across the pond to Great Britain, to the UK. And with all the discussions around defense spending that have been triggered by Donald Trump and his minions like Pete Hegseth, J.D. Vance in recent days, there's been a lot of discussion about military defense spending, European specific, as well as production of weapons in the EU and more broadly, the UK as well. It's hard to talk about Britain and the EU now. It's like, why'd you have to Brexit and make things more complicated? You know, it was much easier when we could refer to all of you as Europe and know that we're talking about the same thing. And now it's just too what's happening? Come on! All right. Apparently, BAE, British... Oh my god, I can't even remember the name of B... What does BAE stand for? Whatever it is. The British company, BAE Systems, is being quoted by Reuters as of yesterday that, quote-unquote, we, meaning BAE, can meet defense demand if Europe gives the signal. That signal being, we can no longer rely on the United States. I want to say it's British Airways, but I know that's not right.
Europe's biggest defence company, BAE Systems, said it could expand to meet surging demand. But that depended on governments providing long-term guarantees about higher military spending. Shares in Europe's defence companies have rallied over the last week. It followed a summit in Munich where the US told Europe's political leaders they must raise military budgets. BAE CEO Charles Woodburn said major shifts in European security could drive significantly higher defence spending. He added BAE was already having high-level conversations with governments. Analysts have said correcting 10 years of underspending by NATO members to reach the current 2% target would cost $833.6 billion. In Wednesday's full-year results, BAE showed it secured $42.5 billion of orders last year. That took its backlog to a record of nearly $98 billion, 3 times.
All very interesting. Yes, British Aerospace, thank you. I just looked it up. It always throws me off because the AE is just the beginning of a word, not 2 separate ones. But the vibes around defense right now, defense spending, military, are just getting less and less good, in my opinion. And also, I feel like none of this is what Donald Trump wanted. If this is what he wanted, I'm actually sort of flummoxed, if you will. Because I could have sworn that he was recently saying he wants American manufacturing to be great again.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But if the British aerospace industry, sops up anything that Europe no longer wants to send over to the United States, won't that be bad for people like Lockheed Martin, Palantir, any of these other sorts of American-based military companies? It's all very confusing. But there just seems to be also just too much discussion of ratcheting up defense spending everywhere. Because even though Donald Trump just recently said they need to cut the Pentagon budget by 8%, Pete Hegseth said that we needed to increase the U.S. defense spending by like a lot, by like $500 billion a year. So I just don't know. It doesn't. None of it. It's all bad. It's all not making. It's making less sense by the day. It feels like. Oh my God! We're 9 hours into this stream. It's crazy. It's been talking and talking. All right, now let's go to this. Other UK news. Apparently, a sinkhole has swallowed up almost an entire road. Certainly a massive hole.
Here in the
I believe it's like 40 yards wide or something.
Okay, a huge sinkhole in a street in Surrey is growing and swallowing up more road, with the County Council declaring a major incident. The original hole appeared in Godstone late on Monday night, growing to at least 20 metres long by Tuesday lunchtime. A second opening has now appeared, with a car teetering on the brink and the owner unable to move it.
Those houses were built quite recently, and somebody who lives here, who was aware of what was going on, actually owns a business nearby, said that whenever he had tried to develop his business and do anything with the ground, he was told it was very difficult because of the network of sand mines that runs all the way through this area. Very well known. Local people say when they were children they went on school trips to go and look at them, and people have reported holes appearing in this road over the last year. I've been shown a picture from 2019, very much close to where this large sinkhole has opened up. But it happened very quickly. It happened pretty much overnight. The holes appeared, 2 of them actually, on 2 sides of the road. Water mains were ruptured. A third hole had to be dug by the water company to cap off the water so that there wouldn't be further flooding. People in this area had no water for quite a few hours. It has come back on, for which they're very grateful. And then the problem of the people who live in areas near the hole, there was an early concern there might be some sort of an explosion. So 30 residents, people asked to leave their homes. Some have gone to hotels, some have gone to friends. There have been problems finding places for pets. Children are in local schools, of course, so they can't go too far. And I'm told, because I've spoken to one resident who still doesn't know where her family is going to end up tonight, because insurance companies are not being terribly helpful, in her view, about where and how those properties or accommodations can be paid for. So there are still big outstanding questions here. The council says it's doing its best, it's responsible for making sure residents are okay. A major incident has been declared. As for the whole, well, it could be a while before it is filled in, and this is a very busy, bustling village with lots of businesses. This road is always very busy, I'm told, and people just don't know when life is going to get back to normal.
Okay. Now, as you probably heard during that discussion, if you didn't, the cause of this is probably due to the fact that there used to be sand mines in Surrey, where, you know, there's probably a lot of potential for subsidence to happen because of, you know, mines existing in the area. 9th emotional support character. Is that true, Jerry? Is it 90 likes already? I think that might be a record. I think that might be a fucking record. Alright, to the Galactic Cantina. Mr. Spock celebrating our anniversary by using his Galactic membership benefit of a free super chat. Way to celebrate two things at once. Much appreciated. Alright. Gotta reach into the bag from the GCU one more time. 1. Going to the OG. The OG Scott Bakula. Okay. Alright. Alright, let's go here quickly to this. Here's a little story on UK regarding inflation. Apparently, recent numbers showed an uptick in inflation. Here's Reuters on that report.
British inflation hit a 10-month high in January. Wednesday's official data showed it sped up more than expected to 3% and is likely to rise further soon. The country's central bank and analysts had expected a rise to 2.8%. A number of factors pushed the figure up from December. They included a rise in car fuel prices and a tax hit to private school fees. Now the central bank expects consumer price inflation to peak at 3.7% in the third quarter of this year. It projects the rise will be driven mostly by higher energy costs and regulated tariffs for items like domestic water supply. But Governor Andrew Bailey argues a slowdown in the jobs market is likely to stop higher wage demands after an acceleration late last year. The central bank believes that limits the risk of a build-up in inflation pressure. Services inflation is a key measure of price pressures for bank policy makers. Data showed it stood at 5% in January compared with 4.4% in December.
I cannot tell what this is, but it looks good. I think I see cheese and I see egg. I cannot quite tell. Is this some sort of ceviche? Either way, it's making me too hungry. I can't keep looking at this. Good for Gabby, also celebrating with our 1-year anniversary. Happy 1 year, GNM. Thanks for bringing us together. Hey, my pleasure. I love all of you. Bringing us together has been a fantastical journey. Wow, everybody using their member benefits now. I think everybody's realizing that you get a free super chat with your membership. Or you're all rushing to get them done before your month is over. I'm not sure. Either way, loving it. Tracy Eva. Happy 9th emotional support character chat. Hugs. Thank you for the super chat. 4 million more years. Scared Crow. Yes. Hopefully we can get at least 1 million. I mean, 4 is a lot. That's a lot. But at least 1.
That's too much, man!
Congrats on the year. Here's to many more. Indeed. Thank you, anti-corporatist. Can't believe it's been a whole year already. Seems like it's just flown by somehow. So much love in here. Another super chat from Tracy. Happy 1 year anniversary. We didn't get the happy 1 year in the first one. You were instead celebrating. I get it. It was an emotional thing, getting a record number of emotional support characters. But thanks for getting that in there too. And now Chet, congratulations, and thanks to whoever gifted you. Yeah, I don't know who gifted it to you, but we have a very generous chat who I'm repressing on gifting memberships right now until we sort out what's been going on with it. But for now, we do have other ways of contributing. Although it doesn't help with increasing our number of members, which I think, I think it's important, especially because since we're not doing it, we're also not increasing the number of emotes that we have that we should have at this point. At this point, with all the gifted freaking memberships, we should be at least 17, if not more. Bob Carmody also celebrating. Starting our second orbit. Indeed. Happy anniversary to all. All you space fams have been here throughout this time, helping us get to where we are now. Sharing space is truly caring. Sharing is caring, especially in space. So true. So very true. Also factual. You're all beautiful. Thank you for this moment. All right, back to the news. We're not leaving the UK yet. Let's go on here now to one Navarra Media from 23 hours ago to discuss a particular comment made about the former prime minister, who I'm not a fan of, but this seem this is going too far. I hit the wrong fucking thing. That just hurt. It broke my fucking ears just now. I'm so sorry, chat. Oh my god. Why did I do this to myself? It's terrible. That's not what I wanted. Okay, I think I've regained consciousness. Take 2. Everything's fine. If I didn't have tinnitus, I do now.
What does it mean to be English? Does it require you to be born here, to have citizenship here, or to support the English football team? Does it require you to be white? Well, the racial definition of Englishness might be something you assumed was a thing of the past. Now, just look at the English football team, right? Of course, Englishness can't mean whiteness. Otherwise, that team wouldn't work. You might also look at the Tory front bench and think, surely the definition of Englishness can't be a racial one. There clearly are, though, some people on the right who want to bring that racial definition of Englishness back. This is Konstantin Kissin from the Trigonometry podcast debating Fraser Nelson.
I've always said, this is a very unpopular thing, that I'm not English, I will never be English. I don't think Rishi Sunak is English. We're both British, but we're not English.
No, you weren't born here, you were an immigrant.
No, well, my son was born here. I don't think my son is English.
Right.
He's born to a Russian
again,
Ukrainian
that's definition.
immigrant.
Right? I would say that Rishi Sunak is as English as Tizer and Wyferns, right? He is absolutely English. He was born and bred here. And I wouldn't say that the color of his skin makes him any
He's
less.
a brown Hindu. How is he English?
Because he's born and bred here.
So by being born here, you become English, in your opinion?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's strong from Fraser Nelson, right? He's a former, until very recently, the editor of The Spectator. So this is a
wow. That comment really broke this guy right here. This very racist man. He's like, that doesn't compute. You can't be English and brown.
What?
No, it's true. That's what he thinks. It's very, very racist.
How rude.
There's a debate going on within the right So sort of the respectable right, the somewhat liberal right, or actually, to be honest, just the mainstream right in general. For a very long time in this country, civic nationalism has been the kind of nationalism we have, right? Saying you're English if you're born here and you identify as English, right? So it's something about your accent, the language you speak, the culture you have, sort of maybe your sense of humor, for example. And especially, I suppose, because of sport more than anything, this idea, sort of looking at the English football team and saying, well, they're not all English, right? That's usually something that I associate with the past, right? But there is a section on the right who are trying to bring back ethnic nationalism. So you've got civic nationalism, which is based on language, based on culture, based on identification, based on potentially where you're born. Then you've got ethnic nationalism, which is based on your blood. Are you...
Yeah. MBEA, make Britain English again. Elonification of the planet. I'm not directly blaming him for this, but he is meddling in politics abroad, including in England. Backing the most racist people in politics, like the Reform Party. It's gross, but it's real. And it's not just in Britain. It's in Germany. Let's go here to Reuters from 23 Hours to talk about that. Look at that professional segue. My God.
Right, and in a way, I think,
Whoops. Take it back. Not professional.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Take two. Elon. Go.
While Elon Musk is playing a central role in the U.S. government as head of President Donald Trump's task force to slash government spending, the world's richest person has also weighed in prominently on politics in Germany. The country is holding a snap national election Sunday, following the collapse of Chancellor Olaf Scholz's three-way coalition. Here's a look at how Musk has involved himself in German politics and what could happen because of it. In December, Musk waded into Germany's election campaign, calling the far-right anti-immigration Alternative for Germany Party, or AfD, the country's savior. He has also criticized Scholz and called on him to resign. In January, Musk made a virtual appearance at an AfD campaign event.
Yeah. I'm very excited for the AfD, and I think you're really the best hope for Germany.
Speaking just before the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz concentration camp, he also said that Germans should not feel guilt for the sins of their great-grandparents.
I think there's frankly too much of a focus on past guilt, and we need to move beyond that. Children should not be guilty of the sins of their parents, or even let alone their parents, their great-grandparents, maybe even.
Musk also praised the party's leader, Alice Weidel, in a conversation with her on his social media platform, X.
I think Alice Weidel is a very, very reasonable person, and hopefully people can tell just from this conversation, nothing outrageous is being proposed.
The AfD sits solidly in second place with about 20% of the vote in recent polls, but has almost no chance of forming a government because other parties refuse to work with it. Earlier in February, a German court ruled that X, which Musk owns, must release information enabling researchers to track the spread of election-swaying information on the social media platform. This came in response to a filing from civil rights groups who said they need the data to let them track misinformation and disinformation ahead of the national election.
Yeah, and that's what J.D. Vance was complaining about to leaders in Munich, saying, "How dare you keep track of Nazis on X and, hurt our commander-in-chief's best friend's business model, which is very much dependent upon, Nazis or Nazi-adjacent type people. It's unfair."
How rude.
Speaking of J.D. Vance, let's just quickly take a look at what sort of feuds he's been getting into. Unrelated. Well, actually not unrelated to what we were just talking about. Actually very much related to it. Actually, what was I going to say? God damn it. Oh, this is what happens when you stream for 9.5 hours straight. Start to lose your brain. Or, as some people call it, your mind.
Fresh from his Twitter spat with Rory Stewart, JD Vance has gone after another high-profile Brit on Twitter, Zadeo's Mehdi Hassan. And we'll go to the flame war in one moment. And first of all, though, you need to understand the context, which is this. Donald Trump has banned the Associated Press from the Oval Office and Air Force One for continuing to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of Mexico. Now, you might remember, Trump thinks the Gulf of Mexico should now be called the Gulf of America. That name change was signed into US law 9 days ago aboard Air Force One. He said sort of on the plane that he hadn't yet spoken to Mexico about this. So where does the Mehdi Vance beef kick in? Well, on Monday night, Mehdi Hassan tweets this. So it's a tweet about AP reporters losing their access because of this. He says, "Hey, JD Vance, I know you're busy lecturing the Europeans on free speech, but have you seen this?" The context there, obviously, JD Vance speaking at the Munich conference, complaining that the Europeans don't respect free speech. JD Vance replies like this: "Yes, dummy. I think there's a difference between not giving a reporter a seat in the White House press briefing room and jailing people for dissenting views. The latter is a threat to free speech. The former is not. Hope that helps." Now,
it's a good one.
I'm not actually sure who JD Vance is claiming like the Europeans have jailed, right? Because the person that always comes up in the British context is Tommy Robinson. And Tommy Robinson hasn't been jailed for journalism. He's been jailed for repeating a libel about a teenage refugee, which is very different to being a free speech issue. I would also say that this is a free speech issue, right? If you're, obviously it's not a free speech issue to the extent of jailing a journalist, but if you're saying, unless you conform to describing the world as we declare it is, you can no longer have access, which is really required to do your job properly, right?
Yeah.
AP, they make their money. They're like Reuters and Associated Press.
I mean, isn't this the sort of stuff that the right wing has been complaining about for like literally years, ever since, I don't know, Biden came into office? All that, Facebook isn't, it's like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, this is obviously free speech.
Do sort of big press agencies who supply news and footage which other outlets use. So you'll often sort of see some footage on the news, on Sky News, for example, which will be provided by AP. So if they don't have access to Air Force One and the Oval Office and all their competitors do, then that is going to cause them financial damage. It makes it harder for them to do their jobs. And so if you are explicitly saying, unless you agree with our stance, we're going to make it very difficult for you to do your job, then that is obviously a threat to free speech. Let's see how Mehdi responds. He says, "Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for taking time out of your busy schedule to call me names. But your boss, Elon Musk, just called for a long prison sentence for CBS journalists for edits he didn't like. Did you not get the memo? Do you agree with Mr. Musk on locking up US TV journos?" So he's saying that, in fact, the Trump administration, not only are they sort of bullying journalists by threatening their businesses, but they are also actually sort of wanting them to get locked up. This is the tweet Mehdi was referring to from Elon Musk. 60 Minutes are the biggest liars in the world. They engaged in deliberate deception to interfere with the last election. They deserve a long prison sentence.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
There you go. But yeah, I could have sworn they were saying, they were all complaining about how Joe Biden and the Joe Biden administration supposedly directed companies like Facebook to not promote, vaccine disinformation, right? And it's not quite this. It's not like Joe Biden declared COVID-19 like to be COVID-19. Like, it was just science, right? That he was that they were supposedly making sure wasn't being what's the word? Wow, my brain is not working properly. Like, they were trying to perpetuate non-scientific information during a global pandemic, right? And so supposedly there was direction from government institutions saying you can't do that, right? But this has nothing to do with public safety or anything like that. This is just Donald Trump saying, I want something to be called something different because I think it's great and America will love it. I mean, you know, one has an actual purpose. The other is not just dubious in purpose, but just completely lacking in any real benefit to society. And yet, no complaints about that. We still got JD coming to complain about other countries doing the same thing Trump's doing, but for serious reasons rather than just vanity projects. You'd think at some point, one of these incredibly hypocritical things would sort of break through the cultish belief that seems to be held amongst the MAGA crowd. All these Trump loyalists. But no, they will never be able to remove their head from that sand. I don't think until Donald Trump passes away. You know, that'll probably break the spell, you know? Like, have you seen that Portlandia episode where Nance and Peter go to the farm and they become a part of a cult and then like get married to this dude and this like polycule, and then like he dies and then they wake up from the cult and they're like you know, they come out of the trance and they're like what the fuck are we doing on this farm? Why are we here again? Sorry if I just spoiled that for anybody. It has been out for quite a while. Kind of want to watch it now. Maybe I'll pull it up. We'll watch it after this one. While we're in Europe, talking Europe stuff, let's go to Hungary. Since it seems like Donald Trump is taking something of an Orbanian path with his tactics as it relates to dismantling the institutions of government intended to protect average citizens.
Tehát nekünk az a törekvésünk, hogy a konfliktusainkat Lengyelországgal kezelhető szinten tartsuk.
Oh shit, I forgot about this.
As Donald Trump's second term gets underway, he has a possible role model more than 4,000 miles to the east. Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orbán has become an icon among conservative populists like Trump for creating what he calls an illiberal democracy in his country.
After coming to power in 2010 with a two-thirds majority in parliament, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán and his Fidesz party set about fundamentally transforming the constitutional structure of the country. One of the first things they did was to go after the independence of the judiciary. They did that by lowering the retirement age of judges, which meant the dismissal of nearly 300 senior judges.
One of Trump's top priorities has been the judiciary. He's already appointed 1/3 of the U.S. Supreme Court and hundreds of federal judges, and now he's in a position to appoint even more. Trump has also seized control of federal law enforcement and used it for his personal interests. He's fired lawyers who prosecuted Trump supporters for the January 6th attacks and wants the FBI and Department of Justice to investigate his political rivals.
One of the things that Prime Minister Orbán is best known for around the world is his capture of Hungary's independent media. He's turned Hungary's public broadcaster into a mouthpiece which puppets the party line of his Fidesz party. Additionally, well-connected oligarchs in Hungary have been able to purchase up to 80% of market resources in the commercial media market.
Wow.
Trump's had a long-running feud with the media, calling journalists enemy of the people. He's applied pressure to the owners of media companies to make sure he gets favorable coverage. He's threatened to take away licenses of TV stations that air segments he does not like. His appointees are investigating National Public Radio and PBS, and he's threatened to prosecute Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg.
Zuckerbucks.
Okay, this is the skit I was talking about from Portland.
I think he's gone.
I think you're right.
He's passed.
I'm dying soon. I wanted to say goodbye to you. Rachel, I stole your watch, and you're never getting it back.
Illegal.
It's gone. Forever. It's coming with me. Zoe. My beautiful Peter. I'm gonna miss touching my Peter, washing my Peter.
Phrasing? I'm gonna miss you.
Nance. You can be a real bitch.
Please don't go.
Nance, you're being a bitch. Okay? It's so bitchy of you to ask me to stay. I gotta go.
How rude.
Tell me to go. Don't be a bitch, Nance.
Go. Go.
Jesus
Thank you,
Christ.
Nance, for dialing your bitch down a little bit. It means a lot to me. You three, you're nice people, I'm sure.
You're not go.
You're being a dumb bitch.
What is this?
Well, where are we?
We're gonna dress.
We were going to order the chicken and the
farm.
Who are you people? Is this a cult? Look how you're dressed. You guys are brainwashed.
Hey, stop.
You're crazy.
You're being a dumb bitch.
Let's get out of here.
And then they're back in the restaurant where it all started. It all started because they wanted more information about that chicken. It's from Portlandia. No, it's not documentary now. It's Portlandia. Fred Armisen, Carrie Brownstein. And in that skit, Jason Sudeikis as well. Just had to pepper that one in there. We were talking about cult-like behavior. Let's go to Democracy Now! Talk more about that authoritarian playbook of Viktor Orban's. Just felt right, since we saw Javier Milei at CPAC. I'm sure it'll be any day now. I think it's actually already been announced that Viktor Orban's coming to the United States after Vladimir Putin, I think. Or before, one of the two.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to an expert on autocracy who says the Trump administration's moves to gut the federal government, shape the judiciary, and punish critics are all following a well-known playbook, not just the right-wing policy blueprint known as Project 2025, but the autocratic playbook of Hungary's authoritarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban. Today, in an unprecedented move by a European leader, Orban hosted the leader of Germany's far-right Alternative for Germany party, AfD, ahead of an election in 2 weeks, even as other Western leaders have sought to contain the party. At least one key member of Trump's new administration has closely studied Orban, the controversial far-right pundit Sebastian Gorka. who previously worked at the Hungarian Ministry of Defense before Orban,
to be
and is now
Gorka'd.
Trump's deputy assistant to the president's senior national security
Get
council director for
Gorkafied.
counterterrorism, a top post that did not require Senate confirmation. Gorka advised Trump in his first term, but was pushed out after the Forward revealed he once had ties to a Hungarian far-right Nazi-allied group and that he supported an anti-Semitic and racist paramilitary militia in Hungary. This week, Gorka addressed a security forum.
If you share our values, you are on Team Western Civilization.
Fred
Not
Armisen
just
is
Western
comic genius.
Hemisphere,
He absolutely
Western
is.
Civilization. President Trump stated the following: the only
I totally agree. Love Fred Armisen. He's also a musical genius. You know, have you ever seen, and maybe it's like the special he did an entire special, like a stand-up special about drums, okay? And he's just a very talented guy all around. All right, back to Sebastian Gorka.
our values, you are on Team Western
As I like to call him,
Civilization.
Seb.
Not just Western Hemisphere, Western Civilization. President Trump stated the following: the only question of our time is if we have the will to defend and save our civilization from those who wish to destroy it. And if you believe that, the next 4 years will be beautiful for you and America.
This comes as candidates for top national security positions are now facing questions that appear to be a Trump loyalty test, including whether they accept his false claim that he won the 2020.
Is it just me, or am I'm hoping I'm not the only person who feels like every time I look at Amy right now, like I can see, like I feel like she's got music going on in her head while this all goes on. It's either circus music or this. You know? It's either Twilight Zone or circus music. I feel like she's like thinking to herself, how the fuck are we here right now?
Candidates for top national security positions are
doing
now
this for
facing
goddamn
questions that appear to
decades.
be a Trump loyalty test, including whether they accept his false claim that he won the 2020 election. For more, we're joined by Kim Lane Shepley, professor of sociology and international affairs at Princeton University, specializing in the rise and fall of constitutional government, focusing on Hungary. Her recent guest essay for the New York Times is headlined, "Are We Sleepwalking into Autocracy?" Professor Shepley, welcome back to Democracy Now! Why don't you answer your question? What are you seeing in this country as you lived for many years in Hungary and what you saw there?
Yeah, well, so first of all, nice to be back with you. Unfortunately, we're under very difficult circumstances. And so I think it's really important in looking at how democracies fail these days. And the crucial thing to say about Hungary is that it was a robust democracy, sort of top of its class in Eastern Europe in 2010 when Viktor Orban came to power. And by the end of that decade, virtually all of the democracy raters rated it as no longer a democracy. I would say the collapse happened even faster. Really, Orban did almost everything to undermine democracy for Hungary's future.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain on like Democracy Matrix, which is one of the places that she's referring to, the democracy raters, as she said, the organizations who are tracking authoritarianism and or democracy, trying to quantify it country by country, have switched that democratic label on Hungary, and it's turned all the way to autocracy now. Has been that for quite some time.
Just in the first 3 years. So as we're looking at what's happening now in Washington, one of the things we see is this everything, everywhere, all at once attack on all of the pillars of democracy. And that was exactly how Orban did it. Came into power while he'd been out of power for 8 years before he was elected in 2010. He had private law firms, private groups write a blueprint so that when he was, as soon as he took office, he could hit the ground running and just, come out with thousands of pages of laws with all kinds of programs that hit sort of every sector of civil society, of the economy, all at once. And that's exactly what we're seeing here is that kind of playbook.
And Professor Shepley, I'm wondering, it's in your studies, is there any essential or qualitative difference between an autocratic government and a fascist government? Does it even is it even worthwhile to make the distinction? What's your sense?
Yeah, well, so I tend not to be very big on labels in this area, in part because as soon as you define what each of these regimes looks like, someone like Orban, who actually does read and actually is pretty knowledgeable, unlike the US president, who, shall we say, probably hasn't gotten all the way through a book in a long time, Viktor Orban knows what he's doing. And so as soon as you label him something, he will do something that misses, item 4 on what you have to get the label. So I'm a little nervous about the labels. And, fascism, I think, it also means an ideology. What I'm concentrating on when I talk about autocracy is the system of checks and balances that allows for the future rotation of power and that prevents it from being captured by one political faction. Now,
yeah, and it seems like Donald Trump and his regime is attempting to do just that. Just, remove all checks and balances, put in power loyalists, political loyalists who are going to, carry out his decrees. And it's all in place. It's all being put in place very quickly. All these sorts of court cases are laying foundation. Anytime that the courts allow him to do something that further erodes that, will continue to lay the groundwork for more. And if Democrats don't manage to put a stop to it, well, things are going to get out of hand. Now, let's go talk about the EU a little bit more, but really not the EU. European NATO countries, I guess. Everybody but US in the NATO alliance has been getting up to some stuff in recent days, apparently, ever since, the sort of comments from the administration came out. J.D. Vance, Pete Hegseth, all this other stuff. People saying, Donald Trump doing all this, and the Russia stuff. I don't even know. I can't even point to one particular thing that led to this, although I think it's got to be something to do with Ukraine. The NATO countries have decided to start doing, European NATO countries have decided to start doing some combat exercises without the United States. Start with the AP archive from 2 days ago. NATO tests new deployment model without the US ahead of Ukraine war anniversary.
NATO wanted to have a force that is ready, that is flexible, that can operate across the 5 domains: air, sea, land, but indeed cyber and space, in a way that ensure that is answering to the request of defending the alliance, but also deterring. And so this is really what we bring new to the NATO, and this is what we've been training for.
As we soon approach the anniversary of Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine, we see today a revitalized and refocused NATO, training together in multiple nations to deter conflict and demonstrate our resolution.
It is a clear demonstration of NATO's commitment to defense, security, and deterrence. In an evolving and unpredictable security environment, maintaining high readiness and showcasing the ability to swiftly deploy forces when needed is of paramount importance.
And here's another one from the Associated Press, this one from 23 hours ago, showing NATO members holding combat exercises in Romania.
In the last decade, the threats facing our alliance have become increasingly complex and unpredictable. And in 6 days, we will mark the start of the 4th year of Russia's unprovoked invasion and continued war in Ukraine. To address this complex security environment, NATO has undergone a significant warfighting transformation. We have taken our defensive plans from concept to reality. This exercise, Steadfast Dart, represents the culmination of our efforts and the beginning of our new force that will defend every inch of alliance territory.
Today, 1st UK Division has demonstrated why NATO's Allied Reaction Force is a cornerstone of our collective defense. The dynamic display, and I stress is a display that has been weeks of training and integration in realistic activities before that, is really a way of highlighting the capability to respond swiftly and decisively to any threat.
Yep. So yeah, Europe preparing for potential conflicts without the United States involvement. Could have something to do with all of this stuff we're about to talk about. Let's go back to... what's today? Let's go back to Wednesday. What do you say? Where Russian and U.S. officials met in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia, for bilateral talks excluding the European Union and Ukraine from these talks.
The U.S. sideline Ukraine. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Please.
Okay, so that was just the sort of stock footage of that. Now let's get into talking about what actually transpired during this meeting. Here's Channel 4 News.
No let-up in Russian attacks on Ukraine. But why should there be? President Putin is getting what he wants without having to stop or make concessions. First of all, a new partnership with the USA. Americans on the left, Russians on the right. The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio was the ostensible leader of the US delegation, but President Trump's special envoy and real estate buddy Steve Witkoff may be the most important member of the team.
It was positive, upbeat, constructive. Everybody there to get to the right outcome, solution-based. We discussed it afterwards. We couldn't have imagined a better result after this session.
Really?
It was very, very solid.
Really?
Despite his Spartan surroundings, the Russian foreign minister was as upbeat as he can be.
The conversation was, I think, useful. We didn't just listen, but heard each other, and I have reason to believe that the American side has become more understanding of our position, which we have once again presented in detail and with specific examples on the basis of President Putin's multiple statements.
The last time the US and Russian leaders met was in 2019, 3 years before Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. President Putin was then shunned by the West. But now America and Russia will renew diplomatic contacts, explore closer ties and the lifting of sanctions, as well as nominate teams to start negotiations about the war, at some point, including Ukraine and Europe.
There are other parties that have sanctions. The European Union is going to have to be at the table at some point because they have sanctions as well that have been imposed. So
So this seems to be little Marco here saying that part of this deal that couldn't have gone any better included the necessity for the entire European Union to drop sanctions on Russia. This doesn't sound like this went well at all, actually. You really think you're going to be able to get that done, little Marco? You're going to be able to get the entire European Union to drop sanctions on Russia? Okay. Maybe. Hey. Could be.
But I guess the point here is the goal is, and we agreed on what the goal is to bring an end to this conflict in a way that's fair, enduring, sustainable, and acceptable to all parties involved.
The Russian delegation included the head of their sovereign wealth fund, maybe because they suspect that the way to President Trump's heart is through his wallet.
I gotta say, if we want efficiency in these peace talks, it might go faster if we had everybody there at the same time. Because you might talk to the Russians and, get a certain sense of things. You might think, oh, all this stuff is going to be fine with Ukraine, because you haven't talked to Ukraine yet. And when you do, you might find out that they are actually completely against many of the aspects of this deal that have been touted up to this point. Maybe that's too much, Maybe I'm just not thinking efficiently. I'm not a DOGE employee. I'm not a dodgy DOGE dude. Triple D, if you will. So maybe I just don't understand it enough. Maybe that's what it is. I'm just dumb. But it's just, to my thinking, as a non-dodgy DOGE dude, that you might want to get everybody at the table at the same time so that we can figure out where the points of disagreement are faster, rather than just sort of jerking each other off in gold-plated boardrooms. Sort of doing self-congratulatory dances and press conferences before you've achieved anything seems, inefficient and perhaps a bit premature. Unwise, if you will. Now, let's go to NBC Montana. Apparently, according to little Marco, Donald Trump is not feeling very patient about all this, and he wants it done now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I mean, it does make sense, considering he said that this would be done day one, and we're now on day one of month 2. So I guess it depends on what maybe he meant day 1, month 2, not day 1, month 1. I don't know, but we're definitely not there yet. So maybe I guess we'll have to wait for March, right? March 21st ish, right? Because it's been a whole month, right? But if you can do it on the first, maybe if you do it like on the first of the month, right? You can trick people into thinking that's what he meant when he said it.
In other news, today, top American and Russian officials meeting in person for the first time since Russia invaded Ukraine almost 3 years ago. National correspondent Atra Elnashar reports on what came out of those talks.
From Saudi Arabia's capital city, top American and Russian officials reestablishing in-person communication as the Trump administration seeks an end to Russia's war in Ukraine.
The work remains. Today is the first step of a long and difficult journey.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the goal is to see an end to the conflict that is fair, enduring, and sustainable.
In order for a conflict to end, everyone involved in that conflict has to be okay with it.
Left out of these talks is the country that's been invaded.
Ukraine perceives any negotiations about Ukraine without Ukraine as those with no results. We cannot recognize anything or any agreements about us without us.
Russian officials looking pleased following Tuesday's meeting, already talking about ways it can collaborate with the United States.
There are different things we can do jointly in Arctic.
A concept difficult for some to fathom in a moment when the U.S. holds sanctions against Russia intended.
I wonder what Russia would want to do in the Arctic with us. I don't know, perhaps rape the Arctic of its mineral resources and oil that exists, methane gas. We're just gonna finish melting the ice caps, I guess, and then just go to town. I mean, what the fuck? What in the actual fuck are we gonna be doing with Russia and the Arctic? Let's leave the Arctic alone, okay? How about that? How's that sound?
Cripple its economy. Watching these talks from afar, European NATO allies the Trump administration is pressuring to dramatically increase their defense spending so the U.S. can prioritize threats in other parts of the world. Here's UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
I'm prepared to consider committing British forces on the ground alongside others if there is a lasting peace agreement. But there must be a U.S. backstop.
A U.S. security guarantee. What would that look like? Starmer and President Trump will likely discuss that next week when they meet in Washington. After the trip, Starmer plans to huddle with European leaders for a second time after their summit in Paris Monday, hosted by French President Emmanuel Macron, who is keeping Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky informed. The Ukrainian leader says, "We agreed to stay in constant contact as major decisions are being made. Ensuring a robust and lasting peace is a must, and that can only be achieved through strong security guarantees." In Washington, I'm Atrel Nashar.
Okay. There we go. Donald Trump wants all this done immediately, if not sooner. Now, let's go to something that he said that just seems utterly misinformed. This was Donald Trump in Mar-a-Lago, once again going back to that long-winded press briefing he did there after his Fox News interview with Hannity and Elon. He had this to say.
Willing to do that, and I thought that was a beautiful gesture. Yeah, please.
Do you have any message for Ukrainians who, after 3 years of fighting, might feel betrayed or disappointed at not having a seat at these initial talks in Saudi Arabia?
Well, I think I'm really disappointed in what's happened. I've been watching this for 3 years. It's a war that would have never happened if I was president, and I've been watching these.
Never would have happened. I just would have given them Ukraine.
Being killed at levels that you've rarely seen, not even close, since the Second World War. And I'm very disappointed. I hear that, they're upset about not having a seat. Well, they've had a seat for 3 years and a long time before that. This could have been settled very easily. Just a half-baked negotiator could have settled this years ago without the loss of much land, very little land, without the loss of any lives, and without the loss of cities that are just laying on their sides. You have those magnificent golden domes that are shattered, will never be replaced. You can't replace them. 1,000-year-old domes that are so beautiful, you can't replace that. The whole civilization has changed because of what. So when they're worried about not being seated, you mean somebody that should have gone in and made a deal a long time ago. You could have made a deal. This is one that could have made a deal. There was no talk of this during the Trump administration. Putin would have never, ever done it. And by the way, we wouldn't have had October 7th. You know that? We wouldn't have had October 7th either in Israel.
Wow. If Donald Trump had just been president when this was all going on, never would have happened. Also, Ukraine could have made a deal at any time while they were being invaded. Would have solved anything, everything, and anything. They just had to do what Russia wanted. And it would have been solved. Same thing for those pesky Palestinians. If they had just done everything Israel wanted, there would have been no genocide in Gaza. Here is Donald Trump discussing little Marco's little meeting in Saudi Arabia 2 days ago. Let's go here. Forbes breaking news. I gotta stop doing that voice.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you tell us a little bit more about the Russia talks, your impression of how they went today, and if you're perhaps more confident or less confident of a deal after what happened today?
Well, much more confident. They were very good. Russia wants to do something. They want to stop the savage barbarianism. What's going on over there? It's soldiers are being killed by the thousands on a weekly basis. It's ridiculous. And they're not American soldiers. They're Russian soldiers, and they're Ukrainian soldiers largely, although a lot of Koreans have been killed, as you know.
A lot of Koreans, too.
Quite a bit of them have been killed. They came.
So there's Donald Trump admitting that there's Korean soldiers in Russia, something which there was some lack of clarity on at one point, but now 100% out in the open. North Korean casualties, let alone a presence in Ukraine.
Over to fight, and a large portion have been wiped out. But we want to end it. It's a senseless war. It should have never happened. Would have never happened if I was president. And it's a shame to see it. And I see pictures that you don't see, but I see pictures of fields that look just horrible. It looks like Gettysburg. If you see the old pictures of Gettysburg, it's soldiers lying all over the field, body parts all over the field. They're all dead. And this is going on a daily basis. It's a horrible thing. Both Russia and Ukraine, they're losing thousands and thousands of soldiers, and a lot of people have been killed too. I think that's one of the things that you'll see historically, and you'll see later on as it goes along. I think people are going to be surprised at how many people, not only soldiers, have been killed in Ukraine.
You know what's so great about these speeches is they're now part of the historical record. That's what's so great about it. You know, these long-winded Donald Trump ramblings are now part of the historical record. These are important words. Every one of these words uttered by the king are now foreign policy. Second he says it, becomes America. That's my favorite part of this new administration. There's no lack of transparency into what the president is thinking. We get to hear all of it, even if we don't want to. That's what's so great about it. No, actually, at this point, I really would prefer him to stop talking. Not gonna lie. It's breaking me down inside. Where are we at? Oh my God, how is this possible? How is this possible? 10 hours. People, you deserve one of these. Maybe I do too. I don't even know anymore. But and that's not for your second to last video. We're not even close. Well, we're getting closer than we were at the beginning of the stream 10 hours ago. But we still got a ways to get through all this, which means we got to take another galactic break at 8:11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. What? That's right. I promised a marathon stream on our anniversary, and I do believe that I have delivered. And I'm going to continue delivering until we get all the content done, because chat finished the goal an hour in to the stream, binding me, galactically speaking, to doing just that. So we must do this now. Another galactic break. All right. I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already hit the like button, don't forget to subscribe. And while you're doing those two things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as you are our only hope in the entire Milky Way galaxy. So many great ways to do that. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, but just don't gift memberships. Just give yourself one. Give yourself the gift of a membership, because right now we're having issues with YouTube fulfilling those gift memberships, and they are seemingly disappearing into the ether. So that's what's going on YouTube. Of course, we got Twitch, I almost said super chats, subscriptions, bits there, Cash App and PayPal. Two places I am sending people right now in the midst of March coming upon us and us noticing here at the Galactic News Network that our bank account does not contain enough funds to pay the Galactic bills. So do consider going there as we get those funds immediately. Same thing for Patreon. Unlike YouTube and Twitch, where I have to wait at least a month or more to get those funds, I get that stuff immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So help keep the Galactic News Network alive. Contribute. Alright, chat. Enough capitalist messaging. Enjoy this short space break. We'll be right back with the Galactic content. chat. I think you know what that sound means. Time to get back to the show. Okay, where to? Right, back to talking about Donald Trump, Ukraine, everything that's been going on around all of that. Talking ESVN in chat, the Emma Sports Bigland Network. The best leftist sports network in the galaxy. Let's go here. France 24 English from 2 days ago. War in Ukraine. U.S. President Donald Trump wants the Nobel Peace Prize.
What? What you talking about?
That's right. According to France 24 English, Donald Trump is hoping to get that sweet, sweet Nobel Peace Prize. Fascinating. How do you do that while also funding ethnic cleansing? I do not know, but he's determined. Can you buy it? Can you buy it? Maybe that'll make it attainable for him. Saying you can't buy it, that doesn't help.
Affairs commentator Doug Herbert is with me. Doug, there's so many different things to talk about, aren't there? But let's talk about Donald Trump, first of all, and what he had to say, even blaming at one point Ukraine for the war.
Okay, so it's a little bit of a trick or a trap question there, Stuart. So let me first back up and give the context just a tiny bit. Look, this is the latest shiny rhetorical object to come out of Donald Trump's mouth, and it works because here we are. Everyone is in now analyzing Trump's rhetoric mode. What did he mean? What is going to happen now? We're all concentrated, navel-gazing at his every utterance. I just want to preface my answer to your question by saying Trump has no strategy for Ukraine. He doesn't think on a deep analytical geopolitical level. His strategy is about himself. What does he want? He wants the Nobel Peace Prize. I bang on about this because this is what he wants. He's still resentful that Obama got it years back. He thinks unjustly. He wants that prize. How do you get from A to B, the prize? You get there by speeding up this process, i.e. the U.S.-Russia talks, ending the war quickly, and he says he's the only man who can do it. Now we can listen to sort of take those remarks that we just heard in context. Yeah, he's blaming falsely
Barack Obama. He got it. Why can't I have it, dude? It's only fair.
Using Ukraine as starting the war. Factually, Ukraine was unprovoked. Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022. I find it actually archly ironic that I even have to sit here saying these things on set, wasting time talking about it. But an unprovoked war of aggression. Why didn't Zelensky end the war earlier? Because he was basically defending his country against a brutal territorial expansionist land grab by his northern neighbor, Russia. That's why he didn't. Why have there not been elections in Ukraine? Because Ukraine is under martial law. Why? Because it's fighting a war against a neighbor that launched a war of aggression.
Yeah. And, I have objections against martial law, but this is one of those times where it's actually, you're going to catch me saying it might actually be called for, or it would certainly be the same sort of thing Donald Trump would do if the United States, or any U.S. president would probably do if the United States was being actively invaded, right? I mean, that one makes sense. Yoon Suk-yeol in Korea calling martial law when there was no invasion or anything even close to it. That one's not going to live up to those expectations. But it's not crazy that would happen during an active invasion. Also, I mean, think about it. How hard is it to have an election in the middle of an invasion when everybody is, transplanted from where they're at? How many Ukrainian refugees are around the world that would probably want to perhaps vote in their country if it were no longer being invaded, right? Oh, there's so many things involved in that. Facilitating it even internally, excluding all of that discussion of Ukrainian refugees, just genuinely makes having an election complicated.
These all have very simple answers here, but that's besides the point. Trump is basically throwing out there what he needs to throw out there in order to make us all sit here and talk about it.
Yeah, so there we go. That's enough of us talking about it just because Donald Trump wants it. But yeah, he wants that sweet, sweet Nobel Peace Prize. I don't think doing a forced transfer of Palestinians is going to get it to him. But I could be wrong. Crazier things have happened. Have they? Wait. Well, maybe not. Okay. What's the next video? Where are we? Oh, well, in response to some of Donald Trump's suggestions, like Ukraine started the war, and or it could have ended it any time that it wanted, Vladimir Zelensky had a response, some amount of responses to all of that. Specifically, that he thinks Donald Trump is living in a disinformation bubble created by the Russians that his best allies are talking to, or if not directly from Vladimir Putin's mouth. I mean, he's been, you remember, or you may not remember because of all the things that have happened, but Donald Trump, as much as said day 1 or 2 within the first week that he had had a conversation with Vladimir Putin. He pretended that it wasn't the case after saying it. It was like, I don't want to give away too much, but he'd already admitted as much that he had talked to Vladimir Putin already. So it may just be coming straight from the mouth of Vlad. Hard to say for sure.
The people of Crimea, from what I've heard, would rather be with Russia than where they were. Putin's a killer. A lot of killers. We got a lot of killers. Why you think our country's so innocent?
President Putin, he just said it's not Russia. I will say this, I don't see any reason why it would be. It was the G8, and you know, I said, what are you doing? You guys, all you talk about is Russia, and they should be sitting at the table. I think Putin would love to be back.
President Donald Trump there repeatedly echoing Russian talking points about a number of things, including the war in Ukraine, just hours after a U.S. delegation sat down with Russian negotiators in Saudi Arabia to discuss
Putin would love to be
plans
back.
to end
What
the
is
war.
that even? This is one of the dumbest statements from the president of the United States. To think that this is some sort of revelatory statement, as if somehow we're all for the first time hearing that Vladimir Putin would love to be back, you know, to have sanctions taken off of Russia and whatever else. And we could talk about the effectiveness of those sanctions if we wanted to. There's, you know, plenty to be said on that, because they have not done the intended things that they were put in place for. But of course it is causing him some amount of disruption, causing himself and other Russian oligarchs some real discomforting things around the world, where things owned by them have been seized by different governments, whatever else. They can't, you know, get access to certain things without using sort of vicarious methods, or, well, sort of circuitous methods of attaining, I guess you might say. Of course he wants to be back. What does that mean? That's what, like, what the fuck, dude? How is that? That's what Donald Trump thinks is, like, worthy of us hearing right now. For fuck's sake.
Ukraine without, we should know, any representative from Ukraine, the country that was invaded, in that room. Trump went so far as to falsely claim that somehow Ukraine and Ukrainians started the war.
I think I have the power to end this war, and I think it's going very well. But today I heard, oh, well, we weren't invited. Well, you've been there for 3 years. You should have ended it 3 years. You should have never started it.
I cannot believe this egomaniac is back, dude. It is insane. I'm like, all right, I believe it because I can see it, but I'm just still dumbfounded that this is where we're at again. Having to listen to the world's dumbest at least one of the world's dumbest egomaniacs, wealthy idiots on the planet again. Donald Trump 2.0. It's gotten off to quite a banner start, hasn't it?
Talks between the U.S. and Russia lasted 4 hours. This morning, the Kremlin says talks between Trump and Putin could take place by the end of this month. That's quite soon. While Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is very much pushing back against Trump's latest comments.
Unfortunately, President Trump, I have great respect for him as a leader of a nation that we have great respect for. The American people who always support us, unfortunately lives in this disinformation space.
The U.S. president, he says, living in a disinformation space. Trump's inclination.
Okay. I think that's actually probably a good estimation of things right now. Donald Trump not just lives in a disinformation space, he thrives in a disinformation space. Not just as it relates to this. The more I think about it, that is where Donald Trump does all of his work. You know? All of his sort of 4chan, 8chan, BitChute adjacent or active member type people. Right? That's where, you know, his base, like all of the things that he's been saying over the last, God damn it, has it been 12? Has it been, like, how long has it been since he entered the race? Jesus Christ. Oh, God. 11, just considering his political races, I guess. Although, wait, no, didn't he run a different time, like in the 90s or like 2000 or something? Either way, whatever, I'm done. I'm not actually done. I'm just done. Oh, God. Let's talk more about this. And I can't believe we're doing this. This is very strange. 2 CNN videos in a row. This never happens.
John Mishema believes that the great powers of the world dominate the international system and they constantly engage in security competition with each other, which sometimes leads to war. Well, joining me now from Chicago is John. And we have Lavrov praising Donald Trump for pointing a finger at NATO. We've had Donald Trump blaming Ukraine for the war in its country. What's your perspective on where we are at and this newfound US-Russia relationship, burgeoning relationship, or rapprochement, if you will?
Well, there's been a fundamental change in American policy going from the Biden administration to the Trump administration. It's truly remarkable the extent to which the Trump administration has abandoned what has been the Biden administration's policy towards both Russia and Ukraine and adopted a radically new approach. And now what you have is a situation where it sounds like the Europeans who talk like the Biden administration are operating on a different planet than the one that the Trump administration is operating on. And where all this leads doesn't appear to be good.
I love how he makes it so the way that, I mean, what kind of framing is that? As if Europe is, you know, they're the ones who are living on a different planet, not Donald Trump. He's on Earth. He makes it sound like Donald Trump's on Earth in reality. Europe is living in La La Land right now. Thanks, John. Great. Okay. Never been a fan of John, honestly. I always find his takes to be weirdly, like nuanced in all the wrong ways, usually. Where is I going? I lost my place. Oh, there it is. All right. Yeah, you know, let's go to this story here. Apparently, Putin has now confirmed that him and Donald Trump will be meeting in the near future. But some apparently there are some kinks that need to be worked out before it actually happens.
Он изменил же свою позицию. Он сказал, да, потребуется полгода. Ну, сейчас не будем говорить о сроках, но это естественно, кстати.
Sorry, I forgot I had to read subtitles for this. Take two. He, U.S. President Donald Trump, changed his position. He said yes, it will take 6 months. Well, we will not talk about the timing now, but this is natural. By the way, absolutely natural. There's nothing special here. He simply began to receive information, objective information. And this information has now kind of changed his approach. Therefore, oh my god. That's moving fast. Therefore, some time is needed. How much time will be needed? I'm not ready to answer now. But we have to a desire to hold such a meeting, and I would like to hold this meeting. But I repeat once again, it needs to be prepared. I rate the talks highly. There is a result. The first thing I wanted to say is that we agreed to resume the normal work of diplomatic agencies. Yeah, great success. Great success at these meetings that achieved nothing as of yet. Aside from the actual, I mean, if anything, the only thing that has changed is the sort of geopolitical state of affairs, and the United States basically alienating itself from the rest of its allies in one swoop. If the tariffs didn't do it, this one has made all of them second guess the United States. Yeah, he is in a drone factory. You're right, Luke Swine. He is indeed. And I had a video, another video, but I decided to take it out of the list earlier today before we started the stream, showing him talking more about these drones. Now, fascinatingly, certainly to me, although it checks out, it makes sense. You know, I mean, these guys have always had very hardline views, generally speaking. Predating this conflict, I would point out. Like, honestly, Russia's invasion, there was already things to criticize Russia over, but prior to the invasion of Ukraine, I feel like I had a very different view of Russia as it is in modern times. Although technically it all started in 2014, so that was quite a while ago. But, you know, it was shocking to see some breaking ranks in this situation. If I'm not mistaken, I believe this is one such video of...
This is outrageous. It's outrageous. It's not humorous. The president does these sorts of things. Goes off.
Sorry, this wasn't about Dick Durbin. We don't need you, Dick. I'm sorry, pal. See what Eric Schmidt had to say. Eric?
On behalf of the American people, is trying to negotiate a peace between Russia and Ukraine. He talked about it a lot on the campaign trail. He said he wanted to bring peace. The war's gone on long enough, and I think he's going to deliver on that. So how we get there, I trust President Trump. He's a master negotiator, and I think he's going to...
I'm sorry, it wasn't Eric. I think it was this guy right here, John Kennedy. I think he had a different view. Sorry, it's been a while since I watched this video. This fucking stream has gone on so long, I'm forgetting what parts of this I wanted to clip. Wow. 10.5 hours.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I can't believe we've been going this long. It's kind of blowing my mind. It's definitely the longest stream we've ever done since this here spacecast began.
that Ukraine started the war. I disagree. I think Vladimir Putin started the war. I also believe, through bitter experience, that Vladimir Putin is a gangster. He's a gangster with a black heart. I don't. He makes Jeffrey Dahmer look like Mother Teresa. He has Stalin's taste for blood.
I can't tell what this administration is.
There we go. John Kennedy, Senator of Louisiana. Too many Kennedys in government positions right now, I point out. But yeah, John Kennedy there. It's breaking ranks. Donald Trump saying he doesn't know shit about what the fuck is going on over there. Although, who was it? Eric Schmidt didn't have the balls. He thinks Donald Trump's got this covered. Now, Donald Trump doubled down on some rhetoric, some of the bonkers things he's been saying about this conflict, with some more insane things. He said at that, what's it called? The Finstitute. The Finstitute conference, where he said the very best things. What was it again? Love, respect, and strength. That's America. Biden couldn't do that.
I'm staying in the race.
U.S. President Donald Trump escalated his war of words with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on Wednesday, calling him a dictator without elections in a Truth Social post, adding that he better move fast or he is not going to have a country left.
Wow.
Trump's post came just hours after Zelensky said the U.S. president was trapped in a Russian disinformation bubble, after Trump suggested on Tuesday that Ukraine was responsible for Russia's full-scale invasion.
Sorry, it was a truth, or was it an X post he said? Whatever it was a post and not at the freaking conference. It's this next thing that he says is at the conference. I don't know why I mixed them up. Probably because the thumbnails are right next to each other. Oh god, I'm getting tired, chat. It's okay though. We are getting through all this. We are absolutely 100% getting through all this. It's my galactic guarantee. Might even raid Letter Hack if he streams today. At this point, seems like the stream will still be going by that time. Getting pretty close. This was a comment he made at that old Finstitute conference that we took a peek at earlier, which I found fascinating. Really, we're just doubling down and repeating the insanity. Oh my God.
But think of it, a modestly successful comedian. President Zelensky talked the United States of America into spending $350 billion to go into a war that basically couldn't be won, that never had to start and never would have started if I was president, not even a chance, and it didn't start for 4 years. He refuses to have elections. He's low in the real Ukrainian polls. I mean, how can you be high with every city is being demolished? It's hard to be high. Somebody said, oh no, his polls are good. Give me a break. Every city is being demolished. They look like a demolition site, every single one of them. And the only thing he was really good at was playing Joe Biden like a fiddle. He played him like a fiddle. That's an expression we use, yes, sir, to say that he's pretty easy, pretty easy. Something I'll admit that only Trump is going to be able to do in the Trump administration. We're going to be able to do it. I think Putin even admitted that. Biden never tried. Europe has failed to bring peace, and Zelensky probably wants to, maybe he wants to keep the gravy train going. I don't know what's the problem, but he hasn't been able. He's very upset that he wasn't invited. He could have come if he wanted to, but that he wasn't invited to Saudi Arabia. But He's been working for 3 years. There's never been even meetings or phone calls to stop this war. It's a horrible thing. I love Ukraine, but Zelensky has done a terrible job. His country is shattered, and millions of people have unnecessarily died. And you can't bring a war to an end if you don't talk to both sides. You got to talk. They haven't been talking for 3 years.
So there we go. Donald Trump saying a bunch of insane things, claiming that Zelensky has a 4% approval rating, but he actually has about the same approval rating Donald Trump has. But he has been talking to Vladimir Putin a lot. And reiterating his blaming of the start of the war on Ukraine and not Russia. Just a fascinating reality we all live in right now.
I don't want reality.
Yeah, me either. Me either, Mark Wayne. At this point, I prefer something different. Let's now go on to see what another Republican had to say now. Shockingly, here's something that doesn't happen very often. Me clipping Tom Tillis saying something true. This is perhaps shocking to everyone watching right now, but it's happening. Get ready for this. Prepare yourself. This is unlikely happening.
First off, clearly Vladimir Putin's responsible for this war. He started lying about special exercises in October before he invaded nearly 3 years ago. He lied about a special military operation. He had every intent to occupy all of Ukraine. His decision has resulted in the murder, rape, torture, and kidnapping of untold numbers of Ukrainians. He owns responsibility for this war.
God damn, Tom. I got graphic quickly, sir. But yeah, shockingly, of all things, a Galactic clip of Tom Tillis saying something true? It's as shocking to me as it is to you, Willis. It's really strange, but it just happened. Now, apparently, U.S. envoy, what's this guy's first name? Keith Kellogg. That's right, Keith. Keith Kellogg Jr., the new envoy, special envoy from Donald Trump. Wait, is it? Wait, no, it's the wrong guy. I think it's his son, isn't it? Or is it this guy? No, I think it is him. Yeah, alright, so yeah, the Keith Kellogg is being sent to Ukraine as a special envoy to speak with Volodymyr Zelensky. He was the former national security advisor to, I think, wait, what's his name? I can't even remember his name right now. Oh my god. Am I that stupid? He's just completely gone from my mind now. It was Donald Trump's vice president. How could I not think of this guy's name right now? This is what happens when you're going for 11 hours straight. This is just a side effect of working for 12 hours. And talking for 12 hours. How can I not think of this guy's name? Mike Pence. Jesus Christ, it took me forever to think of it. I had to think of it, though. I couldn't just look it up. Otherwise, you lose the brain connection. I found it. I found it deep down in there. I got there. Yeah. Right. So former National Security Advisor to Mike Pence, Keith Kellogg, is going to meet with Vladimir Zelensky. And, yeah, Associated Press on the story here.
На завтра запланована наша зустріч з генералом Келлогом. І для нас дуже важливо, щоб зустріч і взагалі робота з Америкою була конструктивною. Разом з Америкою і Європою мир може бути надійніше.
I look down for a second and then realize I've completely skirted my responsibilities and not done important things. I just realized the volume's already down, though. That's probably bad. The last one, I bet we didn't hear it correctly. Son of a bitch. Alright, take two. Here comes the Galactic Translator. Our meeting with General Kellogg is scheduled for tomorrow. And it is crucial for us that that meeting and our overall cooperation with America be constructive. Together, with America and Europe, peace can be more secure, and that is our goal. And more importantly, this should be not our only goal, but a shared one with our partners, especially as we approach the 3rd anniversary of the beginning of this war, a war that we in Ukraine have wanted to end from the very first second. That's what I thought he said. Alright, now putting the volume back up. Gotta remember to do that at the end of every one of those goddamn clips. Alright, actually, I'm glad I had the volume down for Tom Tillis. Tom Tillis can go fuck himself. Alright, let's go to a few countries that might have some stuff to say about Donald Trump and his wildly inaccurate claims about the history of this war. Who do we start with? Sweden.
God afton, beklagar att ni har fått. Gällande Ukraina så
Regarding
står
Ukraine, Europe and the world now stand at a crossroads. How the war against Ukraine will end affects and shape security across Europe for generations to come. We take this very, very seriously. Together, the EU and European NATO countries have shown 3 years of strength and unity, much better and far more than most expected when Russia attacked Ukraine. We will continue to support Ukraine. UK Defense Secretary John Haley.
And since then, the Ukrainians have been fighting.
Oops, sorry. Cut off some of it with low volume.
Vi fortsätter nu stötta Ukraina.
3 years ago, one country illegally invaded another. And since then, the Ukrainians have been fighting for their freedom. They've been fighting for their future. And they still are. So, whilst all the focus may be on talks, not even negotiations, our concern as defense ministers is that we're not jeopardizing the peace by forgetting about the war. And our job as defense ministers is to put Ukraine in the strongest possible position going into any talks.
Russia has suffered a lot in Ukraine.
Norwegian Defense
A
Secretary.
lot of young people. But still, the nukes and the Northern Fleet is intact. And it's still a threat towards our societies and our countries.
There you go. Sweden's, UK's, and Norway's defense ministers not only showing their support for Ukraine, but also reminding everybody in the wake of Donald Trump claiming that Ukraine had started the war, that it was in fact begun by Russia. I mean, everybody talks about 3 years. It's really been a decade, right? Granted, there was an intermediate peace agreement, which was eventually violated by Russia after 2014. But the 2014 invasion was a violation of originally an already existing 20-year-long peace agreement that had existed between Ukraine and Russia. And so, you know, I think it's impossible to create some kind of narrative that blames Ukraine for being invaded. All right, let's go here to Senator Bernie Sanders from a day ago, discussing all of this in great detail.
Thanks, everybody, for joining me to discuss a very, very serious issue. Yesterday, we witnessed an extremely sad moment in American history. We saw the President of the United States aligning himself with the dictator of Russia, Vladimir Putin, to undermine the independence of Ukraine and its democracy. Let's be clear. Trump is showing us that he sees one of the world's most brutal dictators as his friend and our longtime democratic allies in Europe as his enemies. He wants a world that is safe for authoritarians and oligarchs, but extremely dangerous for democracies. It will not surprise you when I tell you that Trump is lying, as he so often does. Yesterday, Trump said that Ukraine started the war. That's not true. Russia invaded Ukraine twice, first in 2014 and then again in 2022. Right now, Russia occupies about 20% of Ukraine. Since Putin's horrific invasion, over 1 million people have been killed or injured. Every single day, Russia continues to rain down hundreds of missiles and drones on Ukrainian cities. Putin's forces have massacred civilians and kidnapped thousands of Ukrainian children, bringing them back to Russian re-education camps. These atrocities led the International Criminal Court to issue an arrest warrant for Putin in 2023 as a war criminal. Further, Trump called Ukrainian President Zelensky a dictator. That's not true either. Zelensky won 75% of the vote in free elections. In fact, his approval rating is higher than Trump's. In the midst of a brutal war, Ukraine's parliament continues to function and free and unfettered political debate takes place. Trump claimed that our European allies have done little to support Ukraine in its fight against Putin's invasion. He said the United States has contributed 3 times more than Europe. But that's another lie. In fact, Europe has provided more aid to Ukraine than the United States. What? But it's not just that Trump is lying again. That's not new. It's what this all reveals about where he wants to take our country, and in fact, the entire world. Trump is cozying up to Vladimir Putin. So who is Putin? And what kind of world does he want to build? Putin is a dictator who crushed Russia's movement toward democracy after the end of the Cold War. Russia holds sham elections every 6 years where Putin wins 90% of the vote, and authorities don't even try to hide their ballot stuffing. There is no freedom of speech or free media in Putin's Russia. Protests are violently suppressed. Tens of thousands of people are imprisoned for protesting Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Political dissidents are harassed or thrown into jail. The bravest, people like Alexei Navalny, are killed outright. Hundreds of thousands of Russians have fled Putin's brutal regime since his invasion of Ukraine. But Putin has maintained control in his country by offering Russia's oligarchs a simple deal. If you give me absolute power, I'll let you steal as much as you want from the Russian people.
Illegal.
And that's why in a country where many are struggling economically, Russian oligarchs have stashed trillions of dollars in offshore tax accounts. That is the Russian leader that Trump admires.
Yeah, and we can all see why, I think. You know, a man who wields absolute power, you know, control over the military and over elections and free speech, and enriches his best buddies to the tunes of trillions of dollars. Does it sound familiar? Let's go to this to end our discussion of Russia and Ukraine before we move on to talking about the Middle East and some stuff in Asia. Reuters from a day ago. Emotional trauma weighs on Ukraine's children after years of war.
Nikita Bondarenko is an elementary school student in Kyiv, Ukraine. He's in art class drawing a tank. There's a turret and cannon and two figures seated inside. He says his dad is in the military and tells him stories about it. 3 years since Russia launched its full-scale invasion on February 24th, 2022, Ukrainian children have learned to live with heightened anxiety. More than 50,000 children sought professional help with mental health issues in the first 9 months of 2024, 3 times more than the year before, according to Ukraine's Ministry of Education and Science. Some fear these emotional scars could remain, even if the fighting ends soon. Art teacher Valentina Maruniak says she can trace her pupils' changing emotional state in their work.
In the beginning, they used to paint mainly tanks, planes, bombings, and now they are painting the sun, rainbows, flowers, and something beautiful. Even the soldiers said that the children are different now, and their wishes have completely changed. They want victory, they want joy, they want spring, they want calm.
8-year-old Solomia Karanda painted a landscape she missed, a plain over a village in southern Ukraine. It's where she used to visit her grandmother, who fled because of the war. The invasion has spanned a third of Karanda's life. She says she still gets unsettled when home alone during air alerts. So I usually close the door to my room and get in the bed with my toys. This makes it less scary, she says. While the air raid siren is going off, the children make their way into the school bomb shelter in the basement. There, lessons in cursive writing, art, and dance continue.
It is really sad that these kids have to go to school in a bomb shelter rather than their regular school. And have to be put through all this. You know, and it seems like kids worldwide are dealing with a whole bunch of shit right now in this 21st century of ours. Alright, let's go on to the Middle East. Oh, and in response to this chat, no. The goal is not 24 hours, just a marathon stream, longer than normal. You know, we had a ton of content to get through, like almost 150 videos worth of content to unpack, because the last 3 days, the news hydrant has been on full blast, and we didn't stream on Tuesday or Wednesday, so Thursday's stream became Friday, part of Friday, fully part of Friday. No matter where you are. No letter hack thumbnail today? Letter hack not streaming this morning? That's sad. That's unfortunate. I was really hoping to be able to raid someone. You know? It was gonna be so cathartic too. God damn it. It sucks, Bob. That makes me sad. You know, I'm always the last streamer to end, so I never get to raid anybody. And the one day where I make it all the way to the point where somebody else might start streaming, get cut down to my prime. Oh god, I thought the planets were aligning. I've been deceived by my own foolish desires. The discourse? The discourse with Brandon Sutton got... What does that mean? It got removed? Why would that get removed? Why would that happen? I don't even know who would have removed it. There's no mods in chat right now. We're running anarchy. It's our anarchy is happening right now in this galactic chat. What was I saying? I forget what I was saying. Oh. Is Brandon Sutton? Is Discourse streaming today? Is he streaming today? Hold on. I'm gonna check before we get too far down the line. Although I guess I could do this later. Yeah? Okay, sweet. Well, then maybe I'll raid Brandon. That'd be cool. He does a good show. Unfortunately, I'm usually sleeping or trying to get to sleep whenever he starts. I totally forgot that he does those streams before Majority Report every day. Well, not every day, but I see him on a lot. I don't know why I forgot about doing him. Perfect. Okay. Probably because Letter Hack's been going longer than Brandon has. I've been saying for a while that Brandon needed a podcast. That he started after I started mine. I was like, oh damn. Brandon getting into it. Streaming until 2033. At least, if not longer. Okay, what am I doing? What was I doing? I'm losing my sentience as we go, chat. I forgot what's happened. Chat is, you're now taking me on random tangents that leave me completely lost with where I am. I just like lost my place in the list. Okay, right. The Middle East. Let's go there. Start with Lebanon. Here's Reuters from a day ago. Lebanese woman returns to devastated village as Israel withdraws. Is Israel withdrawing, Reuters? Is that the case? Alright, let's go here. Lebanese villagers return to their devastated frontline homes as Israel withdraws its troops.
هاي ذكرياتنا هون تختنا وفرشتنا ومخدتنا.
Our memories are here, our bed, our mattress, our pillow, our cold and warmth. Everything is in this house here. Everything is here. Everywhere you look, you remember that this is yours. You used to sit here, sleep here, and stand here. I raised my children here. Suddenly, you find that the bastards were able to defeat the stones only, but they did not defeat the people. People cry and feel crushed. We have not come to the village for a year and a half. We came here and were surprised that the village is not the same village that we lived in. Not the village we grew up in and raised our children in. But thank God it will return. The village will return.
So long as Israel doesn't turn it into a buffer zone after this first ceasefire is over. Have you died and gone to heaven? No. Nope. Galactic Stream just continuing through the night into the wee hours of the morning. 11 hours into this stream, we're still going strong. I refuse not to get through every single video I put into this goddamn list before we finish. Although we are getting closer and closer to the end of it, I am afraid to say. It's very, very sad. But don't worry, we will also have our usual Galactic after stream, lasting some undetermined amount of time, probably until Brandon Sutton starts his stream over at the Discourse so we can raid him with a fairly sizable amount of viewers here. I think we're over 50 right now or something. Okie dokie. Let's go to this. People probably saw this, but maybe they didn't. This honestly didn't get enough views, at least on this one, but I'm pretty sure this got reposted all over the internet, so I feel like you probably didn't miss it. But in case somehow you did, and with all the stuff happening, I wouldn't be shocked. Let's go here, to the streets of New York.
Jerry, can I get a selfie?
Sure.
Free Palestine!
I don't care. I don't care about Palestine.
That's sad. Jerry, can I get a selfie?
Sure.
Free Palestine!
I don't care about Palestine.
That's sad. Jerry, can I get a selfie?
Sure.
Free Palestine!
I don't care about Palestine.
That's sad.
It is sad. You're saying I'm insane, Midi Doctors? How could you? Or healthy? I do need a lot of complex, healthy nutrition and sleep. It's true. I do need those things. I'll get them. I'm sure I'll get them at some point in the future. 4 more likes to what? To 100 likes? Are we really only 4 likes away from 100? That would be insane.
That's too much, man!
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Okie dokie. Let's go to the West Bank, where families have been fleeing record numbers, highest level in decades, as Israel continues to attack a place that it already occupies in what the Associated Press, in this fucking idiotic title for this video, they claim is just Israel targeting militants, even though it's clearly affecting civilians, killing civilians, making civilians homeless, and or otherwise displacing them. But no, it's too long to fit into a title. Okay, here we go. When the Israeli army conducts a raid, the first thing that they do is to destroy the infrastructure, terrorize both children and adults, and intimidate and frighten the elderly. When the Israeli army enters a house, they do not ask for permission. Instead, they place explosives on the door and blow it up without caring about the person who may be standing behind it.
What is happening in the camps is similar to what's happening in Gaza. But the people here have no choices. They will go back to their houses.
Sorry, I cut him off just now.
What is happening in the camps is similar to what's happening in Gaza. But the people here have no choices. They will go back to their houses. They will go back unless they remove the house. And we are expecting some things more than what we see now on the TV. Maybe we don't know what are they planning, but the camps are suffering.
LT9K without mod status, are you in the Twilight Zone? No, you are not in the Twilight Zone. Actually,
We start in the Middle East, where in the...
Hold on, BBC. We got to address this comment. You're just in the wrong zone. You're just not in the Twilight Zone. Because, in fact, Looney Tunes is a Galactic mod. He's just a Twitch mod instead of a YouTube mod. We've had the same crew of mods for quite some time around here. a distinguished and experienced crew. Been around since the beginning. Looney Tunes made Looney Tunes a mod of the Twitch many months ago. I don't even know when at this point. It's so long ago. I genuinely have no idea. But it's been pretty much forever. Okay, now let's move away from the West Bank and go to Gaza. Talk about the handover of hostages that happened recently. Now this one is pretty morbid. This was the handing over of dead hostages. Let's go here to BBC from yesterday.
We start in the Middle East, where in the past few minutes the bodies of 4 Israeli hostages have been transferred back to Israel. They include Shiri Bibas and her children Ariel and Kafir. Also being returned is the body of Oded Lifshitz, a veteran journalist and peace activist in his mid-80s. The bodies in coffins were handed over to the Red Cross by Hamas in a stage-managed ceremony in Khan Yunis a short time ago. Meanwhile, Hamas has said it's ready to release all the hostages in one go, including those expected to be freed in Phase 2 of the ceasefire agreement. The offer, which would involve more than 60 people, is dependent on a full withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza and an agreement for a permanent end to the war. Well, these are live pictures now of Khan Yunis, which is where the ceremony was held a few moments ago, and the crowd starting to disperse there after the Red Cross vehicles set off with the coffins inside them. Well, let's also have a look at the scene in Tel Aviv, which is Hostages Square, which is where the focal point has been for the families of the hostages who are being held in Gaza all this time, and for them a grim day, as it's the first time during this exchange of hostages that these have been bodies rather than people who are alive coming home. Let's speak to our correspondent Sebastian Usher, who's in Jerusalem. So it's a very somber day for Israel, isn't it?
Yes. I mean, some of the previous handovers we've described as being a bittersweet occasion, where there's been joy at seeing hostages return, all of them alive until now, but also concern over the condition that they've been released in, and concern over how they will manage after what they've been through. Today, we have seen nothing of that. We've seen caskets containing 4 of the bodies. Hamas gave a list of who they were. You said in your introduction there, the Bibas family, that's a mother, Shiri, and her 2 young children. Their faces are on the covers of Israeli newspapers today, one of which the headline reads, "The pain, the anger and the sorrow." And those are the emotions that are certainly being felt in Israel. And
okay, I think that's enough of this. Terrible news story. Eesh. Okay. Still got more to talk about here. Now, this next one is something, you know, I in the back of my mind, I thought this was something that would probably happen. We haven't really been talking about it. But, you know, probably because we've been inundated by so many other things, and things are somewhat, you know, more placid in the country at this point. But Syria, something we had talked about quite a lot up until more recently, where of course Bashar al-Assad was overthrown by HTS, and a new supposedly multilateral, multi-ethnic, multi-religious institutional government was being put into place by the HTS. We saw footage of police being trained, and also heard some potentially problematic things about police perhaps opting for Islamic law rather than secular law, which presents some problems as it relates to a multicultural society, I would point out. I think perhaps unnecessarily for most. But, you know, I'm not rushing to villainize HTS at this point, mostly due to the fact that Bashar was a horrifying dictator who, you know, subjected his people to just atrocities. I mean, we don't have time to cover them all, but atrocities nonetheless. And so, you know, I'm still trying to give these guys the benefit of the doubt, especially because I fear that if we lean into villainizing HTS due to some of their less finer qualities, we're going to wind up with some even potentially worse situations, like, I don't know, Israel taking over Syria, you know, with the United States helping out. And you might be saying, geez, Streamlord, you're being maybe overly generous or conspiratorial in thinking right now. I'd like to point you to this. Here's Forbes breaking news from 2 days ago. In the Senate? Wait, is McCormick a senator? I think he's a representative. Either way, in Congress, Dave McCormick pressing government witnesses on the potential of Syria reemerging as a sanctuary for terror groups. Something the last time I heard somebody talking about, it was used as justification for invading Syria. Or, well, yeah, well, not invading, maybe a strong word. Bombing the shit out of Syria and giving HTS a bunch of money. But that would be too much. Alright, let's fucking go here.
Speakers today. Michael, good to see you again after many years. This hearing comes at such a critical time for the Syrian people and to thousands of Syrian Americans living in Pennsylvania, in the Lehigh Valley. I share your joy at the fall of the butcher of Syria. But even with Assad gone, significant challenges, to state the obvious, remain. And we've discussed today the new interim president in Damascus and many of his advisors are U.S. designated terrorists with long-standing links to al-Qaeda. We do not yet know whether this transition process underway will lead to a government.
U.S. designated terrorists, people that we gave money to, not 10 years ago, during the Obama administration. Anybody remember that? When we gave HTS like millions and millions of dollars to train troops to fight ISIS and Al-Qaeda and all that? So it's weird that we're designating them a terrorist group as well. So, you know, it's sort of, you know, the long-standing paradoxical nature of U.S. foreign policy, I suppose.
That will protect all Syrians. And this process will matter a great deal, of course, to Israel's security and to America's security. So, Mr. Singh, I'd like to start with you on the topic of counterterrorism. From the truck attack in New Orleans to the 2016 shooting of a Philadelphia police officer, Jess Harnett, our nation has seen firsthand how terrorist groups like ISIS can use Syria as a safe haven and inspire acts of violence in the United States. How concerned are you about the enduring presence of ISIS in Syria? And what would take, and we've talked about some of this already, but what would take, if you were going to do the couple key points, from Syria reemerging as a sanctuary for global terrorist groups?
Well, thanks a lot, Senator McCormick. It's great to see you up there. Look, I think one thing we can take away from not just the Syria situation, but the past 18 months of war in the Middle East is, as much as we may want to move on to other issues and other challenges, terrorism remains a top threat to U.S. national security, to the security of our allies, and we have to take it seriously. We can't afford to sort of ease up on the pressure on groups like al-Qaeda and ISIS, which remain active and determined to attack us around the world. I mean, we've talked in this hearing about the break between HTS and some of these groups, and one of the reasons they broke apart was over this question of attacks globally against the West, where ISIS and Al-Qaeda are determined to keep doing that. And those groups are active every day in Syria.
So yeah, they basically go on and on about how Syria is almost definitely going to become a terrorist state once again, that they're going to let ISIS run free, Al-Qaeda is going to be back, all the bad guys, all the big ones, all the hits. And I am just concerned about this being used as justification for further U.S. entanglement in Syria, or potentially even, full-on, U.S. involvement in war against Syria. Because we're talking about needing places to put Palestinians. Jordan seems pretty opposed to it. Egypt seems pretty opposed to it. Syria's right next door, and they just had a big-time, power vacuum. They just got done having their entire military infrastructure bombed by Israel, so they're already pre-weakened. We let them do it. It's not like the U.S. couldn't have told Israel, hey, don't do that. But we didn't. Ah, boy. And I'm just worried about what that all means. Oh, shit. Okay. We're getting really close to the end of our videos. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 left. Holy shit. Really great job, everyone. Sorry, I can't give you applause yet. I've already given you so much praise, already applause given for having made it as far as we have. So we gotta wait until the penultimate video, but we are getting closer and closer to it. Let's go here, South China Morning Post, to talk about another skirmish. Another, not I don't know if skirmish is the right word technically. Precision of language, please.
Precision of language, please.
But certainly a confrontation of sorts in the South China Sea. Let's go here. According to South China Morning Post from 2 days ago, Chinese and Philippine aircrafts in the South China Sea faced off. That's good. That's what we need. Can't everybody just chill the fuck out, please? China's military said it expelled a Philippine plane from airspace over the South China Sea. The encounter took place over the disputed Scarborough Shoal. The Philippine Coast Guard accused the PLA of conducting dangerous maneuvers. That does seem dangerous. It said the helicopter flew within 3 meters or 10 feet of the Philippine patrol plane. Johnny.
Resources of the Philippine government. Cessna Caravan 280 Romeo Papa 1077, conducting a lawful maritime patrol within the exclusive economic zone. You are flying too close. You are very dangerous and endangers the lives of our crew and passengers.
The People's Liberation Army said the Philippine plane had illegally invaded its airspace. The nations have overlapping claims to parts of the South China Sea. Both claim sovereignty over the Scarborough Shoal. Chinese and Philippine forces have engaged in several standoffs in the area in recent years. Now, the Scarborough Shoal was always part of the Philippines until more recently. I can't remember exactly when China started disputing it, but when they wanted to start expanding their military control over the South China Sea, suddenly it was theirs, and have been using it as a pawn to justify their military expansion over the region. Something I feel like we all need to stop doing these little fights over territory. The military expansionism, it feels like, is just kind of hitting boiling a point right now. It's out of control. Okay, let's keep going. Japan, one of our biggest allies, is claiming that Donald Trump, our new president, is super bad for business. This is according to a poll done, and apparently 90% of Japanese companies say that Trump is bad for business.
Illegal.
That's illegal. Can't say anything bad about Trumpy.
Almost 9 out of 10 Japanese companies expect U.S. President Donald Trump's policies to hurt business. That's according to the results of a new Reuters study out Thursday. It's the clearest sign yet of rising worry in the United States' top foreign direct investor. About 86% of 233 companies surveyed said Trump's policy measures would have an adverse or somewhat adverse effect on their business environment. That's up from 73% from the same survey taken a month before Trump took office. Of the firms in the world's fourth largest economy that see Trump's policy initiatives as negative, 72% picked his trade strategy, including imposing more tariffs as the most detrimental factor. Trump has already announced 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum imports, imposed 10% duties on goods from China, and has threatened Canada and Mexico with steep measures that are on a 30-day hold. Earlier this week, Trump threatened tariffs, quote, in the neighborhood of 25% on auto imports as soon as April 2nd. While
immediately, if not sooner.
Yup. China, Japan, doesn't matter who it is. Donald Trump is going to tariff you. With all these new reciprocal tariffs. And or just, you know, the aluminum, the steel, everything. It's all just, you know, affecting every one of our partners. Donald Trump, bad for business. Even Japan, one of our biggest economic partners, seems to think so. Okay, now we've genuinely made it to the second to last of our videos. There is your much deserved applause. Let's go here. Right around the corner to Kamchatka Peninsula and Alaska. As Dan Sullivan is sounding the alarm on the potential threats in Alaska. Let's go to Forbes breaking news from 2 days ago.
Sullivan, who also is going to preside while I run down to the floor and vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for holding this very important hearing. You know, the Arctic issues are something that...
This very important hearing.
Senator representing...
Thank you so much, Ted, for holding this very important meeting that nobody is here for aside from everyone's assistance. And the witnesses, even Ted is walking out of the room as he says it. Jesus Christ. It seems important. It seems very important. Keep going.
Issues are something that, as the senator representing the only Arctic state in the country, I care deeply about. So appreciate the chairman focusing on this. You know, I want to first mention, I think the idea of the president looking to purchase Greenland has already been mentioned by a number of the panelists. Other presidents have thought about this. I think it's a wonderful idea if we can
I think it's a wonderful
pull it off.
idea.
Truman, Andrew Johnson, others.
I think it's a wonderful idea. It's hilarious.
Give me a joke.
But I also think it's important to remember, this is an op-ed I wrote in the Wall Street Journal a couple weeks ago, saying, hey, Greenland's nice, good to go if we can get it, but remember our Arctic state, Alaska, because everything that people talk about with regard to Greenland, we have in spades already in America. It's called Alaska. Arctic location, strategic and critical minerals, oil and gas, cornerstone of America's missile defense. It's all there. The problem is, as the panelists know, when Democrats get in power. Biden was the latest example. They want to turn Alaska into a national park, not recognizing our state for what it is, which is a...
Oh, there you go. Dan Sullivan of Alaska, here to remind us all, we already have a Greenland that's just being ruined by Democrats. Democrats won't allow us to pillage the resources ad nauseum, or to set up an iron dome in Alaska. And if they could just get some more funds, Dan Sullivan's gonna get it done. He also thinks that taking Greenland's a great idea. Okay, buddy. Thank you for all of that. It's great. All right, final video. Let's go all the way south. Not all the way, but as far south as you can and still be in civilization. Let's go to Australia, where apparently the magnification of the planet is taking hold there as well. Here's Reuters from 2 days ago.
Australian billionaire Clive Palmer launched a political party on Wednesday, citing inspiration from US President Donald Trump, just months before the country's federal election. The mining magnate is Australia's 18th richest person, with a net worth of $2.1 billion, according to Forbes. He previously led the right-wing Australia Party and served as a lawmaker for 3 years from 2013. Palmer said Wednesday that his new Trumpet of Patriots party plans to run candidates in all 150 seats in Australia's lower house and the Senate.
The party believes in the policies of Donald Trump, which has shown to be effective in bringing management back on track. Peter Dutton has stated that he's no Donald Trump, and we agree with him. Albanese's presided over a declining standard of living for our country in each and every year he served as Prime Minister. Australia needs Trump policies. Australians want them.
Palmer also said his party would, quote, make Australia great again, referencing Trump's plans to cut government.
You know what is so convenient about that phrase? They don't even need to design new hats. You know, he can just get people to buy already used MAGA hats. It's perfect. Make Australia great again.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And he's a billionaire. The setup is not lost on me.
He was also critical of mass immigration and said that the party would only recognize two genders, reflecting positions also favored by Trump.
Australia should be for all Australians living here.
Except for transgender
Prime Minister
people.
Anthony Albanese has not announced the election date, which could be as early as March after the central bank lowered interest rates on Tuesday.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ. There you go, Clive Palmer. Oil and mining magnate, I believe, is the source of his billions of dollars. Now throwing his hat into the race months before the presidential election is to take place. Shaking things up, planning to make Australia great again. Just what Australia needs, I'm sure. Well, it looks like we made it through another stream somehow, and this one was even more long and arduous than any one before it. However, I enjoyed every minute of it, celebrating this galactic anniversary with you, Space Fams. But that's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. I almost forgot. Can't do that. It's very silly. These are, of course, your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W., Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Decipher, Geodragon, the Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoip, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Tracy Eva, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Go on to our website to see all the benefits you could receive in supporting the Galactic News Network at the same time.
Middle class. We've seen that.
Whoops. There we go.
Next proposal.
Mr. President.
All right. Well, enjoy this very, very short Galactic after stream. I'll be raiding into a different stream for perhaps the first time. I'm trying to think. Have I raided anybody else? We always just end so late, never get the chance. So I'm going to try and make that happen as we go through this. Hope you all enjoyed. To infinity and beyond. We made it a year. Nothing can stop us now.
Take a strong stand against this bill, and I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement.
There's objections to be calling this the super secret late night after stream. Should be the early morning after stream. I suppose you're right.
Breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily
Don't worry, everybody. I'm going to raid
how we got
Brandon Sutton
where we are today in terms of the national debt.
at the
There are
discourse.
some people who think that this all began the day that
That's the
President
plan.
Obama took office. Well, it's not quite
He's
the case.
saving my raiding
When President
dreams
Clinton
right now.
left office, this country was
Very
running
glad.
a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration.
Oh, I think I know.
And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high
He doesn't allow live redirects
by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of
That's so weird. It doesn't come up on redirects. I don't think he allows redirects on his channel.
Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people.
All right. Well, since it's not popping up, I don't think Brandon has redirects on, which is something you have to turn on to accept raids. So
is that the argument will be
I think I'm just going to recommend everybody. I doubt he's going to figure out how to fix it in time. So I'm just going to recommend everybody
no reason why in the
go over
presidential
there.
election those arguments will not be made again, and I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again.
Tell them where you came from, space fams. Spread that good galactic word far and wide.
That extension permanent. Now,
I think I can post a link in chat.
But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest
that's about as good as I'm going to be able to do.
A grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives,
He's talking about this right now on his stream. So go there. Go tell them where you came from.
When we have such a high
Link is in the chat.
Makes no sense.
Till next time, stay classy.
Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of all that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Now, Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt